look seriously at cooking up a run chase on the final day, should they be able to declare agree terms, which has not been possible in the last two Glamorgan games, in which both sides blame the other for not offering a realistic chase.
That's the voice of Nick Webb, who I should have introduced at the top of BBC Wales. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. We've got Nikesh Ragani with us, and we have Edward Bevan with us as well. But we're leaving Edward till 12:30, so he can come off his long run, which he was pretty much at the top of in the media room at about 10:30. So it should be good fun later on. It'll be good fun anyway. And that's the whole point of this exercise, really, is to try and enjoy ourselves. Hopefully you will as well. I'm going to have to do an update to it at 11 o'clock, so I'll leave Nick to do the first over.
Here we go then with the first ball from McIlroy, and Rees allows it to go through. Jimmy McIlroy bowling left arm over the wicket from the city end, and he is bowling his 12th over, and he has none for 27. All the Glamorgan bowlers economical. Zain ul Hassan particularly so, 8 overs, 0 for 13, as McIlroy's in to bowl, and Rees allows that one to go through. Outside off stump, Lewis Rees, marginally the more aggressive of these two batters, albeit his half-century took 118 balls and has included just 5 fours so far. Various appeals against him for caught behind and LBW in mid-afternoon yesterday. None was granted, as that one's gone through low outside off stump as Rees plays no shot. And McIlroy trudges back towards his mark. The crowd this morning is not huge by any means. Not as many as were here yesterday when there were reasonable numbers. As McIlroy bowls to Rees, who gets the first runs of the day, slapping it through the offside for 4 off the back foot. McIlroy pitching just a little bit short and enough width for Rees to lay into it and add a boundary to his tally. He moves on to 56 and the total on to 199 rather for no wicket. Both batters have faced 123 deliveries. The field is a fairly routine one with 2 slips, 5 men saving singles. And there is a third man and a fine leg. Glamorgan fearing Edward's wrath if they do not post a third man. McIlroy bowls and Rees on the defensive plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. Just to let you know, there are hardly any spectators anywhere near our effects microphone at the moment.
That's good. Not bad for applause purposes.
There's about half a dozen people down in the little stand to our right underneath the video scoreboard.
Laser display screen.
As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. There is no run, and if you missed the extensive revelations in Rees's post-match interview, well, it was post the interview, to be honest, he revealed that he's half Welsh and that his dad is from Llanelli.
Indeed, yeah. All the time I've been speaking to Lewis, and we speak to him a lot, I never knew that.
Well, there's no trace of a Llanelli accent.
No, there isn't. No. Well, he was born in Weston-super-Mare and brought up in Chorley. And there's no hints of either of those two accents either, as far as I can work out in Lewis Rees's voice. So, to St Michael's School in Chorley.
And his brother's called Ian after Ian Evans.
Yeah, we learned all sorts yesterday. That and the pitch is turgid, he thought. I'm not sure I entirely agree. 99 without loss, Derbyshire. Tim van der Hoogten is going to bowl from the racecourse end. to Harry Kame, who leaves a very wide one alone outside the off stump to go through to Chris Cook, the wicket keeper. So, have you already told everybody it's 1:10 lunch?
I have not.
I will tell them now then. It's 1:10 lunch.
It's 1:10 lunch.
And tea is at 4 o'clock because we will have 8 bonus overs today, having lost 32 yesterday. So we've lost 20, whatever that maths is,
24?
Something like that.
From the match.
From the match.
It's a Brucey bonus.
Yes, we'll be the judge of that. Come 7 o'clock tonight when we're thinking, when is this ever going to end? More people arriving. Good to see Van der Hoogten bowls. That one's potentially wider than the first one. And again, Harry Kame has nothing to do with it. Harry Kame has had nothing to do with a lot of deliveries. 37 off 125 balls. Harry Kame, he's done a good job for his side. 3 fours. Lewis Reese's boundary this morning was his 6th, I beg your pardon. So we've had 9 boundaries in the 99.
Well, Zainul Hassan reached his half-century off 148 balls, so it's going to be a race for Kame to get there before then.
Didn't realise how rapid Reese had been.
Relatively rapid.
Yeah, relatively. As Van der Hoogten is in again, and Kame is forced to play this one, and he does so, pushing it out into the offside. That's Kieran Carlson who does the fielding and a bit of polishing. Has a word with the aforementioned Zainul Hassan.
He's big on the polishing front, is Kieran.
Yes, they usually have a designated polisher, don't they?
He's quite often at, well, he has been quite often at mid-off when he was captaining, but now he's handed that back to the fit again, David Lloyd.
Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Kame, who leaves one that's closer to the stumps than the first 2, but not close enough to hit them. It goes through to Cook.
And in front of the commentary box, we get our first cascade of the unexpected water, an unexplained water.
I think it's more expected today, given how much rain. I was woken up at 3 o'clock this morning by the rain hammering on the roof. It was really loud. I mean, it was as wet as you would expect at Sawley Marina, by definition.
Otter's pocket.
And yes, it was damp. In comes this next delivery from Van der Hoogten. He tries to leave it. It actually hits the face of his bat and goes down into the slips. Unexpectedly, as far as Kame was concerned, but no damage done. Sun's out. There is a lot of cloud. The forecast is pretty good.
Yeah, we may get through to the conclusion of this match without further interruptions.
Yes, that's the impression I'm getting. I wouldn't be too happy if I was a club cricketer, though, having had last weekend pretty much washed out. This weekend doesn't look great in this area, in the northwest either. Van der Hoogten is in just a couple of slips, and that one is left alone outside the off stump to go through to Chris Cook. So a maiden over, his 5th in 13. Tim Van der Hoogten, 99 without loss. It remains. Kame has 37. Reese has 56. It was one of those maiden overs that just goes down in the category of meh. He played it.
Meh.
He played at one deliberately. He played at one accidentally and left the others.
Yes, well, there's not too much rain around in South Wales at the weekend. Club cricketers in the vicinity may be fortunate. As McIlroy sets off for a new over, running towards us and bowling to Reese, who defends to mid-off. And there's no run. Those of you who have been fortunate enough to be selected for your club sides and not cruelly omitted from the match day 12.
Despite availability.
Despite availability. Oh dear.
Snubbed again.
As McIlroy is in, and that's driven by Reese to mid-off, and there is no run. We'll have to see whether there's any movement in availability or what the weather's like, and whether I should dip into the loan. I haven't actually played on loan. I did nearly play on loan a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
Yep.
Marvellous.
I nearly played on loan for Malpas a couple of years ago, but it didn't quite happen. As that's through low outside the off stump.
They saw you play, did they?
Unfortunately, it was. I think there were COVID cases at the club on the day of the game reported, and the match was called off as a result.
They said it was COVID.
Well, that's what they told me. Oh God, we're not so desperate as to have him playing, are we? Quick, call the game off. 99 without loss, Derbyshire, just the one scoring shot this morning, and that remains the case as Rees defends to mid-on, and there is no run.
If the pitch has lost life, and I'm not disagreeing with what Lewis Rees said yesterday. Clearly, he's out there batting, but he also said, and I think this is possibly more pertinent, that the Glamorgan bowlers bowled more accurately than the Derbyshire bowlers, and that makes a big difference.
It does. Here's McIlroy trying to live up to that, bowling to Rees, who's forward defending back to him, and there is no run, as if to prove his very point.
I think Derbyshire's batsmen have probably had to play at more deliveries than the Glamorgan batsmen did, and there haven't been as many poor balls, because there were a number of poor balls. I think quite what that number is, I'm not sure, but it was a lot. It was a very big number.
Yes, the Glamorgan batters always had the sense to they could wait until one came along. McIlroy bowls through outside off stump. Lowish to Chris Cook. Another maiden over insinuates itself on the scoreboard. I'm not sure how our colleague Nikesh, having worked on the IPL and preparing to do some work on the hundreds next month, is going to cope with the tempo of this game.
I'm not sure if he was on air yesterday afternoon when we had one leg by in 5 overs. That was particularly impressive.
Yes, I was wandering around the ground at the time, seeing if ice cream was available, and I couldn't find it. Is there ice cream on sale at either of these locations? I couldn't see any.
Sure. I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe wrong. I'll have to look more carefully.
An ice cream van in the ground. Van der Hoogten begins a new over, left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Goes through to Chris Cook.
Well, you mentioned the word turgid. There's more deliveries threatening Chris Cook's ankles than his chest at the moment.
Nothing's gone through, has it? Nothing's gone through with any kind of pace.
Not that these are lightning quick bowlers, but I wonder if we'll see Cook potentially standing up to McIlroy before too long. And certainly to Gorvin.
Van der Hoogten again. What's the bets? This one's outside the off stump. Oh no, it's been played into the leg side by Harry Kane, and the Derbyshire 100 is up. He picks up a single, moves on to 38, and Derbyshire 100 without loss. Well done, everybody. They put on 89 unbeaten against Durham in the second innings of the last match here, which finished the day before yesterday or something. And now they put on 100. Harry Kane's second 100 partnership for the opening wicket. The first one was in the game against Leicestershire. Put on 108 with Haider Ali. And Haider Ali and Billy Godwin put on 134 against Worcestershire in defeat in the opening game of the season. This next delivery from Van der Hoogten. The first one to Lewis Rees is pushed up to mid-on. And there is no run.
England 8 without loss against Australia, having been put into bat. England unchanged. Australia bringing in spinner Todd Murphy for the all-rounder Green.
And of course, as England get underway at the Oval, there is no play before lunch at Old Trafford in the County Championship because of rain. A familiar story. Van der Hoogten around the wicket to Rees, strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Baldwin.
That looked with the naked eye adjacent.
It didn't look bad, did it? I'm trying to think what it was missing as it pitched outside the line. It kind of hit it. Well, it would have pitched outside the line, but it wouldn't have hit him outside the line, I don't think. So perhaps the umpire thought it was doing too much. It wasn't for height. Hoogten walks wearily with just 100 overs left in the day, back to his mark. He's on his way in again, past umpire Baldwin, and bowls to Rees, who pushes it up to Colin Ingram at mid-on. And there is no run. Have you had the benefit of seeing that one again, Nick?
I believe, Mr. Fletcher, you may be correct in that the umpire might have thought that it was doing too much.
Well, I knew if I said enough things that meant it wouldn't be out, one of them would be correct. But I couldn't see it going over the top.
No.
Certainly. I don't think they'll be leaving too much on length with any certainty. As Van der Hoogten is in again, that is driven but not timed by Rees. And Billy Root fields it at mid-off. Everybody decides that that's the end of the over, which it is. 1 run from it. More back to it. The current run rate for the overall innings is less than 2.3 runs and over. It's like the old days. 100 without loss.
Indeed, it is Bev ball par excellence. Term we coined in Cardiff on a particularly slow day's play, where the combination of the kookaburra ball and slow pitch, some rather unadventurous batting, led to 184 runs being scored in an entire 96 over day. At Scarborough, there's been weather delay. Durham 106 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 340 all out. Lees is on 65 when they do resume. McIlroy resumes to Kame, and he leaves it outside off stump.
Alex Lees has got 4 centuries in his last 5 innings, which isn't bad.
Indeed.
He's got one here, 170 made in the game. Just a quick word before you do the rest of the scores. I've just spotted Matt Lamb. I can't remember the last time I saw Matt Lamb. He's going to the nets with, I think it was Charlie Harrison, one of the youngsters. I assume Harrison was going to throw the ball to him rather than the other way around.
As that is driven into the offside by Kame. It's through point. It may run away. No, it does not run away. It's retrieved by Gorvin. A couple of metres inside the cover point ropes, and they have taken just the 2. Kame moves to 40, and it's 102 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. At Cheltenham, where Glamorgan played very recently, Worcestershire have moved on to 282 for 7 on the second day there. They started a day later. The first 3 Worcestershire batters, as Kame defends one on the leg side, and well, numbers 2, 3 and 4 were all out without contributing, but Worcestershire have recovered to 282 for 7, with half centuries from Roderick, D'Oliveira, Waite and now Baker. In fact, in that innings, there have been 4 ducks and 4 scores of 50 or more, and only 1 innings of anything between. As McIlroy bowls, Pills for LBW, a ball runs down to third man, and they will go through for a leg by as it bounced up and through the gully. Not a leg by.
It was an inside edge onto his pad by the fact that there wasn't a leg by. The bowler stopped his appeal very quickly, actually. There was more from behind the stumps who obviously wouldn't have seen an inside edge, much like us. McIlroy's, he went up early. And had almost stopped by the time the slips and the wicketkeeper joined in.
And for fans of Derbyshire's Mark Watt, Scotland are due to be playing a World Cup qualifier against Denmark today.
Good luck with that in Edinburgh.
The start has been delayed, but they have had a toss, and Denmark have put Scotland into bat.
That's a mistake.
McIlroy to Rees, and he defends it back to the bowler.
Wayne Madsen is playing today as well, or scheduled to be playing today for Italy against Germany, I think it is. But that score doesn't appear on the BBC Sport website. And on Cricinfo, they do updates only, so you don't get the ball by ball on Cricinfo, which
disgraceful.
Is slightly annoying. Imagine a football World Cup qualifier and not being able to find the scores somewhere. I think you have to go on the ICC website to find the scores. You can also find video, because look with the commentary.
McIlroy bowls, and Rees gets a thick edge down towards third man. There is a third man, and therefore they only take a single. 104 without loss. Rees 57. Kame is 41. And we have had all of 9 runs so far this morning.
That's enough.
Yes. I can't find any details of Germany against Italy getting underway, unfortunately. So maybe it hasn't because of the weather in Scotland, or maybe it has and it hasn't reached the World Wide Web as yet.
Seems unlikely, that, doesn't it, really?
Seems somewhat unlikely, given that virtually everything...
Well, there are things on the World Wide Web that you would never want to see.
My batting average, for one.
Oh, they're playing Austria, in fact, not Germany. My mistake. Tim van der Hoogten begins a new over. Oh, and he's going to get 4 for it. Lewis Rees, there was an attempt by Billy Root to, well, he did dive to try to stop it, but couldn't do so, and it's gone out to the wide, long off boundary. For 4 runs, 108 without loss. Rees moves on to 61.
It's probably why there isn't a score up yet for Germany against Italy. The fact
Yes.
this is being played tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Italy against Austria today, and I'm looking for the match info. And all it's telling me is that there hasn't been a toss yet, and it's been played at Golden Acre in Edinburgh, so very nice. I'm sure.
England 17 without loss.
The crowd was about to break into song then for a moment down below us, but it's not. Van der Hoogten. 2 boundaries this morning for Lewis Rees. 108 without loss. Van der Hoogten is in, and that one is defended by Rees back to the bowler, who I thought he was polishing it on his arm there, but he's not. He's getting the sweat off his arm and then polishing it on his shirt. That didn't make any sense. It does now.
And this evening in Dallas, Washington Freedom are playing MI New York, and Seattle Orcas are playing Texas Super Kings.
Yeah, lovely. It'll be the T10 in South Africa as well. Don't forget that, as Tim van der Hoogten bowls driven straight back at him, into the ground and back at him by Lewis Rees. He fields off his own bowling. Yeah, it is relatively ludicrous.
What those Americans need is some experienced county commentators to bring a bit of gravitas to the
Well, the strange
proceedings.
thing is, the games, even though it's Dallas against New York and San Francisco against Seattle, they're all being played in 2 places, in North Carolina and somewhere else.
Yeah, Dallas being one of them.
Of course, as you just said. This next delivery is on the legs of Lewis Rees, and he clips it away nicely to mid-wicket for 4. Once it got past Al Hassan, it was always going to get to the boundary, and that's exactly what happened. 3 boundaries he scored now this morning. He's moved on to 65, 112 without loss.
Van der Hoogten being relatively profligate, probably upset by the fact that on the video scoreboards they're having trouble fitting in his name and his bowling figures when he's in mid-over.
Yes, yes.
It's probably distracting him.
It's not ideal, is it? But the games in the Zimbabwe Afro competition both being played in Harare. Bulawayo Braves against the Durban Calanders. As Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. That one is driven again by Rees and stopped nicely with his left hand by Van der Hoogten.
Calanders? I thought there was a thing you strained your food through with when you're cooking.
Yeah, very good.
It's not the same word, is it?
No, Q-A-L-A-N-D.
that one.
Calanders. Calanders. It's because the PSL is involved clearly in the Zimbabwe Afro 210. And the other one is the Harare Hurricanes against the Johannesburg Buffaloes, which are different to the Bisons because that's what you wash your hands in.
Ba-bum.
Here is Van der Hoogten in round the wicket to Rees, who clips this one away to backward square leg. They've actually got somebody out there now. Put Al Hassan out there on the boundary, and he restricts them to a couple. That was good running. They did get back for 2 there. Rees moves on to 67, 114 without loss. I'm 99.9% certain that at 4 o'clock, the game involving Bulawayo and Durban involves Mohamed Amir, who I'm sure is playing for Durban. I saw him play 2 games on Sunday. So if you want to reacquaint yourselves with Derbyshire's overseas professional for the first half of next season, he'll be on what used to be Free Sports at 4 o'clock. That's if you're not riveted by the action here at the county ground.
As Jamie McElroy is into bowl to Kame, who's tucked up and works on the leg side to Al Hassan, and there is no run. 114 without loss. Glamorgan seconds are playing another 50 over game against Hampshire seconds. 29 for 1 off 6. Tom Bevan, the man out for 11. That Glamorgan second 11 may have a suspicious resemblance to the Glamorgan team that plays Herefordshire in the National Counties Showcase Stroke one-day warm-up thing on Sunday. As McElroy bowls and Kame defends to mid-on, and there's no run. The side is Tom Bevan, Callum Nichols, Will Smale, Callum Taylor, Ben Kellaway, Dan Douthwaite, Alex Horton, Harry Podmore, Prem Sisodia, Rory Smith and Ben Morris. You would have thought that maybe 4 of those would feature in the Glamorgan One Day Cup squad when they begin the action at Worcester on Friday next week, where Mike Powell, the former Glamorgan batter, will be joining us on commentary. As that's run down by Kame, wide of slip. Northeast just gets a hand to it, and Root fields.
I'm going to make way for Nikesh for the first time today. I've been hailed.
Hail fellow, well met. 115 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Nikesh Ragani will join us. Dave Fletcher will do the headphone dance. And Nikesh Ragani will join us very shortly as McElroy into bowl, and Kame is beaten by that one. A little bit of movement away from the bat through to Chris Cook. McElroy has been very economical this morning. It's 15th over, 0 for 36. Van der Hoogten's conceded a couple of boundaries with Lewis Rees just about getting going. He's moved on to 67, having been 52 overnight. Harry Kame is not quite got going this morning. McElroy bowls and beats Rees as he pushes forward. Nikesh, it's largely following the pattern of yesterday afternoon at the moment.
It is, yeah. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everyone. 115 without loss. You wouldn't exactly call it attritional stuff, but Derbyshire replying well so far to that mammoth Glamorgan first innings total, 521 for 8.
372 is the follow-on figure. Whether Glamorgan would want to bowl twice back-to-back, even if they had the option, is another question. Well, they might fancy a quick thrash in a second innings. We will see by this evening as Rees plays no shot there. Getting across, getting his foot across and then making no shot once he gets there. 115 without loss. Kame 42. Rees is 67.
We were just discussing yesterday, weren't we, during the rain disruption late yesterday afternoon, about the possibility of making a game of this. It doesn't look as though either side is going to be taking 20 wickets necessarily in this match. Do we see some sort of Derbyshire declaration? Do we see a forfeiture of a Glamorgan innings? And do we see a target set on the final day? Too early for those types of conversations just yet, as Van der Hoogten comes in to start a new over, and Harry Kame is forward in defence. Maybe just beyond tea, or during the tea interval today, maybe those discussions may just creep into the minds of both captains.
Yes, if Derbyshire bat all day, you suspect that Glamorgan are going to have some sort of second innings, which again foreshortens the time available to have a realistic chase.
Comes Van der Hoogten once more, and Kame is again forward in defence. This one just jags back in at him. Good delivery, that one. Well negotiated by the Derbyshire right-hander.
As realistically Glamorgan would want, you'd have thought at least 80 overs to try to bowl Derbyshire out in any second innings chase. And given the relative freedom which Glamorgan scored at over 4 runs and over, something about 350 and 80, somewhere around there, might give both sides a chance.
And you can see why they may well go for that, given the look of the table in Division 2 at the moment. As Van der Hoogten comes in once more, and this one is left alone outside off stump. Really takes off, actually. Good pace and carry through to the keeper, Chris Cook, there. As Derbyshire, look, they're bottom of the table at the moment. They're either going to finish bottom or maybe just above bottom. There's no chance of them going up, but just for a confidence thing and looking ahead to next season as well, they could dearly do with a win. And dangling that carrot in front of them may just give them that opportunity. As for Glamorgan pushing for promotion, they need wins.
Absolutely, kings of the draw so far, along with Sussex.
Van der Hoogten charges in once again, and another good delivery. Left alone, though, by Kame, just outside off. Chris Cook taking that almost above shoulder height. It wasn't all that short.
Strange, isn't it, since 1 or 2 deliveries have crept through to him. Weather, as Rees says, it is a little bit up and down at the moment. The pitch, of course, was undercover from tea time yesterday to around about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. The ground staff got the covers off fairly early, I think, to allow the drying conditions.
Van der Hoogten once more, this time a little bit straighter, and Kame defends into the leg side.
Thanks to Edward Cooper of the St Helens Balconeers, who's obviously staying on the hotel overlooking the ground, for posting some early morning pictures to keep us all informed. If you want to contact us on Twitter, Nikesh Ragani, Nick Webb 2017, or Fletch Sport for Dave.
And Hoogten to complete the over then, goes full and on the legs of Kame, who flicks away just in front of mid-wicket. There is protection out there on the boundary, though, so we'll get through for a couple of runs to finish off that over. Derbyshire at the end of that one, 48 overs in this innings so far, 117 without loss.
Graham Smith suggests the problem with creating a contested finish is that the asking rate has to be 5 and over. Not sure about that. More than 4 maybe. And that means a big target if there to be enough overs to take have a chance of taking 10 wickets. There are lots of moving parts in these declarations. Mick Wood says you can never have enough cricket, and he'll be flitting between this match and the Test match. Steve West wondering, in a probable draw, how many bowling points Glamorgan can accrue as McIlroy starts a new over and Rees plays into the covers. And there is no run. McIlroy has bowled virtually everything on target, apart from one wide one in the first over that was slapped for 4 by Rees.
Yes, it's been good. Derbyshire here, 48.1 overs for their 117 without loss. England at the moment against Australia in that 5th Ashes Test. 7 overs gone, already 39 without loss.
As McIlroy bowls and Rees allows that one to go through, which begs the question, at what point today will England overtake Derbyshire?
It won't take long. It won't take long, will it?
Will it be by lunch?
Well, most definitely by lunch, you'd think. Lunch at 1:10 here. If England keep going along at this kind of rate, it might just be another 15 overs or so in their innings. Would be about another hour.
Well, it is at the Oval, which by and large is batter friendly, as Rees plays on the leg side, thinks about a single. Ball runs up to Swepson at mid-on, and they think again, having had several instances of not being quite on the same wavelength in the opening overs. Rees and Kame, indeed, run out looked for a while the most likely way to cause a wicket. I'm still suffering, you see, Nikesh, from a game at the end of the 21 season between Surrey and Glamorgan when we talk about the Oval, as McIlroy bowls. Rees on the back foot plays back to the bowler when the match tally at the end of 4 days read something in the order of 1,400 runs for 10 wickets. I repeat, 10 wickets across 4 full days.
I mean, we like runs, but we also like competitive cricket, don't we? And certainly not one for the bowlers that day.
There were a lot of career best batting performances and several career worst bowling performances, I think. As Rees is forward, driving up towards mid-off, and Carlson running across the ball from cover almost causes chaos as Gorvin went to field it. Carlson being a little over-enthusiastic, and Gorvin was poised to field it anyway. 117 without loss on a largely cloudy morning, but a fair degree of blue sky around. The rain did thankfully cease in the early hours of the morning as McIlroy bowls, and Rees again just shuffles across and then lifts his bat and allows it to go through outside off stump. McIlroy 16 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 36, so he's going at 2 1/4 runs and over at the moment. Derbyshire 117 without loss. What have we had? 49 overs, so already 61 to get the bonus points. They'll be probably aiming no higher than 350 in the 110 overs unless they get a wriggle on at some point.
Are they going to bat for 110 overs? Is the question. So Van der Houten starts a new over here into Harry Kame, who has a feel outside the off stump, and that was very close to the outside edge. Bit of a nothing shot, really. Wasn't trying to punch it, wasn't trying to defend it, just had a little poke. And it's safely through in the end to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Lewis Rees goes over and has a word with his partner.
Apologies if you're picking up a bit of noise in the background. There is drilling going on around the building.
Do we need to be worried? Van der Houten in once more outside off this time, and this time the ball dies as it goes through to Chris Cook. Harry Kame leaving that one alone. Kame is unbeaten on 44 from 146 deliveries now, I should say. And Lewis Rees 67 at the other end from 152. Van der Houten into his 17th over here. He comes and goes a little bit straighter this time. Kame is forward in defence, and as well as the 5th Ashes Test match, lots of other international cricket going on today. England 41 without loss there after Australia won the toss and chose to have a bat first. 8 overs gone in that England innings. Sri Lanka, well, look on the verge of facing a heavy defeat in Colombo against Pakistan. They are 173 for 6 in their second innings, still trailing by 237 runs. Van der Houten comes in, and this is full and driven well, but well fielded there at short extra cover, and there is no run. And later on today, the first one-day international between the West Indies and India. That gets underway in just over 4 hours' time as well, and we'll try and keep you across everything that's going on there, everything that's going on across the county circuit as well, so you don't need to go anywhere.
Scotland and Denmark is underway with Derbyshire's Mark Watt featuring for Scotland, who are batting first. They're 4 without loss.
In once more, and this is again driven, and slight misfield there at mid-off, but not significant enough for them to get through for the single, so another dot ball.
Well, Kame, should he reach a half century, it will be the slowest of the match so far. Ul Hassan took 148 balls to reach that milestone. Kame has now faced 149.
I'll take you through some other Division 2 scores in just a moment as well, as Van der Houten goes really full onto the pads of Kame, who flicks away well out to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. Bit of a gimme, really, half volley on the leg stump. And Kame helps himself. He moves on to 48. That's the end of another over with Derbyshire, 121 without loss. And as well as the match here, we've got Worcestershire taking on Gloucestershire. Worcestershire currently 307 for 7 in their first innings there. And we've got a delayed start at Headingley. Yorkshire making 340 in their first innings. Durham on to 106 for 1, still trailing by 234, but another inspection coming up imminently there at Headingley.
As McIlroy will continue, we've had, 40 minutes this morning without a bowling change as yet. McIlroy in, left arm down the leg side. There's a half-excited yelp from somewhere, as if someone thought that Rees had got something on it, but no excitement from Cook or McIlroy. 121 without loss. Graham Smith says you could look back at this game last year when Glamorgan were asked to score 331 in 55 overs and made 310 for 8 at 5.6 runs an over. McIlroy bowls and Rees drives and misses. Through it goes to Cook. It was a bizarre game last year because Glamorgan didn't really show much intention of going for it until the final session, when they suddenly put a spurt on when they were needing about 7 and over to win. But they had wickets in hand and men going well in the middle order. So it was a very exciting game with either side in with a chance of winning.
Would like to see something like that, maybe on the final day here.
It would make our life and the spectators more interesting as Rees shoulders arms through outside off stump.
Might have to come back for the final day tomorrow if that was to happen. Only due to be here, I was here yesterday and for the rest of today as well. What does the forecast look like tomorrow as well?
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's only 10% chance of rain at any given time from the one I looked at.
Excellent.
So we may get through to the end of this match without further interruptions. There are scheduled to be 104 overs today, as McIlroy's bowled a fair share of today's already, as he bowls outside off stump and Rees shoulders arms. As I think that Swepson at mid-on is going through some exercises.
If you could call them that, looks as though they're just wiggling around on the ground.
Make like a worm.
Like a worm, doing the almost the 100 metres starting position at the Olympics.
McIlroy bowls. Rees works on the leg side. Gorvin comes across from mid-wicket, but allows Swepson to pick it up. 121 without loss. Seems to be quite popular. See Van der Hoogten doing that a bit as well. The lying on the back and almost scissor-kicking legs from side to side. McIlroy bowls. Rees plays off the back foot. It's half fielded by Carlson at cover, takes some of the pace off the ball, but they'll be able to run back fairly comfortably for a couple of runs. Carlson probably saving 1 or 2, and then Ul Hassan completing the fielding. 123 without loss as Rees and Kame meet for a mid-wicket discussion. They will be reasonably satisfied with the way things have gone this morning. No chances offered, and a further 28 runs scored in 44 minutes. So it's been a slight improvement on the rate of yesterday afternoon, but not spectacular.
Just a touch. Well, here we go. Mitchell Swepson into the attack. The cap is off. The field is being set for the leg spinner, who found a hint of turn yesterday, and things were certainly happening. The Derbyshire batters were being a little bit more aggressive when Swepson did come into the attack briefly. So we might see a little bit more action now through this next passage of play.
Yeah, one would hope so. There's a pause before it happens, though, because Root is getting strapped up, padded up. Some black wicketkeeper style pads are going on underneath the whites. And he will get fully padded to act as short leg, we presume. Short leg, leg slip, silly point. There's positions that will have to be helmeted these days, occasionally even second or third slip, depending on how close they are. But here we go. First spell of the day from Mitch Swepson, who's only bowled 3 overs, 0 for 9.
Helmeted, but the most important piece of protection has just been slotted in as well. Swepson then, the top of his mark, coming in over the wicket here to Harry Kame. Fires one in first up, and Kame defends into the leg side. We've got a short leg in place. Slip, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Cover, point. We've got a deep backward square, and a deep cover as well. 2 sweepers. In comes Swepson once more, floats this one up a little bit more, and Kame just pushes it to extra cover for no run. As the sunshine just peers through onto the ground, and again Swepson. This is slightly shorter, it's punched off the back foot, but straight to backward point, no run. Don't know what you were like with spinners in your club cricket days, but this is kind of the point where I'd be looking to attack. My patience would be wearing thin already. A couple of sighters. Are we going to see a big shot? No, we're not. He's back in defence this time, Harry Kame.
I wouldn't have worked out which way the ball was going even by now.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would have, but when the spinners came in, I couldn't resist. Swepson then pauses in his delivery, stride delivers, and this is short and punched off the back foot out towards deep cover. Kane gets the single this time.
Yes, I remember when I was considerably younger, batting against a very venerable spinner who looked of retirement age, who just came in, lobbed the ball up gently, and my eyes lit up, and I hit my first ball straight down Long On's throat on the boundary.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have to move.
The
thank you very
worst
much.
feeling. The worst feeling. You probably felt it come out the screws as well, pretty nicely. I've been there before. Swepson then continues over the wicket here to the left-handed Rees. And he's onto the pads and just knocked to short leg on the bounce. Dot ball to finish off that first over of the day for Mitchell Swepson. Derbyshire 124 without loss. Seems to be quite a common name, doesn't it? Mitchell down in Australia. Mitchell, Brad, Shane.
Yeah. Sweppo,
Sweppo,
as he's known in Glamorgan ranks. This is penultimate day with Glamorgan before he goes back. I wouldn't imagine immediately to get back into training with Queensland, but probably not too far away. They tend to recall players by the end of August at the latest, but Glamorgan will be going into the One Day Cup with just the one overseas in Colin Ingram. Swepson so far before this match has taken 12 wickets for Glamorgan at an average of 35. He's been steady, he's contributed. Hasn't quite been able to find the match-winning performance that they would have hoped for, but it is a team affair, as I'm going to say Zain Ul Hassan running down from the city end towards us and bowling to Harry Kame, who runs that one to point. Fielded by Gorvin, and there is no run.
Seems to be very settled, Colin Ingram, down in Cardiff. He was commentating with us last summer on the BBC and spoke very highly of life in South Wales. Him and his family certainly enjoy their time there.
Yes, I believe he's looking to stay once his playing days are over. As in comes Ul Hassan, bowls, and it's defended by Kame up to mid-off. No run.
It's a lovely place. I mean, that is one of the perks of covering cricket down there in Cardiff. Usually stay in the city centre, in one of those many hotels there on that main strip. It's pretty lively on a weekend, on a Friday or Saturday.
Yes, you're not the first visitor to have said that. Ul Hassan in bowls, and Kame plays it defensively to Gorvin at point again.
The thing I was staggered about last summer was the amount of hens and stags going on Fridays and Saturdays, and once even on a Tuesday
Oh,
night.
right. Gosh.
Big hen party taking place. Bar crawl.
Well,
that we saw.
the city centre is fairly compact, so
is.
there's not that far to crawl between them, which is
Yes.
probably a good thing if you're in the crawling stage. As Ul Hassan bowls, and Kame again plays to Gorvin at point, and again there's no run. There might be some actual physical crawling as opposed to the metaphorical crawling between pubs as well.
Yes.
The top tier visiting sports teams quite often stay down in Cardiff Bay, a little removed from the city centre action. 124 without loss. Ul Hassan bowls, and well, Kame plays it once more to Gorvin at point for the I think the fourth time in fifth ball, 5 balls. There are one or two international rugby teams who stay in a city centre hotel, and they have been known to actually walk over to the Principality Stadium if they're feeling brave.
It's not too far, is it?
It's only a couple of streets away. Seems rather wasteful to have a bus on for that. In comes Ul Hassan bowls, and Kame defends back to the bowler. Not too many players involved in that over, really. 124 without loss. It remains another Ul Hassan maiden ticks onto the board. Once we had no 18, 19 maidens. With the 53.
19 maidens, and Derbyshire's run rate at the moment throughout the innings, just over 2.3. So we edge closer to midday here on the outskirts of Derby. Mitch Swepson then preparing to bowl another over. Lewis Rees it is on strike. In comes Swepson, and Rees flicks around the corner to short fine leg, no run. Harry Kame at the other end, ticking over to 49. Rees himself on 69, hasn't managed a century this season, Rees. Swepson comes into him once more. He's off the back foot this time, punched. And Swepson fields in his follow through. A bit of a quieter crowd in here today than there was yesterday. At this same time, this one is again flicked around the corner to short fine leg, no run. A few less kids, I've noticed.
Yes, well, we had the Wales under 15 boys team visiting on one day, and we had large parties of youngsters on the outfield yesterday. It doesn't seem to be a similar group in today.
Swepson fires this in a little bit flatter and it's defended into the leg side for no run.
Cardiff, they try and get a group of school kids in wherever possible to form a guard of honour for the players going out in the morning.
Swepson goes a bit floatier this time, and it's swept and misfielded there. But, short, fine leg, so they'll get a couple of runs out to the sweeper on the leg side. And
McIlroy
yeah.
fielded in the manner of a man who has been bowling for most of the morning. In other words, was a bit slow to get down to that one.
Two more onto the total then, 126 without loss. Make that 127 as Rees knocks one into the leg side. Just wide of mid-wicket for a single to complete the over. He'll retain strike. He's now on 72. Derbyshire 127 without loss. Always nice when you can get the school kids in, and the Guard of Honour is always a popular thing at Grace Road, my local ground as well. My daughter's done it on a couple of occasions as well. And for the T20s as well, they get the flags to wave, and it's another reason to get the kids wanting to come back. They get to be involved and do something and be close to the players and the action.
Glamorgan have got a collection of old, very various county and international team shirts and jerseys that they put the kids in. They usually come down to sort of knee length on the youngsters. But as you say, it all makes them feel part of the operation and hopefully interested enough to come back in future. Ul Hassan will come around the wickets and Rees clips it into the leg side. We'll just pick up a single here as Gorvin scampers to his right and fields in the mid-wicket area. 128 without loss. Harry came on strike on 161 balls faced, 49 runs. So came this season before today, 248 runs as an average of 27.5, 1 century in that, but obviously that accounts for a fair proportion of his runs. Can he add a half century here? As Kane faces up to Zain Ul Hassan, and that will be the half century as he turns the bat on it, runs it down towards third man, goes through for the single. Gorvin does the fielding. So 162 balls for the Kame half century. A patient affair. And he has scored 4 boundaries in that process.
It's been a patient effort. But, built a good platform here. Derbyshire, it's a question of will they kick on at any stage from here?
Ul Hassan bowls, Rees drives, doesn't particularly time it up to mid-on. You just get the feeling the ball isn't, I mean, these are not particularly quick bowlers, but the ball isn't really coming onto the bat. It's not sounding clean, even with the more firmly hit shots. And as a consequence of which the Derbyshire run rate is still only 2.5 or thereabouts. Ul Hassan bowls and beats Rees with a ball that goes through low outside off stump. Cook flicks it up and Lloyd misses it. Well, they've been doing that for long enough. They ought to be able to get it right by now. David Lloyd, of course, Derbyshire bound for next season, leaving a big hole in Glamorgan ranks as a consequence. More rain descending, or water descending from the balcony above, as that's firmly driven by Rees, but straight to mid-off. Glamorgan, certainly a bowling straighter than Derbyshire managed to, and more consistently, but have not found the edge they've been looking for. As square leg retreats, is Ul Hassan going to dig something in short, or is this going to be the double bluff? 129 for naught.
Off stump Yorker.
In comes Ul Hassan. Bowls. Well, it's a bit back of a length outside off stump and slashed away, parried by McIlroy at point. You were right, it was more towards off stump than leg. 129 without loss as the details of Kame's cautious half-century are announced to the Great Midlands public. Dave Fletcher will be back with us in a few minutes' time once he's updated BBC Radio Derby listeners, and Edward Bevan joining the lineup at around about 12:30 as Swepson ponders his field. Glamorgan +1 on the over 8, so they shouldn't have to worry too much about timings. What's going on? Is this a ball check?
So.
Kieran Carlson is not hugely happy with it. Tosses it to Mr. Baldwin, who shows it to Mr. Bainton, who tosses it back to Carlson.
Get on with it.
I don't think they even bothered to bring out the rings of doom.
No. Wonder what the issue is. Maybe just
It's not getting any wickets, this ball.
not
Can make a
getting any
difference.
wickets. Certainly, yeah. Swepson didn't look too bothered when the discussion was taking place, and there's a bit of a conference happening behind the stumps as well. Captain, keeper.
Ben Duckett's gone for 41. Caught behind. England 62 for 1.
Who got him? Mitchell Marsh. Caught by Alex Carey. In comes Swepson then, start of a new over. It's short and wide, it's cut away, but only as far as deep cover. They take the single.
41 at a runner ball for Duckett. Crawley 18 off 33 balls. That'll get him dropped. Go run a ball or you're toast. Another helmet coming on. Northeast. Under the lid at leg slip.
There's Lewis Rees. Is back on strike. Swepson remains over the wicket here to the left-hander. And he comes, floats one up. It's hammered through the legs of Northeast there at leg slip and all the way down to the boundary for 4. Down to fine leg. I mean, to be fair, he made the effort, but it was more covering his mid-region, I think, than taking evasive action rather than thinking he was going to stop that. Well placed from Lewis Rees.
Through the legs of leg slip. So Northeast will be calling for the pads now as well. Yeah, I put you there to stop that sort of thing. It was off the meat of the bat.
Swepson not quite finding his line here to Rees in this spell. Again goes leg side, and was there a top edge on that? Maybe it just flicked off the top of the pad as well. It trickles down towards fine leg. They get it through for a couple of runs. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and maybe was a bit of bat or glove involved in that one.
Well, that potentially was what Swepson was aiming to induce, wasn't it? But it just flew over keeper and slip rather than lobbing directly up into the air. Dave Fletcher will join Nikesh in a moment.
Swepson is in. This is full outside off, and it's driven gently to short extra cover. There is no run. More of a breeze around the ground as well, just looking at the flags over at the far side. Swepson again goes leg side, and this one is swept, but only as far as the man at 45, so no run once again. Dave Fletcher coming in at the end of this over. One ball remaining in it. Swepson pausing, delivering, and Lewis Rees back in defence. So end of another over, a bit more action in that one. And Derbyshire now 136 without loss, 56 overs gone in this innings.
seamless. It's just overly complicated if I sit on the other chair. It's not that the chair's any less comfortable. It's just that for my updates, I sort of have to be on this one. So apologies for the slight, and it was only slight, delay in between overs. Thank you to Nick Webb. He'll be back almost certainly with with Edward this afternoon. I'm looking forward to hearing what Edward's got to say. He hasn't been massively impressed so far, from what I can gather. This has been all right from Derbyshire. I don't like the look of the clouds, by the way, as Sam begins his 11th over. Bowling to Harry Kane, and the first ball is pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So how are you coping? We were talking about you normally doing IPL and the 100, and now we're watching a game at which they're crawling along at 2.4.
Listen, I've done a fair bit of Test cricket as well, but a lot of it's been watching England of late.
Nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Nothing like this, but you know what? There's not many places I'd rather be than watching any type of cricket live.
The fact that it's 136 without loss tells its story as Harry Kane pushes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. The highest opening partnership for Derbyshire of the season has now been reached, because 134 between Hayder and Godleman against Worcestershire in the opening game of the season, the game that Derbyshire lost. That has now been broken by Harry Kane and Lewis Rees.
Look, jokes aside, I mean, it's not coming on to the bat, the ball. It's slow, it's low, the odd ones zipping through as we've seen this morning. And Derbyshire obviously low on confidence as well, so you put all those things into it. It's been a good effort.
Well, Hassan bowls, Kane defends, pushes it up towards mid-on. A correspondent, who I won't name because he just WhatsApped me, suggesting that square needs digging up. I think what really needs happening is better bowlers. Quicker bowlers, certainly, and better bowlers, and we might have ourselves a game of cricket. And that's both sides, really. They've been bowling more accurately, Glamorgan, but without any real penetration. The highlight of the day was that attempted sweep from Lewis Rees that went through the legs of leg slip, who'd just been put there. Hassan is in and bowls to Kane. Gets a shortish ball. He pulls it into the leg side in front of square. There's quite the run round there for Jamie McElroy on the boundary, and the batsmen get through for two more. Kane moves to 53, 138 without loss.
I don't think it's started raining yet, but it
doesn't feel far away, does it?
Doesn't feel far away.
It doesn't feel far away at all.
Although looking at where the dark clouds are coming in from, there is a little bit of more white cloud and a bit of blue sky.
The really horrible stuff that we're looking at is to the south of Derby. The wind is definitely getting up, which is always a bad sign. I always think quite often a storm follows increased wind, but we might get through to lunch before anything falls. 1:10, remember. As Ul Hassan is in, bowls to Kane, who guides this down to third man. There is a third man. It's Mitch Swepson down there below us, so he picks up another single to move to 54, 139 without loss. The forecast, forecasts change to fit in with what's happening at the time, I find. Having looked at forecasts almost non-stop for my entire time covering cricket. Unless there are no clouds in the sky at all, you're basically always looking at the weather forecast. Overcast, and then see, it's got worse, and they are going off.
Yes.
So it is raining. The forecast has indeed got worse. 30% at 2 o'clock, and then a chance of 50% chance of rain at 3 and 4. And unfortunately, at 9 minutes past 12, the players are going off, and it is raining quite heavily now, so they might want to rush a bit more, the ground staff. Derbyshire, 139 without loss. When we can no longer see the drip and we can see the rain, it means it's disappointing. And it is disappointing because nobody wants to see a game affected by rain. So that might bring lunch forward. In actual fact, it was scheduled to be at 1:10, as I say, but we won't know for some while. 139 without loss. Lewis Rees has moved up to 79. Might be his high score of the season. Has that already been mentioned? I think it is his high score of the season. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. And Harry Kane, who does have a century this season, is on 54. Where is Rees on this? There he is, and it is indeed his highest score of the season. He's taken him up to 374 runs for the campaign. Harry Kane's got 302 runs, and 100 of those came in one innings. His highest score of the campaign is 108. I think it came slightly quicker than this one's come though, but it is raining. It seems to have caught everybody by surprise, doesn't it?
Yes.
It looked unpleasant, but I didn't expect it to rain at that precise moment.
No, and yep, disappointing for everybody who's made their way in, expecting to see at least probably a session and a half before any kind of rain was really expected. I mean, looking at the forecast that I was looking at earlier, maybe a little bit of rain in the afternoon, a quick shower, and not too much of a delay. But look, we're running out of time. We had time taken away yesterday. The game hasn't really moved on in terms of
No, it's going
any
nowhere.
kind of. It's going in one direction, and that's it's not very quickly. 382 is what Derbyshire trail by. And look, we were talking earlier about the possibility of discussions taking place between the captains later on about possible declarations and forfeitures of innings, and just let's try and get a game of it on the final day. Derbyshire trail by 382. You're getting closer to that stage now where if Derbyshire were to maybe even declare at some point, depends how long it rains for, depends how much time is taken out today, of course, but you know, if they declare at 350 and Glamorgan maybe declare their second innings, and on the final day it's 350 to win, 10 wickets for Glamorgan to win, would they go for that? Who knows?
They'd probably go for it. It's whether a side can take 10 wickets, or either of these sides is capable of taking 10 wickets, and they
That's
haven't
the issue.
really looked like it, have they, in all
But when a
honesty?
side's trying to get a target, they're
They
going
might
to take
make a
more
few
risks, aren't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
England have lost
Absolutely.
another wicket, by the way.
Have they?
Yeah, Zach Crawley gone for a painstaking 37 ball 22.
What's he
What
doing?
we'd give for that in this match.
Yes,
wouldn't we? And yes, England 68 for 2 now in the 15th over. Joe Root and Moeen Ali at the crease.
What this rain delay will do is allow England the opportunity to catch up with Derbyshire a lot sooner than they might have done,
Yes.
because it's very, very fine rain now. In fact, one of the ground staff's looking at his app. They're not going to bring the big sheets on, but the players have disappeared, the umpires have disappeared, and the only people out on the field now are the ground staff. So I think we'll probably disappear as well for the time being. Derbyshire on 139 without loss, Kane 54, Rees 79. Glamorgan still very much in the box seat. They lead by 382, and the moment they return, will return. In and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed. Not that nastiness, and now it doesn't look too bad for a while. Famous last words as it chucks it down in 10 minutes time, but you can generally tell when it's going to rain here at Derby. We all know where the weather comes from. The ground staff make their way off the field, and I think the umpires have raced out to prove, look, we want to get this game moving, but nobody else seems particularly keen at all. There's one Glamorgan player, and that's Billy Root, who's on the boundary's edge at the moment. The rest of them are coming down in dribs and drabs out of the pavilion. I can see Lewis Rees at the top of the steps as well. Presumably Harry Kane is just behind him. He is. And David Griffin is frantically checking to see whether this is a record first wicket stand for Derbyshire against Glamorgan on this ground, 139. It would be nice for both of them to go on and reach three figures. Reese for the first time this season, it would be, and Harry Kane for the second. And the only previous time he got to 50, he went on to make a century. He did get to 49 in his first game, and he was a little unfortunate not to get to 50. Young Harry. I think we're about just call them on. The players are on the boundary's edge. Both teams are ready. The umpires are in the middle. Ah, there we go. And we are back. So that rain delay lasted about 10 minutes. I'm going to put 12:19 for the purposes of updates. It was 10 minutes. I don't think we'll lose any overs, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check with Jane. Do we lose anything? No, we don't. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jane. At one point, I was whispering to Jane through the glass, sort of mouthing it, but whispering it, and everybody could hear me whispering. That made no sense at all. We don't have the luxury of in-commentary box scorers most of the time.
Yes.
So heavily reliant on the scorers to our right. Very handy to have them there. It'd be nice to have a little hatch. I might suggest that.
Yeah, we've got the glass, haven't we?
Yeah.
Can't always hear what they're saying.
Oh, we've lost three. There we are. So Jane was wrong. We've lost 3 overs. She's now been informed, presumably by the umpires. So we have 87 overs and 1 ball remaining in the day's play now. Unless that hasn't been taken off yet. And the final ball of the Zain Ul Hassan over will be bowled at some time in the near future. They're down to just David Lloyd in the slips now. Men catching on either side at mid-wicket and extra cover as Ul Hassan is in, and the ball immediately after the resumption is driven away backward of square out towards Tim van der Hoogten, who comes around from third man, and the batsmen go through for 2. Rees moves to 81, And at the end of the over, Derbyshire with Harry Kane on 54, a 141 without loss. They trail by 380 runs. Blimey. It seems quite a lot. 372 the target to avoid the follow-on, but if they get there, I think the game ends. So it's going to be, I'm trying to work out how on earth they're going to concoct some kind of exciting finish tomorrow.
Let's hope they do.
2 overs we've lost, in fact. Thank you, Jane. So, we'll get there in the end. We've lost some overs of an indeterminate number.
We've got blue sky at the moment in amongst some white cloud, high cloud over the ground, but you say it comes in from the right-hand side. There's some ominous-looking stuff in the distance there. So we'll keep an eye on that as Swepson starts a new over here, fires one in to Kane, who's back defending at this one.
Edward's unimpressed with the way things are going. We'll hear from
Just
Edward.
a little bit.
We'll hear from Edward at past. He's not happy.
Swepson in once more, and this is floated very slowly outside the off stump. He had to wait an extra second for that, did Kane, as he punched out towards deep cover for a single.
It turned, but it turned so slowly that Harry Kane, as you say, I mean, he had all the time in the world, didn't he, really? Sort of lined up the shot and thought, I better not play it yet because the ball's not here. He knew what he wanted to do, but had to take his time doing it.
England have lost Joe Root in the last few moments as well. So 73 for 3 as things stand.
Get rid of the lot.
We've gone for 5. Moeen Ali and Harry Brook at the crease at the moment in that 5th Test match. And elsewhere, as expected, Pakistan picking up a handsome victory in the 2nd Test against Sri Lanka by an innings and 222. Swepson in once more. This is down the leg side, and it's been swept hard down towards fine leg for 4 by Lewis Rees. He's played a few of those shots to Swepson, who's persisting with that leg stump line to the left-hander here. We have got a leg slip in place, but if he's going to go full like that, there's only going to be one result, really.
Should be thankful the way Madsen's not playing. A man who sweeps the ball more than anybody else in the county game, I would suggest. Does love a sweep, orthodox or reverse. The reason we couldn't find scores from the Italy-Austria game is it didn't start till this afternoon. That might be a reason.
More discussions taking place here between Carlson and Swepson as to what the plan should be. Leg slip goes out, got a conventional slip, short leg, short fine leg as well. And this one is on an off stump line, and Rees is defending this one into the offside for no run.
Just had the best email you ever get every month. To say your expenses are about to be paid into your bank account.
This one is fired into the legs again. It's flicked in towards mid-wicket, and Harry Kane was halfway down the track looking for a quick single. Sent back by Lewis Rees, and rightly so.
They had a few moments yesterday, didn't they? Harry Kane and Lewis Rees.
Just a few.
Just before lunch, and Harry Kane would have been out by yards.
Swepson goes full this time. It's driven, but only as far as mid-off, again off the toe end of the bat. Not seen any real timing from either of these two consistently through this innings. End of another over then. Derbyshire 146 without loss. A few of those pizza receipts on the expenses that we were talking about yesterday. Is that one of your favourites?
1 or 2. A man's got to eat.
Of course.
A man has got to eat. It has become something of a joke with Heidi back at Radio Derby, who submits them for me ultimately. She's doing a tour of Britain via pizza houses and kebab shops. Well within the BBC allowance, of course.
Of course. And eating like a champion by the sounds of it.
Oh, no question. got a body like this without doing that. Zainul Hassan begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Harry Kane, who just leaps back into his crease and turns it into the leg side. He thought about trying to call Lewis Rees through for a single, but it clearly wasn't there. And Sam Northeast, who's now fielding in the mid-wicket region, close-ish mid-wicket, does the fielding, and there's no run. 235 runs potentially these two have added now since they were last. One of them was last dismissed. As in comes Ul Hassan again. That's turned nicely by Kame into the leg side for a single. A slight fumble by Jamie McElroy out there on the mid-wicket boundary, but I think they'd settled on one. Kame moves to 56, 147 without loss. The deficit 374. Just starting to formulate in my mind what I can say to Edward Bevan when he comes on and when he starts bemoaning Derbyshire's lack of run rate, as this next delivery is defended by Rees, and there is no run. Again, I might have to impose on you to take over the commentary because I've been summoned to do an update.
No problem. Rees then has moved quietly on to 85, looking for his first century of this county championship season. 350s before this, of course, as Ul Hassan comes in. And, this one is flicked away leg side by Rees off the hip for a single. Breeze picking up just a notch or two in the last few moments as well, just looking over at the flags, the Glamorgan flag in particular, on the far side of the ground, as we see plenty of dark cloud coming in from the right as we look out from our position here in the media centre. It does look pretty ominous. Hopefully we can get through as close to lunch as possible, as Kame is forward this time in defence. Ul Hassan bending his back. You can tell he's putting a lot of effort in during this spell. Not getting too much out of the pitch though. By way of carry, not much from the conditions either. Not much swing on offer, not much seam movement on offer. Tough gig for the bowlers, this one. Ul Hassan then at the top of his mark once more. Turns, runs into bowl, goes short this time, and it's a checked pull shot. Just turned towards square leg for a single. That's the end of another Ul Hassan over. 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 23 for the right arm pacer. Most of the Glamorgan bowlers have kept things very tight for the most part. Rich Swepson has been the most expensive, only bowled the 7 overs for 25 runs. Going at 3.5 and over, as you'd expect really with the spinner. It's been swept well a couple of times for boundaries down towards fine leg by Lewis Rees. Having a lot of conversations with both his skipper and with Kieran Carlson as well about what the plan should be to these two batters and where this wicket is coming from. Sam Northeast in conversation with him just before this delivery as well, as he comes in, Swepson, to start a new over, and Kame is forward in defence. Northeast with the fielding there at short mid-wicket, no run. Got a slip in place, a short leg, short fine leg, short mid-wicket, short extra cover, mid-off and mid-on. Up saving the single as Swepson is in, and Kame takes a slight shimmy down the track, but just defends back to the bowler in his follow-through as well.
I can't leave you this long. They still haven't come to me, but I'm listening to them. So if I suddenly raise my hand...
Swepson in again, and this is an inside edge just past short leg along the ground. Down to short fine leg, no run once more.
Yeah, 238 runs since one of these two was last out. They've put on together.
How many balls, I'd like to know. It's taken them to get that far. This one is fuller and again defended for no run.
We can do that.
Quite a lot, I would have thought. 360 in this innings. Swepson spinning the ball from one hand to another. Runs in, delivers, floats one up this time, tempts. Came into playing a lofted shot, but he resists and just defends again to short mid-wicket, no run.
523.
It's a fair few, isn't it? This one is a little bit quicker and low full toss again. Straight to Sam Northeast there at short mid-wicket, no run.
And I've seen every one of them.
End of another over, and well, you can talk us through a few if you like while you're waiting to the Radio Derby update. Ed Bevan is going to come in for me.
Indeed. Lovely. Here we go with the update. Derbyshire 149 without loss. Now, Ian, Rees has 86, Kame has 57. They've put on so far 238 runs since they were last dismissed because they had an unbroken partnership of 89 against Durham in the second innings of that game. 149 without loss, but they still trail by 372. Welcome to Edward Bevan for the first time today. It seems overdue. Are you ready to come off the long run? That's marvellous, marvellous reaction.
Yes, it's going along, what it is, 2.3 and over. You've got to try and, in the position I feel that Derbyshire are, at the bottom of the table, inject some sort of purpose. Where that purpose is going to go on this pitch, where, in fairness to the batsman, as we watch Govin bowl, and this is right up in the block hole and defended out onto the offside. I've noticed Rees especially laying into drives, and then it just trickles to mid-off, which describes this pitch. When we had rain, we discussed what might happen in this game, but then, well,
Tricky, isn't it?
it is very tricky. Govin is round the wicket, bowls to Rees, and Rees clips it away up towards mid-wicket, and they'll go through for a single, and muted applause for the 150 coming up in the 82nd over.
By the size of the crowd, it's bound to be muted. I just hope the rain holds off for the youngsters to get to play on the outfield. There's a number of the All-Stars cricketers here today, and they're going to go on the outfield at lunchtime, so I hope they're not disappointed.
It's it's a bit
closing in again, isn't
cozy,
it?
a bit bright behind, and lunch, I'm told, now 1:10.
Yeah, 1:10, 4 o'clock tea.
Whatever happens. Govin, keeper standing up, bowls, and this is defended by Kame out to mid-on.
And we did lose 2 overs in that last rain shower.
Did we? Does
We
that mean
did.
we have only 6 tonight?
Only an extra 6 now, yes, instead of an extra 8.
Sorry, we did.
Yeah. We lost. I didn't think we'd lose any, but we did in fact lose 2, so...
Govin doesn't take long to bowl an over. He's in, past the umpire, bowls to Kame, and he clips it down towards fine leg. And, it's fielded there and returned. And they go through for a single. What do you think the talk, the pep talk from the coach will be at lunchtime? Get a move on, or
Well,
this is our plan? Or
You'd hope so. I mean, the captains ought to be talking already, really, given that they're going to have to cook something up for a positive result to happen in this game. So if they start talking now, at least
at lunchtime, because
at least they'll sort of have an idea of what's what.
Govin bowls to the left-handed Rees, who plays it backward of square, tumbling stop there, but doesn't stop them get in a single, and they come back for a second. As the ball went past Van der Gooten there. I suppose the coaches will come into it as well. They do these days.
Yes. Yeah. I've got to justify their salaries.
Two very experienced men of cricket, Matthew Maynard of Glamorgan. He's been an assistant coach with England, and you've also got Mickey Arthur, who's been around the world coaching test sides. There's a sort of stuttering run up here from Gorvin as he bowls. It's played out into the cover region where it is fielded. It's a case of, well, if we set you this, will you go all the way? No, why? Well, what about 318 a day? Yeah, but we go 436 in a day.
It's like going to the market, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like going to the market.
And, yes, will you field is all be out on the boundary? You know, all sorts of equations. And yeah, well, sorry, I can't agree with that. I wish they'd tell the crowd then that there's been no... Well, we'll soon know if
Yeah, we'll find out.
Derbyshire are batting here at the end of the day, which they will be if they don't declare.
Well, if they do, yeah, the game's dead, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we'll still be here tomorrow. Mitch Swepson's going to continue from the racecourse end.
Well, this time next week he'll be back on hard, bouncy wickets in his native Queensland.
Probably enjoy them more, won't he? He bowled one in the previous, I think it was a previous over, it might have been the over before that he gave some air, and it did turn, but it turned so slowly.
So slow, isn't it?
That one is pushed through a little bit and driven nicely by Harry Kane for 4. An aggressive shot from Harry Kane. There haven't been too many, and that's no detriment to him. I think he's batted nicely.
He has. Reese has had his moments, but he stuck at it.
Yeah. I mean, Lewis Reese, it's a big innings for him. He hasn't got a century this season yet. Harry Kane's got 1 in his career. That came this season. So, big innings for both of them. 157 without loss. Just waiting for Jane to catch up next door. Come on, Jane. As Swepson is ready to bowl again. Colin Ingram having retrieved the ball for him, and that one is pushed out into the offside, but there's a fielder there at point, and there is no run.
Yeah, there'll be another left-hander. You mentioned Ingram there, made 136. 2 contrasting innings, though, from Ingram, and if Reese gets there.
I think computer issues next door are to blame here, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Kane. He's on 62.
There are issues down at Cheltenham. Where are you going next week? Once.
No Wi-Fi, I'm told.
Yeah, and the main,
Wi-Fi.
it stopped for half an hour.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? We are pretty much lost without a scoreboard in cricket.
Does help.
Swepson bowls. That comes off an edge, not entirely deliberate from Kane, who picks up another single, moves to 65, 158 without loss. Computer continues to reboot next door. There we go. We're getting there. Swepson in his 9th over. I think he's conceded 30. There we go. James on the case now. It's all happening. Well, I think it's asking it to update Windows.
Right
they should get one of those update Windows jobs in a minute. No, I don't think so. I think there are more, potentially. I don't know, Edward. I'm hopeless at mental arithmetic is not my thing.
And you can follow me in that area.
153. Yes, it could be right now. 158. That looks more appropriate. Yeah, you're right. 63 to Kane. 89 to Reese. You haven't missed anything. There've been little alterations to the field. There's a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip now for Lewis Reese as Swepson bowls to him, and he defends it back to the Australian leg spinner.
Yeah, he's trying everything, Swepson. Now he's got a leg slip. He's got forward short leg and a slip. He's been round the wicket. He's over the wicket, trying everything he does know to trouble the batsman.
The next delivery's on the stumps and clipped away nicely by Lewis Reese out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's been chased down by McIlroy, who gets there brilliantly, and he flicks it so far back that he's got a 15-yard dash to get to the ball, and they've run 4. Shame for Jamie McIlroy that, because he did really well to keep it inside the boundary. But unfortunately, he flicked it back so far.
I think of some former fast bowlers, Dave,
They
who
wouldn't have
just
bothered. Yeah, no, just
lifted their hand and waved it through.
Yeah, watch that one. Watch that one. If he'd have had a teammate with him, he would have been fine. But so we have an all-run 4, everybody. Always a thrill. Rees moves to 92, 161 without loss. Came on 63. Derbyshire trail by 360. And in the last 5 overs, the run rate is 4 and over.
Wonderful.
Overall, it's 2.6.
So as he bring it back down to earth.
Well, that one's gone down as 3, but it was definitely 4.
England 3 down, I heard.
I believe so. I can tell you.
2 openers en route have gone.
92 for 3. 92 for 3 England after 20 overs.
Govin to start his 8th over. And he is coming in to bowl from the city end, and he's bowling to Harry Kane. And he comes and bowls, and this is played gently out into the cover region where it's fielded, and there is no run. 161 without loss. Derbyshire, and this very, very soporific wicket. Things have gone very quiet on the field. As in comes Govin, bowls, played away on the onside for a single.
Not the highest partnership of the match, of course. That was Colin Ingram in the first innings with
193.
Zayn Al Hassan. Yeah, 193 for the second wicket. Everything's gone back to how it should be. 163 without loss.
Rees, will he get his 100 before lunch? He's got 25 minutes. And then comes Govin and bowls to him, and the left-hander clips it away on the onside. They'll think of a second, not with Carlson lurking there, diving, picking up very quickly. And they settle for a single. Carlson hasn't had a bowl yet, has he?
No.
Made his debut at Northampton some years ago, and there are lots of runs being scored, and Jack Rudolph called him up to have a bowl, and he took 5 with his little off-spinners.
It'd be worth a little dart, wouldn't it, really?
I suppose it will, yes. Govin bowls. Forward comes Kane, plays it away on the offside. The new ball to you now. And a few deliveries time.
No, you read the wrong bit.
Wrists remaining. Oh,
Yeah.
it shows how
No.
overs and remain.
17 overs after this one before the
That's more like it.
second new ball. Derbyshire didn't take it straight away. 4 overs
Couldn't
extra with
understand
the
that,
old ball.
did you?
It was just to try to stop the scoring, but it didn't work.
Here's the next ball, which is blocked away on the onside.
I think they were concerned that there might be that the new ball might go to the boundary more than the old ball.
And it did.
But
Well, eventually.
yeah, it just all seemed to go to the boundary, whether it was new, old, or indifferent, didn't it? Really.
First ball that was bowled this morning by Jimmy McIlroy. I thought, hello. Cook took it down by his ankles as it was dying into his gloves. I thought there's no pace left here. Govin bowls. This is clipped away down to fine leg, and he will get a single. That's the end of another over. That was the 63rd over of the innings. 164 without loss. Rees 94 and came 65 in this unbeaten partnership of 165.
Now, 254 runs these two have put on, with neither of them being dismissed in their last 2 innings.
Can you tell me how many runs have been scored here
Today,
in the last game?
yes. I might have to do some maths though, Edward, so it might not be accurate.
We'll get it to the nearest 10 quite
Although
easily.
I can probably do it to the nearest 10, yeah.
Yeah, give it a shout and I'll...
443 in the first innings, 575 in the second, and then 89 without loss in the third. We only had 3 innings because of
500
575 Durham made. We're going to see a change of bowling. Tim van der Hookten is back. I think it's 1107.
You're spot on. 1107. Add on to that
Oh,
165, and Glamorgan's 521 is
9, 5, 6, 7,
1793.
1793. And we lost the entirety of the final day, so that's only in
1800 runs.
Van der Hookten in and bowls. There's a big swing at that one, and Kame has gone. Taken by Chris Cook behind the stumps. He had a big swish at that one outside the off stump, and Harry Kame goes. First wicket of the day falls. 165 for 1. Derbyshire still trailing by 356. Kame made 65. The change of bowling paid dividends as Tim van der Hookten picks up his first wicket. 1 for 43 from 17 overs.
Well, it wasn't a great shot. It was very wide, and I
was,
think perhaps he'd got a little bit fed up there. And he thought, well, I might try and just get a move on, but he played a well-organised innings.
Brooke Guest, the new batsman. Derbyshire's wicket-keeper, batting at 3 centuries in each of his last 2 matches. Brooke Guest. He got in the first innings against Durham in that score of 443. He made 197. A score only beaten as a wicket-keeper by the great Harry Storer. And in the first innings down at Hove, he made 105.
You shouldn't build him up like this, you know. He might just get a single figure 4, but he must feel confident beyond. And you're coming on an absolute batsman's paradise. Well, I wouldn't call it paradise, would you, Dave? Because it's not coming on, is it?
No. There's nothing in it for either of them, really.
No.
570 runs at 40.71 this season, Brooke Guest. 2 centuries, 1 half century, but 2 ducks as well. He has hit a 6.
There was jubilation there from Glamorgan, more in relief than anything, I think.
Yes.
We've got a wicket.
So Van der Hookten then successful with his first ball of his 18th over, bowled to Brooke Guest, who pushes this out to the offside. I'll give you an idea of what kind of batsman Brooke Guest is. He's a very fine batsman. But in one-day cricket, certainly in T20 cricket, he bats down at 7. He doesn't come in at 3. He's very much a red ball top-order batsman rather than...
proper player.
He is absolutely a proper player.
I
No
think
question
he
about
got
it.
100 against Glamorgan last year here in that excellent game we had.
I think you might be right. He had a terrific season last season. Was a little bit below par at the start of the campaign, but he's starting to find that bit of form. Van der Hookten bowls to him and he defends this up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Colin Ingram finds himself at mid-off. Mitch Swepson at mid-on, so the 2 overseas at mid-on and mid-off. Ingram just removing the sweat from the nape of his neck to polish the ball. No saliva used, of course, these days. That's been banned. That's in the laws. But saliva's not allowed. As Van der Hookten is in again and bowls, and that one is defended. Well, there's only the 3 of them playing at the moment. That's defended to Colin Ingram.
Those nasty black clouds haven't moved over. It's still cloudy, but I think we'll get through to lunch.
I think you mentioned it yesterday. The river Derwent seems to divert the clouds away from. I don't know how it works. I don't understand weather. But we quite often see lots of unpleasantness to the south. As Van der Hookten is in again, and ball strikes the pad. Big appeal. Oh, he's given him. He's given him. And Van der Hookten strikes twice in the same over.
Well, you did say he's got
And
a couple
all
of
of a
ducks.
sudden, it's a minefield. 165 for 2. Guest goes for a 4-ball duck. Van der Hookten has done well.
To extract some sort of life.
Perhaps he's just started to bowl better. Who knows?
Oh, Glamorgan all of a sudden a wicket away from a bonus point, which it seemed at one stage you weren't going to get.
Lewis Deploy is the new batsman, the Derbyshire skipper, coming in at 4, where Wayne Madsen would ordinarily come out. Madsen away with Italy, playing Austria this afternoon in the T20 World Cup qualifiers.
Glamorgan fielders and bowlers will be very grateful to Italy for picking Wayne Madsen, who invariably gets run. Well, he invariably gets runs against most attacks.
Times, yeah,
but having said that, it would seem that he'd get runs here because he's a very fine player, and this pitch is conducive to the batsman.
Scotland have made 159 for 7 in 18 overs of a rain-reduced T20 match against Denmark. Mark Watt stumped first ball. I won't begin to try to pronounce the name of the Danish player who was bowling, but he was stumped. I think it's Damgaard, Legsgaard, potentially. So 160 Denmark will require to win.
Is it Denmark Haaland comes from?
Is he
Manchester
not
City
Norwegian?
strike. Norwegian, I'm not sure. Anyway,
I think he's Norwegian.
then for over for my good friend Dave here.
Yeah, Van der Hookton bowling the final ball of this over, his 18th, and he bowls to Lewis Deploy, who leaves alone, and it goes through to Chris Cook. So 2 wickets in the over. We haven't seen
Which
anything
draws
like it.
no applause. Yes, it does.
Double wicket maiden.
Better?
Double wicket maiden. Completely out of character with the rest of the match.
Yes. Lewis Deploy has a word with Lewis Rees, as if to say, forget about those 2 wickets, you just go on playing as you are and get that 100.
How many times in your lengthy and illustrious career watching cricket have you seen a batsman who's waited and waited and waited? The stand has gone into the 160s. He's come out and he's out.
Times.
It happens a lot, doesn't it? Happens a lot.
Garvin round the wicket and bowls. And that was perilously close then. He tried to play it off the back foot. Now he took the bails off to nicking that. Now that would be eventful if he'd gone as well. Oh, many times, 220 for no wicket in. He comes, he's had the pads on for 4 hours and gets the first or second bowler.
Yeah, happens a lot, doesn't it?
Garvin from the city end comes bounding in, bowls to the left-handed Rees, who chops that down to third man, and there's a race between him and the fielder. It's hauled up just inside. They've taken 2 runs, and they will stick on 2. Takes him to 96.
No third man. Just saying.
Well, wouldn't you say that Garvin is really a pace bowler, is he? He's a trundler more than anything, who just bowls wicket to wicket, keep it standing up, as Chris Cook is doing now.
David Lloyd's quite a long way back at slip, isn't he?
He is. Garvin in bowls outside the off stump taken by Cook.
I imagine that's as much so he can get good sight of the ball if it does come off the edge, but would it carry that far? He's gone even further back now.
Mini long stop. Nothing like a keeper standing up to medium pace and taking it cleanly, is there?
No.
The days of Jack Russell and a man of this parish who I admire greatly. Bob Taylor, the great Bob Taylor. Here he is, Garvin again. In, bowls, and that's just played gently for a single. In comes the return at the bowler's end, and there's overthrows here. Oh dear. And this is going to take him nearer his 100. He's thinking of coming back for a third, but they settle with the second. He's on to 98, and I think...
It's raining.
Dave Fletcher, I was just about, they are going off, and they will be
it's
taking
raining.
lunch early. I was just going to pass the mic over to you for you to describe his 100, but he's on 99. It is lunch, I would have thought, if there's any sense. They'll take it early. It should have been 10 past. But this looks like a heavier shower. But at least Glamorgan have made some inroads. They've taken 2 wickets before lunch, both in the same over. The position then here, the Incora County Ground is that in reply to Glamorgan's 521 for 8 declared, Derbyshire a 170 for 2. Kane was caught by Cook for 65 off the bowling of Van der Gooten, and the Glamorgan medium pacer then, 3 deliveries later, had gassed LBW for 0, but poised for 100 is Lewis Rees on 99. His captain, Lewis Deploy, has yet to score. Derbyshire trail by 351. Anything, Mr. Fletcher, you'd like to add?
No, nothing at all. You've summed it up beautifully. It is very fine rain, but it is rain nonetheless. And we will either return when the rain stops or when they've come back from lunch or whatever happens. But keep an eye on social media, and I'm sure you'll be fully informed as to what's happening there with Lewis Rees on 99 and Lewis Deploy yet to get off the mark. In and balls to Reed. 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 Radio Derby with a whole host of guests. Edward Bevan is going to be alongside just briefly, and then Nick Webb will come in when when Lewis Rees has potentially got to what he might potentially get to. We've got Nikesh Ragani as well with us today, so a whole host of characters of varying degrees. Liz Deploy will be on strike for the first ball of the afternoon session. It will be Andy Gorvin to bowl it from the city end. We've lost another 2 overs, incidentally, so four today now, as that one is defended in a manner that Liz Deploy often defends balls, with his legs splayed apart, his body facing right down the track. It's slightly unconventional, but more than useful. He needs 19 runs this afternoon to get to 1,000 in the championship. Rees is on 99 at the non-striker's end. Deploy yet to get off the mark. Gorvin is in and bowls to him, and that one's guided beautifully away to the cover boundary, or towards the cover boundary. Swepson is giving chase, and it won't actually get all the way to the boundary, and they will stick at 2. 172 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 349 now.
Just as well that we're up here.
The last ball of the over.
Lewis Rees can't hear me, but 2 Surrey batsmen, as you well know, were out for 99 yesterday.
Lovely. I know you. I know your game. I know your game. Yeah, well, he's going to have the opportunity here, because that was just the final 2 balls of Andy Gorvin's 9th over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 32. Zainul Hassan, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 23. Mitch Swepson, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 34. Tim van der Hoogten, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 43. And Jamie McElroy has bowled 17 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 38. And Tim van der Hoogten, who managed to bowl a double wicket maiden, the likes of which have rarely been seen in these parts this season.
I'm not surprised, having seen the bowling last first day.
The over he bowled before lunch. And here he goes to Lewis Rees on 99. Rees waits. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to him, and he defends it up to Swepson at mid-off.
Yeah, those 2 batsmen yesterday, Tom Latham, the left-hander from New Zealand, and Will Jacks. If you'd had 5p each way and that happening.
Did you?
No. Oh. Certainly not. Certainly not.
Well, that's full 10 pence, that, isn't it? Of course, yeah. 5 pence each way, as I understand gambling, which is
very, I don't understand.
Very little.
Thank goodness.
Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Rees, who edges this one down to third man for 4 runs, and there's his century. He punches the air. It's his 9th century, but his first of 2023. Removes his helmet and acknowledges the applause of the crowd. It's come from 195 balls, and that was his 11th 4. Well done to Lewis Rees. Derbyshire move on to 176 for 2, and I'm just moving on.
Yes, a nervous little prod at that. Went very fine for 4, but he'll feel better now. And square leg has gone back to the boundary. He was in there to try and stop Rees getting that run. As Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and this is driven nicely, but straight to the man at mid-on. Who is Gorvin? Well, just after a few deliveries, my good friend Dave Fletcher's gone. And equally good friend Nick Webb has joined me.
Well, he's seen Rees to 3 figures. They'll be dancing in the streets of Llanelli.
Yeah. Welsh connection.
In comes Van der Hoogten then to bowl to Rees on 103 not out, and that's turned on the leg side for a single as Sam Northeast jogs out towards the square leg umpire. 177 for 2. And, well, we wait to see with what speed Derbyshire will look to score this afternoon.
Well, if they want to get a few batting points, they'll have to put their skates on, because it's taken them now 65.5 overs to get to 177, which is slow going. But on this pitch, well, you can excuse them, I suppose.
Here comes Van der Hoogten again. Bowls and driven by Duploy on the offside. Straight to cover. There is no run.
Middlesex bound. I think Middlesex are going to win the game today. Down at Edgbaston, because they're in a very strong position there. And that win, Nick, they've had 2 wins this season, might just keep them in the First Division for next year. I think Northants are doomed.
As Van der Hoogten into bowl, turned on the leg side by Duploy. Single down to fine leg, 178 for 2. In the Test match, England resuming after lunch on 131 for 3 with Moeen Ali and Harry Brook at the crease as the details of Rees's century are announced to the crowd. 193 balls, 11 fours. What is happening at Middlesex? Oh yes, they need just 53 to win with 9 wickets in hand. Having dismissed Warwickshire in the first innings for 60. Table. Yeah, Middlesex, well, they're 1 off the bottom at the moment.
Going starts in the over bowls, and this time Lewis Duploy puts it away into the covers and calls for a run. Rees comes through, and that's 1 run to Duploy. He moves on to 479 for 2. Derbyshire still a long way from that first batting points. Remember, it's 250.
Yeah, it looks as though there's a little bit more intent being brought by the experienced Duploy.
Yes. I was asking the lads, the Derby press boys, in lunchtime. They say once he gets in, he is an attractive and quick-scoring player. Here's Garvin round the wicket. Bowls to Rees. Rees plays gently up towards mid-off.
Well, he's top of the averages at the moment, averaging 98.1 going into this match. So 981 runs. So it means if he gets to 19, that'll be the 1,000 for the season.
Yep.
Quite the achievement by this time of year.
Here's Garvin from the city end. Comes in and bowls. This is driven. This again goes up to mid-off. So it happens so many times. You see the batsman on this slow pitch, Nick, driving hard into the ball. It reminds me of that ball we had for two games in the championship, the Kookaburra, which was went soft after about 15, 20 overs, and he had great difficulty in hitting it off the square. I'm just glad that it's not being used in this game. Here's Garvin, medium pace, bowls, and this time it's a match here, or a game, between Garvin, the batsman Rees, and Colin Ingram at mid-off. 3 successive balls have been driven in that area.
Yeah, looking at the First Division table, it could be that Middlesex move ahead of Kent into 8th place, so that would leave Kent and Northants as the bottom 2 at the moment.
I think Northants are not in a good position. As in comes Garvin again, bowls, and that's driven backward of square, not quite where he intended. He's certainly going to get some runs. This goes out of my view, and they're going to come, yes, they'll stick on 2 of this. Easy 3 there, but for some reason batsmen don't seem to take 3s these days in cricket. For some reason, I don't know.
He's just laughing at North East diving out of the way of the return throw from Swepson, who ran round the boundary to field down at deep third man.
Andy Garvin, economical. Last ball was 10th over, comes in and bowls, and this time it's pushed up towards mid-on. That's the end of the over. 67 overs have been bowled. Another 13 before the new ball. So Van der Hoogten will have a little spell here, then he'll have a rest. Perhaps we'll see Swepson, and then Glamorgan will hope that the opening bowlers might get some success with the new one. 2 batsmen having a chat in the middle. What they're talking about, I don't really know. Perhaps he's saying, well, you just keep on going, Lewis, and I'll play as you are, and I'll try and play some shots and get this run rate a little better.
Well, Rees is going at just over a run every other ball, which is not too bad. Duploy in prime form this season as he drives this one through the offside and will get his first boundary, running away to wide mid-off. Van der Hoogten giving him a bit of latitude, and Duploy hitting a classic cover drive for 4.
Yeah, he was quickly onto the front foot then. Obviously knows the pace of this pitch because he got 100 in the last game. Just about everybody got 100, I think. We've been totting up the runs scored here in the last game or two, and I think it came to 1,193 on the last count. That's gone up since then. And there'll be a few more scored, I suspect.
Duploy has scored a lot of them. He's on to 8, 185 for 2. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Third man and fine leg the field as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Duploy will get more runs here through the offside. He's timed that one nicely, and it's racing away to the cover boundary for 4 more. 189 for 2. So
he's coming on a mission.
He's started like a train, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As Kame was chugging along like Ivor the engine, and Duploy has started off like an intercity.
Oh, yes. Very nicely put. Yeah, I think as captain, has decided, look, we've got to get a move on for the sake of not this innings, but the sake of the game. Because they still trail by 332.
So Van der Hoogten, who has the 2 wickets to fall so far, but has now conceded 57. That's down leg side, well taken by Cook, springing to his right.
Yeah, I think he bowled it there because he wasn't going to go for a third successive 4th with the offside.
One result in Division 1, low-scoring game at Southampton. Essex have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets, 86 for 4 they reached.
Yes, they're mounting a challenge to Surrey. At the top, those 2 will be fighting it out, I fancy.
As Van der Hoogten bowls again down leg side, and this time Duploy does get bat to ball. Oh, no, he doesn't. I thought I heard a bit of wooden contact. It's gone.
I think it hit the top of the pad on his way down.
For buys or leg buys?
I think it might be leggers.
Buys. I'm getting the shout from the scorers. Must have possibly hit a foot mark or something. It did. It did seem to deviate. 193 for 2.
12 runs already in this over with 2 balls to go. And Van der Hoogten like.
Yes. What has he got left in his locker? That's a decent delivery, just outside off, and Duploy has nothing to do with it. Result in the Test match in Colombo, Pakistan completed a crushing victory over Sri Lanka by an innings and 222 runs. At the Oval, Harry Brooks reached his 50. Moeen Ali's still there on 11. 138 for 3, England having been in. Worcestershire made 406 all out. Worcestershire made 406 all out, despite the presence of 4 ducks on the scorecard. D'Oliveira top scored with 90. Van Meekeren got 4 for 93.
Andy Gorwin to continue from the city end. Bowls to Rees, and Rees plays that, just dabs it in front of him, and fielder comes in, picks up and returns.
Derbyshire's Mark Watt in action for Scotland, who posted 159 for 7 in 18 overs in that World Cup qualifier.
He didn't subscribe, did he? What, did he get any? As Gorwin bowls again, and this is played up to mid-on.
He was stumped first ball, was Mark Watt. But he has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 9, so he's performed his spinning role, opening the bowling. Denmark 102 for 3, need 58 off 4. That seems unlikely.
Haven't been on the air with you, Nick, this morning. I've discussed, or no doubt you've all discussed what might happen in this game, and I'd be interested as Gorwin bowls, and this is flicked away on the leg side, down to fine leg. Van der Hoogten waits for it. They go through for just a single, takes a score 194 for 2. What do you think might happen in this contest?
Well, you wonder if Derbyshire will declare when they get to the 110 over mark. And the time for bonus points is over. That should be possibly midway through the evening session.
Yeah. Well, you can't declare without asking, of course, the opposing captain.
Indeed. Well,
So,
they
well,
might get to, I suppose not likely to get to 372.
Deploy off the back foot, punches it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ingram.
I don't think Glamorgan would object to that happening if, well, they what have we got? 31, 41 overs still to get bonus points.
Weather permitting.
If Deploy's still in, they might get to the 370 figure by then.
What's that away?
180-ish.
Well, he's
If he keeps up this
12 or 13
aggressive
balls.
stance.
Yes, Gorvin is in and bowls to him, and Deploy plays that away. Good length ball out into the covers. There's no run, and he's looking there as if he's determined to play an attacking shot, looking to attack. But he has got the keeper, Chris Cook, standing up, and Gorvin is a typical sort of back of a length bowler. Bowls straight, no particular speed, but he is an accurate bowler. Even last week at Cheltenham, he bowled 5 successive maidens to start off. He's that sort of bowler. Nagging length as he comes in from that city end towards us, bowls, and that's an attempted drive. He's going to get runs for it, and he's going to get 4 thick outside edge. So again, looking to punch the ball away. That's his 3rd 4 now in a couple of overs. And certainly looks as if he now as captain, he knew that he might have made a huge mistake by asking the opposition to bat yesterday. But he's thinking to himself, well, it was my fault. I'll try and get a big score here quicker than, or rather quickly, and then see if we can get something going. It certainly seems a change of intent, doesn't it?
Absolutely. After Harry Kane accumulated very cautiously, it's the slowest half century of the match. He faced 192 balls for his 65. Van der Hoogten to start a new over from the racecourse end. Right arm around, and that one is again smashed through the offside for runs. Lewis Rees this time on strike, and he didn't time it quite as well as Deploy had. So they'll settle for the 2, and that is the 200 up for Derbyshire. A ripple of applause in the distance.
It's not
a bonus point.
It's not.
They can still applaud.
They know by now.
50 away from the first bonus point under this season's revised structure. Van der Hoogten again to Rees, struck on the pad as he tries to whack it through mid-wicket. Ball trickles down to leg slip. Chris Cook moves across the field.
What would be entertaining, Nick, I think, if Swepson came on to bowl at Lewis Deploy, the leg spinner bowling to the left-hander, and in this attacking intent that he's got, we might see some more exciting cricket. Or might not.
Not sure if Glamorgan are going to play ball with that one, Edward.
Well, they've got plenty of runs to play with.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Rees does tuck this one through the leg side. Just the single, though, as Sam Northeast retreats rapidly. Slides halfway back to the boundary and keeps them down to a single. 201 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. From Derby, with Dave Fletcher hosting us all, and Nikesh Rugani added to the mix over these middle couple
3
of
old
days. Bringing some youth to the commentary team. Van der Hoogten in to Deploy, who drives through the offside, and that one will go for another boundary. So Deploy really getting on with it.
Obviously, as I said earlier on, made up his mind that, look, sorry about yesterday with the toss, but I'll try and get these runs quickly and bring us back into the game. And he's doing a good job of it. That brings his 1,000 up for the season.
Thank you. Nice shot to get it with. Needed 19. And that takes him to 20.
Yeah, 20 off 16 balls. And
And he's only out 10 times in the process. It's quite the season. Van der Hoogten bowls, deploy, drives down the ground. And scrambling stop by Swepson at mid-off. And there's no run.
why?
First Middlesex batsman to 1,000 runs this season.
I never heard that.
First Middlesex batsman, says Dave. Well, no, he's done it in Derbyshire colours. Enjoy him while you can, Derbyshire supporters.
You'll have David Lloyd to enjoy next year.
He'll enjoy David Lloyd's batting next year, indeed. Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's hit back to him on the bounce, and Van der Hoogten has a shy at the wickets just in case Deploy had strayed forward. The batter had to get out of the way, and there's a word from Paul Baldwin to Tim van der Hoogten.
Aren't you allowed to have a shy at the wicket? And
You're
run him
not
out these
allowed
days?
to endanger the batter. I think that was just an informal warning rather than penalty runs. There is the ability to
I didn't know that.
impose
I'll be
penalties. Yeah, they've cracked down on it a bit this
honest.
season.
Any more rules? We've all these rules coming in. I think the ECB want to change something every year.
You do get some careless throws, don't you? I think there has
I've
been
seen
an
the run-outs like
instance.
that.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's Govin again, coming into Lewis Rees, bowls to him, and he plays that up to mid-on. I do remember in a test match years ago, that magnificent fielder Roger Harper for the West Indies playing against England at Lord's, when Graham Gooch drove a ball back at him, and he picked it up, threw it back over the top of the stumps, and he was run out. Gooch, I don't know if you remember it, it's probably the best bit of feeling, but he was a magnificent fielder anyway, especially to his own bowling, the West Indian spin bowler. So I don't suppose you'd be allowed to do it now, then what happens then? In comes Govin, bowls, and okay, talk me through that one then, Nick. He's,
Well, I suppose if
Gooch
you hit
didn't
the
move.
if you hit the wickets, you're all right. If you hit the batter, it's your fault, and you get penalised.
Yeah. Yeah, that was out, but not out.
You've got to get it absolutely right.
Defensive field here. A slip was very fine slip in one of a fly slip as the Govin bowls. Didn't time that, did Lewis Rees? He was looking to play it away onto the offside, get a thick inside edge, and Billy Root at square leg to field. Two umpires, Neil Bainton here today. Neil, known as the Essex Postman. That's what his job was. It was a village, but I can't remember. That's the other umpire, Paul Baldwin. Was in the army. Did you know that, Nick?
I did not.
In comes Govin. Bowls to Rees. Rees drives up to mid-off. And the fielder there, Colin Ingram, dives to his left.
I hadn't really noticed any particular military demeanour about him, to be honest.
Yes, Paul Baldwin. Very pleasant. Two pleasant umpires.
Yes.
And Paul, Derbyshire listeners may not know, lives in Lampeter, which is very West Wales, and he must do a lot of mileage throughout the cricket season. As in comes Govin, bowls, and that's driven this time straight to short mid-wicket, where Billy Root again fields, and there's no run. 205 for 2.
Yeah, I suppose Rees, having gone past his century and with the inspiration of Deploy at the other end, may be looking to increase his percentage of attacking shots now as well in this afternoon session.
Govin, accurate again, comes in. 1 ball to go for this over. And again, it's an edge shot for 4 runs down towards third man. Or is it Snow? Very edgy shot. Well, he wouldn't have played that earlier on in his innings, but he obviously has got the message as well to get on with it. Another boundary for him. He moves on to 114. Deploy is on 20, 209 for 2. And still 41 runs away from that first batting point. But they are in attacking intent, which will please a number of people, Nick Webb.
Indeed, and most listeners, viewers, spectators, whatever, and indeed commentators. 39 more overs in which to gather batting bonus points, and if they carry on at this rate, they will have a chance of knocking up a reasonable collection. Having added only 75 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in the truncated morning session, which was 24.4 overs, so they're going under 3 and over then. Since lunch, it's been considerably brighter and breezier, and Zain Ul Hassan will return to the attack as Kieran Carlson is looking suspiciously at the ball and wanders over to present it to Mr. Bainton, who fiddles with it. Has he got a...
Get on with it.
Has he got the bat ball ring out? No.
I like Kieran.
Bad luck. Get on. Overrate is level, so Glamorgan can't afford to muck around too much with failed challenges to the state of the ball. Zain Ul Hassan just preparing to bowl, making sure that he lobs a couple of mock deliveries to Tim van der Hoogten to make sure that all is in working order. Now, he should be getting on with it. 1 slip, a gully for saving the single. Point is out as well as square leg and fine leg as van der Hoogten bowls, and Deploy plays down towards point. It is just the single. McIlroy lobs it back towards the cover field. Notice that on a couple of occasions, Glamorgan haven't always chucked it back to the wicket keeper, which I approve really. That not everything needs to go back to the keeper
and also
to prove a point.
Each fielder can give it a little polish. Interestingly enough, 21 overs of the 71 have been maidens from Glamorgan, which is testimony to their accuracy, perhaps not to their wicket taking.
Van Ul Hassan bowls and driven on the leg side by Rees. No run. Made on does the fielding. Bit of quite thick black cloud moving overhead at the moment.
I think you're safe there because it's bright behind it.
Yes, it
Focus
might
was
just,
to the odd shower, wasn't it?
Might just miss us. We've had 4 overs lost today, officially, so we're down to 100 rather than 104 for the day. Ul Hassan bowls. Rees off the back foot punches towards van der Hoogten at mid-off. No run. Dave Fletcher is warming up gently in the background.
Yeah, you can warm up now. I'll have 1 over after this before I did say I'll have a walk around the field. I had a long chat with the former Derbyshire batsman yesterday, Alan Hill. Lovely to see him. Now the club president. Always good to have a chat with Alan.
Ul Hassan, right arm round to the left-hander, and Rees whips it away towards mid-wicket. There's a single there as Billy Root does the fielding. So run scoring is looking relatively simple as Derbyshire finally have looked to accelerate, despite the loss of Kane for 65 and Guest without scoring in the same over. So the deficit 310 at the moment. How far will Derbyshire eradicate that? And how seriously will Deploy think of pulling in? Ul Hassan bowls on leg stick, knocked away by Deploy down to fine leg. There's a single. Will they come back for a second? They'll have to move fast, but they do as Gorvin's throw comes in. 213 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, I was discussing that with Dave Fletcher earlier on this morning. And the point I was making is that Matthew Maynard, former captain, former England assistant coach, much experience. Mickey Arthur, of course, coached international teams, and they'll have a say in things. It won't be really just up to the 2 captains, you feel?
Hassan bowls and knocked away by Deploy to point to conclude the over. 213 for 2. Leas Deploy, 23. Lewis Rees on 115. 213 for 2, but still 308 behind.
You can perhaps picture it and say, Captain and Coach, would you like to come and share a pot of tea with us? Tea time. Now, can we have a chat? What are you proposing? What are you proposing?
Cucumber sandwiches and chocolate biscuits, old boy.
I doubt it. It'll probably be one of these modern sporting drinks.
Isotonic drink and a muesli bar.
Yeah.
Banana if you're lucky.
We're going to have some spin. As Mitch Swepson, who's bowled either end, hasn't had much luck and hasn't had much from the pitch. And on comes the Billy Root helmet.
Yes, and the pads and presumably other
Everything
vital
else.
protection as well.
Yes.
Yeah, he's one of the older short legs on the circuit, isn't he, Root? At the age of 30, it's usually the youngster
One
of
of
the
the
side.
older short legs. Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Yes.
I thought you were describing his size.
No.
I know what you mean.
Just his age. It's usually the kids under the lid. Kids under the lid.
Boot Hill.
Yes.
Right, Mr. Swepson, let's see what you can do from the city end. Short leg and a slip in attendance as Swepson comes in past umpire Bainton, bowls the first ball, and Lewis Deploy flicks him off his pads down for a single. Not really timed. It's fielded by Van der Goot, and they go through for a single. 214 for 2, and Deploy moves on to 23 of 21 balls. Rees is on 110 of 218. Nothing really in it for the leg spin. Nothing really in it for anybody. As in comes Swepson, wide of the crease and bowls, and is tapped away on the onside.
Swepson, particularly round the wicket, looks as though he's trying to hide behind the umpire, doesn't he?
Yes. And hide the ball. Here he is. And goes wide of the crease and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, which Lewis Rees has nothing at all to do with it. There's also a cover and an extra cover, backward point. Those are the fielders on the offside as Swepson comes in again, bowls, and that's again an identical delivery.
Deploy not
And
wanting
Deploy
to go on?
not
Oh,
interested.
No.
Short leg, backward, short fine leg, straight mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. That's the fielders as Swepson comes in for his 5th ball of the over. Oh, he has the reverse sweep coming out, and he's going to get a single. There's a man positioned there just for him. The first reverse sweep we've seen in the innings.
Yeah, I didn't see that many of them in the Glamorgan knock, did we?
No.
Root's a reasonable proponent of it usually.
50 partnership comes up very quickly. As in comes Swepson bowls. And there's the orthodox sweep, and he may get 4 runs, he does. Goes just backward of square. And these two left-handers now really begin to accelerate and think possibly of a declaration. I will leave you. I don't know who's coming to relieve me.
Thank you, Edwards. 219 for 2. The game starts to accelerate in this afternoon session, having been quiet really for this morning. The afternoon session yesterday. No play in the evening session as Nikesh Rugani comes back in alongside me. Zain Ul Hassan will continue from this racecourse end with keeper Cook standing up, and he's bowling to Deploy and tries to force and misses. It's been considerably more entertaining in the last half hour, Nikesh.
It has, thanks in no small part to Deploy, 24 from 26. This partnership going at nearly a runner ball as well, 54 from 56. Clearly had some sort of chat maybe during that lunch interval. Time to get on with things.
Yeah, dramatic gear change from second up to top in one steer of the gear stick as the next ball is defended by Deploy. Back to Ul Hassan. Maybe with the One Day Cup and the 100 round the corner, players trying to remind themselves that they will need to apply a bit more aggressive intent, but Deploy has been going well all season, really. 3 centuries, 4 times he's passed the half century as well. And past the 1,000 runs. Ul Hassan bowls and forward he comes to defend, no run.
Just looking at the dark cloud you were talking about earlier as well. I think we may just about get away with this one. It looks to be more towards the city out in front of us. Not necessarily the worst part of it overhead, and it's a little bit brighter in the distance over to our right.
Fingers crossed, since we're getting some entertaining cricket at the moment, as Ul Hassan bowls to Deploy on leg stick and just knocked away comfortably by Deploy for a single down to fine leg. He moves to 25, 220 for 2, and Glamorgan maybe having to rethink their tactics a bit because they've been just allowed to bowl for the last couple of sessions before this. But now Deploy is on the charge. Met Office forecast for Derby suggesting 50% chance of rain in the next couple of hours, as this is played firmly by Rees off the back foot up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Seems as though there's been a 50% chance of rain everywhere for the past 4 weeks.
There is that, having been 0% for about 6 weeks, and then make up for it.
Absolutely. False promise of a lovely summer in some points in June.
As Ul Hassan bowls and beats the bats as Rees tries to force on the offside. Chris Cook takes off the bails just in case they end the over. 220 for 2, Derbyshire. Still 301 runs behind. Glamorgan second 11 in 50 over action. Friendly against Hampshire. They won the first one by 9 runs on DLS after it was sawn off yesterday, but Glamorgan skittled today for just 149 by Hampshire, and only 2 scores of any significance. The opener Callum Nichols made a solid 46, and then Prem Sisodia made 43 at virtually a run a ball, but Hampshire 2 for 0, needing just 150 to win in that game.
Mitch Swepson then continuing from the city end. England, incidentally, 174 for 3 into the second session of that 5th and final test. Harry Brook on to 66, just over a runner ball. Moeen Ali at the other end, a more conservative 26 from 44. Swepson then into Deploy. It's a leg side delivery which has worked around the corner, but only as far as short fine leg, no run.
Potentially Moeen Ali's last test, I suppose, after he was dragged out of retirement for this series.
Indeed.
Or do you think they'll manage to persuade him to stay on board for the winter?
Well, they do tour India early next year. Maybe that might be the final hurrah as Swepson comes in once more. Punching off the back foot is Deploy out towards deep point for a single. Problem is they've not really, in the absence of Jack Leach, got a frontline spinner ahead of that tour of India. Certainly none in the mix at the moment in terms of being in squads.
Yeah, it's a shame Rehan Ahmed seems to have lost his wicket-taking knack this season after making his test debut.
Swepson poised to deliver once more, this time to Rees. It's full on the pads, it's flicked away. Backward of square on the leg side for another single. I mean, Rehan Ahmed, he only made his first-class debut last summer and performed better with the bat than the ball. That did so well in the limited over stuff last summer, which was what put him in the shop window, as well as his performances for the England under-19s. This is Fuller from Swepson. It's defended by Deploy for no run. Just a little bit early on in his career, really, I think. He's got a lot of learning to do. Still in his teens, which does make you feel a bit old, doesn't it? This one is floated up. It gets it on the full, does Deploy, and kind of plays a half pull, half sweep at that, standing up, coming down the wicket, and gets it away to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Missed out a bit there, Deploy. That one ought to have probably gone for 6, really. Do you think it slipped? Or it was an extreme floater if he did bowl it deliberately.
Yeah, I think he may have just gone for the floated delivery, but just let go of it a little bit too early. This time fired in, and he's down the track is Rees. And has that gone all the way for 6 over long on? No, 1 bounce 4. Lovely looking shot, though. Just a little shimmy down the track, getting the ball on the full and using the pace that was on that delivery from Swepson. Good way to finish off the over. Derbyshire now racing away onto 227 for 2.
Yeah, Glamorgan's bowlers rather struggling at the moment. Swepson's introduction into the attack has unfortunately altered the game the wrong way, really. 11 overs for 47. He's been the most expensive of Glamorgan's bowlers in terms of runs per over. If we look back at the Glamorgan innings, we saw 15 overs wicketless from Alex Thompson, the only spinner used by the home county. 227 for 2. Ul Hassan bowls outside off. Deploy plays no shot. Cook standing up.
It's been a long old slog for Zain Ul Hassan, who's kept things very tight into his 15th over, just the 28 runs conceded. He's been bending his back with little reward so far.
Yeah, first season in first-class cricket. He's just got the 3 wickets so far. As it's turned off his legs by Deploy for a single down to fine leg. Ul Hassan justifying his place really on his batting ability at the top of the order as something of an emergency opener, but that move has worked well, and he's outlasted Andrew Salter in that emergency role when Glamorgan for a while were without both regulars, Lloyd and Byram, with Bevan not having scored particular second team runs to come in. That's wide from Ul Hassan, carved away by Rees, but just the single as it's fielded out in the deep by McIlroy. Got his throw coming back vaguely in the right direction quickly enough to deter them from the second. 229 for 2.
Deploy, just looking at his career stats, 98 matches, nearly 6,500 runs, average of over 47, showing exactly why he's got those numbers this season.
Next delivery, oh, it's off the edge. Cry of anguish from Ul Hassan. It wasn't a chance, but Deploy went at it hard, and the ball flashing past slip and gully, and runs up to the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. It's 4 more to Deploy, who moves on to 32 not out, but that's a genuine edge.
Indeed, yeah. Another good delivery that from Zain Ul Hassan. Just getting the ball to hold its line, really, with the angle from around the wicket. Talking of permanent temporary stands, I mean, that one looks a lot more solid than the one at Old Trafford. I'd like to be on there.
Ul Hassan bowls, and Deploy plays down into the gully. No, it's a big beast, isn't it? That one at Old Trafford for a temporary structure. Probably about 3 or 4 times the height of this one here.
Yeah, it's literally held together by what looks like matchsticks, really. All the scaffolding around the back. You walk underneath it when you're going from one side of the ground to the other.
Next delivery from Al Hassan is a straight one. Dubois slightly squared up by it. Calls for something from the dressing room at the end of the over, which sees Derbyshire moving on rapidly to 233 for 2. Dubois 32 off 38 balls. Lewis Rees is on 126. 76 overs have been bowled in this innings, which means another 34 to get bonus points. And I suppose if they continue at this rate, they should get the 300 mark. 400 mark, rather.
Indeed, yeah, 233 for 2. And that run rate, the innings run rate, just ticking above 3 runs and over now. Swepson then to begin a new over. Still got a slip and a leg slip in place. And he comes, goes on that leg stump line, and it's almost straight into the hands of that leg slip. Bouncing just short in the end of Billy Root. Difficult opportunity, but a chance nonetheless. Swepson continues over the wicket here, floats one up this time, and that beats the outside edge. Look like the googly. Things starting to happen here. They have taken the attack to Mitchell Swepson a little bit, but he has created a few chances in his 2 spells so far today. He comes again, and this time it's down the leg side. Rees can't get any bat on that one.
Just checking on his highest score in case. It's somewhere away at 184.
Swepson this time goes a little bit straighter, and it's defended off the middle of the bat into the leg side. Sam Northeast with the fielding.
Career stats of batting average just under 32, bowling average just under 30, which is decent all-rounder if your batting average is higher than your bowling.
This one is full, and he's back defending this one. Is Rees back down the pitch? Yeah, absolutely, although as an opening bat, I'd like that average to creep up closer to the 35-plus mark. This innings certainly will help that, as he flicks away out towards deep mid-wicket this time and gets down the other end for a single. So Rees will retain strike. That's the end of another over. And Derbyshire now 234 for 2.
Yeah, and moving forward with distinct intent, Derbyshire, in this afternoon session here on BBC Sport Online. The website and app, and of course the county video streams. Dave Fletcher listening to BBC Radio Derby in terms of giving them another update, and he'll be with us on commentary soon after that. As we might need to inform him that all not Welsh people come from the valleys. That's baffled him. Zainul Hassan from this racecourse end where our media commentary box is, and that is played out on the offside, and there's no run. 234 for 2.
There are quite a few valleys, aren't there?
There are quite a few, but not everyone lives in them.
Yes, I can imagine. A lot of people live in Cardiff for a start.
Indeed.
Which is a place I've frequented quite frequently over the last few years.
Yes, if you take out 3 biggest places in the south, Swansea, Cardiff and
Swansea
Newport,
as well,
that's quite a few
Yeah.
between them. As that is punched off the back foot by Rees to mid-on, and there is no run. Rees's father's hometown, just west of Swansea, Llanelli, the other side of the Lougher.
It's gone there. I've been to Cardiff quite a few times. I've not really had the chance to explore too much outside of the city. Is there any must-see places or must-have things to do? Or
As that defender ball is defended by Rees, back past the bowler to Ingram at mid-on, and there's no run. Well, it depends how much time you've got on your hands, really.
if you're doing an overnight for one of these franchise matches, you
Yes.
potentially be there for 2 days.
Yeah, not really enough time to get down further west to the more natural beauties of Wales, as that's outside off stump and cracked away by Rees down to backward point, but Glamorgan have a sweeper on the cover boundary. 235 for 2. As deployed just checks his guard with the umpire. 235 for 2. Still 286 runs behind. They're knocking them off at a reasonable rate in this afternoon session. They took lunch at 170 for 2 as Ul Hassan bowls, and Deploy plays that one out into the covers where Carlson fields, and there's no run. So we've had, 65 runs since lunch in about 50 minutes. So the run rate going up considerably from the sedate morning session, which was only 24.4 overs because of showers, but in that time only 75 runs were added. Ul Hassan bowls, and there's an appeal, although from Duploy's reaction he appears to be hit on the hand there. Glamorgan suggesting that it might have been pad first. Ul Hassan gives it a bit of a double teapot. Deploy is possibly shaken but not stirred. 235 for 2 at the end of Ul Hassan's over, as he's not calling for treatment. Deploy just has a chat with Lewis Rees and looks down at his glove slightly ruefully. Dave Fletcher is back with us. And is it time that I vacated, Dave? Yeah. Okay, you've had enough of me. Fair enough. Dave and Nikesh to take us forward into the sunlit uplands of the afternoon.
Yep, no offence, Dave. Not quite back to the valleys for you just yet. You can go and put your feet up for a little while as Mitchell Swepson comes in to start another over here. Dave Fletcher back alongside as Swepson just adjusts his field.
I rarely go more than 24 hours without upsetting somebody.
They're going to say upsetting somebody specifically from Wales.
No, well,
In comes Swepson then, fires one in down the leg side, and Rees leaves well alone.
whoever happens to be in the room at the time, pretty much.
I've been here a day and a half and not
Haven't
managed
upset
to
you,
offend me
no,
just yet.
No, well, there's still time.
Swepson goes a little bit straighter this time, and this is defended into the offside, and there is no run. So I was asking Nick about the delights of the Cardiff area in Wales. He wasn't giving much away in terms of things that I could possibly do with my time when I'm there. Swepson comes in again. This is swept hard by Rees. But there is protection out there at long leg, so just a single on offer.
We'll have a trip to Cardiff.
Trip to Cardiff's good.
Trip to Cardiff.
Trip to Derby's not bad, but
No.
is there anything that I'm missing out?
What, in Derby?
In Derby,
I don't know
Derbyshire.
much.
I mean, Derbyshire is beautiful.
Derby,
I was
the further north
yeah.
you go, the more beautiful it gets.
did Buxton recently.
Yeah, it's
very
nice,
nice.
isn't it? Yeah. I'm no Derby expert, as people will know. I don't live in the area, so and commute much of the time from the northwest, which is even more beautiful than Derbyshire. He said, expecting to get battered on Twitter.
Swepson fires one in a bit quicker to Deploy, who just dabs down in front of mid-wicket. They scamper through for a quick single. It's good running. Whereabouts in the northwest then?
I'm based in Horwich, that's where I live. So come off at the Bolton Wanderers football ground and just listen for the noise. Not too far. You can see from one of the bedrooms, you can see Bolton's ground. I can't say what it's called now because I'll get it wrong and get sacked.
Swepson is in and he's down the track is Rees, and it's a brilliant effort there at mid-on. Diving away towards his left. I think it was Kieran Carlson there. It dipped on him just at the last moment. He was placed almost halfway to the rope. He was there for that catch specifically, not really there to save the single, not quite on the rope. And the plan almost worked there for Swepson, who's had a couple of opportunities this morning and this afternoon. Seems to be making things happen. They've been scoring fairly freely off him as well. And this one is edged and drops just short of first slip there as well. So lots of things happening there. But ultimately, Deploy and Rees surviving. David Lloyd with the effort there at first slip and end of another over. Derbyshire 238 for 2.
That would have been some catch by Kieran Carlson. It was a full extension, got his left hand to it. Brilliant effort, brilliant effort. Not a particularly good shot from Lewis Rees on 129, but he will just be relieved that he's still there. He's got plenty more. There are plenty more runs out there for him. Should he hang around? I think that's fairly obvious. 130 from 238 deliveries. So he's just slowly increasing his rate, and the overall run rate is up to 3 and over now. As Ul Hassan bowls to Rees, and he goes onto the back foot and pushes it back towards him. Deploy, when he got to 19, became the first Middlesex player this season to get to 1,000 runs with the bat. Of course, he's going there next season, the Derbyshire skipper. Second player, I think, overall in the championship after Alex Lees, who reached 1,000 runs in that innings of 170 here last week. That was a brutal knock. As Ul Hassan bowls again and Rees drives but doesn't time it, and Tim van der Hoogten moves to his left to field.
So what's going to happen here? They're trailing by 283. Time is running out.
They have to get 372 to avoid the follow-on, unless there is an agreement between the two captains. They're both out there on the field at the moment, so they could have a chat now if they wanted. I mean, they're not particularly close to each other at the minute, but something will have to be contrived for this game to finish. You would have thought in a positive result for either side, as that one is short and pulled around the corner by Rees. He doesn't actually make particularly good contact with it and waves his bat in the general direction of the ball in frustration as he picks up another single. Moves to 131, 239 for 2.
Even if no agreement is made, can you really see them enforcing the follow-on? I mean, wickets are very hard to come by, and it's been a long old slog for the bowlers already.
And it's gone out of fashion as well, hasn't it?
It has.
For them to buck that particular trend, I mean, it's probably the only way that they can, if they do pick up another 8 wickets before they get to 372, it's probably the only way they can win the game. This next delivery is left alone by by Deploy rather outside the off stump. So yeah, so therefore we're down to the captains and the coaches getting together. And for me, Derbyshire have got nothing to lose. The bottom of the table anyway. So the little dangle of a carrot of a potential win might be enough. Lewis Deploy has said to me in the past this season that he would be willing to talk to the opposition skipper, as Ul Hassan's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump. And I get the impression from our friends from the valleys, as I'm not allowed to call them, that
it's all right, they're not listening.
Well, hopefully not. From Nick and Ed, that David Lloyd will be willing to talk. So, in the words of the famous song, which may or may not appear on the 60s, 70s, and 80s show on Sunday, let's get it on.
Oh, exactly what was going through my head.
I've never knowingly done anything that isn't very obvious. Ul Hassan, final ball of his over, pushed into the offside by Lewis Deploy. There is no run. We have just 60 overs remaining, which is around about 4 hours worth of cricket. So that would take us to 20 to 7. Chuck your tea in there And we're looking at 7 o'clock, which is about what we expected. Clouds are reasonably high at the moment, which is good news. They are grey, but they're high. And the danger time is slowly passing for that 50% chance of rain that was forecast. So hopefully we'll get another 60 overs in, and we'll have 96 to 100. There's so many overs left in the game, aren't there? There's 156 overs remaining in the game, which is an awful lot of cricket. And it would be a shame if 96 of those were just spent watching nothing much happening.
A draw doesn't serve any purpose for either of these two sides, really. Glamorgan pushing for promotion themselves. As Swepson begins a new over. This is short, it's swept, it's a top edge, and it's a brilliant catch there by David Lloyd, diving forward at first slip. And Lewis Rees, after a magnificent 131 from 241 deliveries, is on his way back. It was an attempted sweep shot. It was fired in a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter from Swepson, who has created a few opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, and finally gets a wicket to his name in the 14th over of this innings for him. 1 for 51, and Derbyshire now 239 for 3. Another brilliant bit of fielding.
So Anuj Dal coming out to bat next ahead of Tom Wood. To me, oh dear, I'm going to be made to look really foolish if it isn't.
You've got the binoculars out.
I have. I'm still not sure. Oh, it's Haider Ali. Of course, it's Haider Ali.
It's Haider Ali.
I always forget about Haider because he started the season opening, and by the time we get to this time of an innings, I always think that Haider's probably come and gone, which more often than not at the start of the season he had. Two of the most, or the two most attractive Derbyshire batsmen together now, Haider and Deploy. Lewis Rees, that was a remarkable effort to get caught at slip sweeping. It seemed to go right round and almost hit the ball after he'd gone up 360 degrees. It was bizarre.
More off the back of the bat, really, than the top edge. It was just through the shot a little bit quicker, which was strange, actually, because it was a quicker delivery as well from Swepson. He spotted it, but was almost too fast onto the shot. Swepson should have his tail up after that. As Haider Ali prepares to face his first delivery, just go through some stretching routines. Number 12 on his back, the 22-year-old.
He's done okay and did sort of okay in the T20s, but it hasn't been that stellar season we'd all been hoping from him.
His numbers have dropped off a little bit this year as Swepson is in and Haider defends his first delivery into the leg side for no run. But if you look at his overall record, just from an outsider's point of view, 21 matches, nearly 1,500 runs, top score 206, average of touching 45. Very, very good numbers, but they've actually dropped off this season. As he's wrapped on the pads this time, big shout for LBW, and was there an inside edge on that? I think there may have been. I did hear a sound as the ball passed the inside edge. Swepson making more things happen here.
1 century and 3 half-centuries for Haider in the championship.
Swepson again goes for that quicker one this time. Haider Ali's forward and defending. New deploy at the other end, 33 from 45. Just slowed up in his pace as well. This one is floated up a bit more from Swepson, but again, Ali can't get off the mark. Tries to flick one round the corner, but there is a short, fine leg in place.
Must have faced a lot of spin over his career. Back in Pakistan.
And again, his forward in defence to finish off this over from Mitchell Swepson. A successful one for Glamorgan as Derbyshire now move on to 239 for 3. 59 overs, we think, remaining in the day, weather dependent, of course. So far, we've gotten away with the slightly dodgy looking forecast for this afternoon.
Yes, I mean, it's gloomy, isn't it? It is gloomy. But I think we're going to be all right. I said that before lunch, of course. And we weren't all right because we had a couple of brief interruptions which took 4 runs off. There's a huge meeting going on here amongst the Glamorgan players. And who's the ball going to be tossed to? Tim van der Hoogten? Or is it just for him to polish it? I think it's just for him to polish it. We're going to see Zain Al Hassan continue. He's getting a pep talk from Colin Munro. Colin Ingram, Colin Munro. Idiot.
Those conversations, though, may not be about who should be bowling at this present time. Maybe we are getting to that point where they're talking tactics and where they can perhaps manoeuvre this game too.
So Al Hassan bowling to deploy down the leg side. 4 somethings, buys, I think. All the way to the boundary, more buys to add to the match total. That went at some pace, and bless him, Chris Cook standing up stood no chance really, because his view would have been obscured by the body of Lear's deploy. So 4 more to the total, 243 for 7, almost halfway. Derbyshire trailing by 278 runs now. Remember, 372 is the point at which they can declare safe in the knowledge that they won't be asked to follow on. Unless the captains come to an agreement that they won't. Glamorgan enforce the follow on. If Derbyshire declare that would be, I'd want it in writing with a signature at the bottom. There's Al Hassan again around the wicket to deploy, who dabs that into the offside, and they go through for a quick single.
It seems ever since, we talk about it going out of fashion, ever since that 2001 Test match between India and Australia, where India famously were asked to follow on at Eden Gardens in Kolkata and beat that great Australian side who were on their world record streak at the time, VVS Lakshman with his 281. And it seems that was the turning point, really, in top-level cricket, where follow-ons just became far too risky unless Derbyshire, for example, was skittled out for 80-odd and Glamorgan didn't have to do too much bowling.
I mean, these bowlers have got 81 overs in their legs, 17 to McIlroy, 21 to Van der Hoogten. They're the 2 opening bowlers. Al Hassan in his 18th over. It's quite a lot to ask them to then repeat that when they've only picked up 3 wickets in those 81 overs. Al Hassan is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Haider to go through to the keeper. I didn't see them take the new ball. I assume they haven't.
Not yet.
No. But Derbyshire waited 4 overs. Perhaps that's what the discussion was about. Shall we take the new ball? Tim, do you fancy it? In all honesty, Skip, I've done enough, I think.
I think the way Swepson's going as well, it's probably good for another couple of overs at least.
Yes, he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 17 in this spell. As Al Hassan is in again. That one is defended by Haider out into the offside. I asked Mickey Arthur, because Haider has looked sensational to start innings. He's looked great right up until the moment he gets out. He hasn't sort of scratched around very much. I said to him, what can you do to get the best out of Haider Ali? He said, tell him to stop hitting the ball to mid-wicket. He plays across the line a lot, which in England can be fatal for a batsman. So once he chops that out of his game, as he pushes this one out into the offside, it's fielded by Kieran Carlson. Once he chops that out of his game, I'm sure he'll thrive in this country. Whether or not he returns to Derbyshire next season, Mohammed Amir already announced as one of the overseas players for the first half of next season. Saranga Lakmal, I'm almost certain, won't be back.
You can just see Mohammed Amir ripping up Division 2, can't you?
Oh, I do hope so. Since 2016, I've been longing for some Derbyshire bowlers to rip up the division. That's a full delivery from Al Hassan that's kept out by Haider, and he picks up a run as well as the ball goes off the outside edge of his bat down to third man, where there is somebody fielding, so he pinches the strike. 245 for 3 at the end of the over. Haider off the mark with that run. Deploy. That's 34. Still those discussions go on.
And it's good to see in recent years more Indians and Pakistanis being allowed by their boards to come over and play some county cricket. which of course raises the standards, and it's great for some of the youngsters to play alongside these established international stars.
Shan Masood last season was sensational.
Was.
Sensational. A couple of double centuries in the first few weeks of the season, first to 1,000 runs in the county championship. Brilliant. Poached by Yorkshire and now back with Pakistan and not playing for Yorkshire anymore.
Swepson then starts a new over. This is short and wide. It's cut away, beats the man at point and races away for 4. It's a lovely looking shot from Haider Ali, who, as you say, would have grown up facing a lot of spin.
And good quality spin. I mean, you could face a lot of spin in this country,
Yes.
but it's top class spin, isn't it? I mean, these are people who've worked hard at their game.
And it's just that balance, isn't it? It
Yeah.
wasn't so much he moved his feet back. It was just he leant forward, realised it was short, leant back, and it's just that transfer of balance, really, which is key when playing spin.
It's beautiful to watch in full flow. The innings he played, along with Deploy, that second innings down at Sussex in the game before last, when they almost chased down 280 in 58 overs, was just astonishing.
Swepson tries once more, goes a bit straighter, and that one bounces a little bit more. Negotiates it well, though, into the leg side, does Haider Ali.
Edward will be complaining there's too much bounce in the pitch soon.
Swepson then spinning the ball from one hand to another. He's in, he delivers, and he's mixing up his pace well here. Another defensive shot into the leg side by Ali. Clever bowler, Mitchell Swepson. You've got to do that in these conditions where you're not getting any assistance from the pitch. It's the variations in pace and flight and length. This one a little bit quicker, and Ali pushes it back to Swepson in his follow-through. How are England getting on now? England, of course, being asked to have a bat first on day 1 at the Oval, that 5th Test match of the Ashes series. 196 for 5 now, as Swepson's in again, and another defensive shot by Haider Ali for no run. Harry Brooks still there
Really?
on 76 from just 83. Ben Stokes, the last man out, making just 3. So Johnny Bairstow at the crease already. Moeen Ali faltering as well for 34. Swepson completes the over with another delivery on off stump, and Haider Ali dead bats it almost into the pitch. Derbyshire now 249 for 3. So yeah, England 198 for 5 now. And well, continuing with this attacking brand of cricket into the 40th over there on day 1. And almost catching up Derbyshire here, who have faced 83 overs for their 249.
I don't think they've actually taken into consideration how little rest their bowler. I mean, it's the first inning, so it won't make any difference. But when they bat quickly, if they bat second, the bowlers just don't get any rest, do they? Or enough rest.
37-year-old Stuart Broad and
Yeah.
41-year-old Jimmy Anderson.
They need a bit of time to recover.
Exactly.
They're just not getting it. All over for the day at Scarborough. Clearly too far south. As Ul Hassan begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Deploy, who defends the first ball back to him. I did see I didn't watch the video. I want to make that perfectly clear now, but Martin Emerson had tweeted with a video. He said he feared for tomorrow as well. With the weather up on the Yorkshire coast, Durham 106 for 1, trailing Yorkshire by 234. That game doesn't appear to be going anywhere, but then again, Durham don't really need to concoct anything. They're
Absolutely.
so far in front of everybody else. Ul Hassan bowls, full delivery, clipped around the corner by Deploy, just out of the reach of Chris Cook. It would have been some catch had he been able to take that. And Deploy moves to 38 with the boundary down to fine leg. 250 up for Derbyshire, 253 for 3. And in the game that's on day 2 in the second division at Cheltenham College, where Derbyshire will be on Tuesday in the 50-over competition, Gloucestershire are 50 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 406. So they trail by 356. Worcestershire were in all sorts of trouble, but then they had 4 ducks and 4 half-centuries in the same innings. At one point, there was only one batsman who hadn't got either. Ul Hassan. Just the one slip for him now. Bowls to Deploy, who tries to turn. Well, he does turn this round the corner. In fact, he hasn't. He hasn't made contact. And it's 4 more byes Lots of byes in the Derbyshire bowling innings, or from the bowling attack. And now 2 lots of 4 byes in relatively quick succession. In this innings, I think they're the only ones. No, we've had, has that gone on? No, it hasn't gone on. So we've had 12 byes in this innings. And we had 25 byes in the first innings, so 37 byes already. That's too many. Far too many. 257 for 3. Ul Hassan in and bowls, and Triploy has a little go at that one outside the off stump. Didn't need to play it. Left-hander's shot.
I was going to say, he was looking like he was tiring with those last couple of deliveries, Ul Hassan, but beauty there. You're right, maybe just a touch too wide, really, for Deploy to have to play at that one.
I was concerned that when the ball's going across, the batsmen are always more concerned, and he's going over the wicket to the left-handed Deploy is Ul Hassan, and Deploy, in that way that he does, faces straight back down the pitch as he plays a defensive shot into the onside. As beautiful as he looks when he's attacking, he can look a little ungainly when defending. Lears Deploy have the Lord's Slope to contend with next year for much of his cricket, and no doubt a penthouse flat somewhere in a flashy part of the capital. So swings and roundabouts. Ul Hassan bowls on leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side by Deploy, and it's the end of the over. He's got 38, Hayder's got 5. Derbyshire 257 for 3, trailing by 264.
It's not a bad area of London to live in, is it? St John's Wood?
No,
Somewhere around
no,
there.
he'll be fine. He'll be fine. I don't think we need to worry about him.
Well, Sachin Tendulkar is a neighbour. He's often in England for the summers. He's got a nice apartment overlooking Lord's Cricket Ground.
But did he not say loves going to London because he can sort of not quite disappear? How could Sachin Tendulkar disappear? But he can roam around without all the entourage and without people crowding around him asking for photographs.
Absolutely. He can go out in the daytime, basically.
Yes.
He doesn't have to go out in the middle of the night disguised just to go for a little drive or something in his Ferrari like he used to. Mitchell Swepson starting a new over here into Haider Ali. It's short, it's pulled away past that short fine leg fielder and away to the boundary for 4. Again, very quickly onto it, Haider Ali. Another boundary for him. There was a great picture actually posted by both Sachin Tendulkar and Brian Lara, 2 of the all-time greats, just hanging out on Oxford Street a couple of weeks ago, just going for a walk, doing a bit of shopping. Nobody bothering them.
I'm sure I read an article, and I'm fairly sure it was Sachin, that when they needed, even when they needed to go food shopping or anything, they had to like have the supermarket closed and go just as it was closing, so they were the only people in there, so they could actually get what they wanted.
Yeah,
madness.
Swepson in once more, and this one bounces a touch more, but Ali defends into the leg side, just short of that short leg fielder.
I know what it's like. Somebody asked me for a selfie once. You know, you can't get away from it.
Got to do what you got to do. I remember signing autographs at this ground a few years back.
Yeah.
Swepson comes in and Ali defends into the offside this time, no run.
We're thumbing through the players who's who trying to find you.
Yes, I mean, look, I was in a team full of Michael Vaughan, Phil Tufnell, Ebony Rainford, Brent, etc., etc. So they assumed I must have been someone. And he comes again, Swepson, and this time Ali's wrapped on the pads. He may have got a bit of bat on that as well. May have also been heading down the leg side. A sort of polite appeal, really, from Swepson.
You've also got to double figures, so let's not play it down too much.
No, 2 overs, none for 9 in a T20 as well.
That's
Kept
decent.
it tight.
Yeah, decent. Not entertaining, but
no.
decent.
Ali this time defends out towards backward point. No run once more. Listen, you get it in India as well. I did a series there, Australia versus India, the Test series, the Border Gavaskar earlier this year. And it's quite funny, they'll ask you for your autograph, for your selfie. As Swepson goes short again, and again this is hammered, this time in front of point. Races and crashes into the boundary hoarding there. 4 more runs to Haider Ali. And the 2 batters will grab a quick drink as the helmet goes back off the field off the head of Chris Cook. Yeah, they'll do all that. They'll be really keen to get their photo with you, their autograph from you, and then they'll ask you your name. It's like a dagger to the heart.
Yes. Thanks very much. Who are you?
The ego is so boosted while you're doing it, and then it's like, your good name, sir? I said, oh, thank you very much.
New ball taken.
Yes.
85 overs. Derbyshire on 265 for 3. I thought I saw both of the opening bowlers going through a few warm-ups. And this is the reason why they need to pick up a couple of quick wickets with this new ball. Glamorgan, they still lead by 256. So they could go out for a wee while and have a little dart if they could get Derbyshire bowled out and try to set something up. 372 the follow-on target, so still 100 runs or more and a little bit required. That's as good as my maths is going to get on that one. I think it's 107. And Tim van der Hookten is going to bowl to Leers Deploy, just flexes his knees and then gets into his stance. He's ready, 2 slips in place, new ball in van der Hookten's hand, around the wicket he bowls, and it's pushed into the offside square. Hayder sets off for a single that's not there, and is sent back by Leers. Quite right too. And now the 2 batsmen will have a little chat just about the prospect of running each other out and how to avoid it.
We've had a few nearly moments, haven't we?
There have been far too many, really. It's almost as if they don't practice running, which I'm fairly certain that they don't. Van der Hookten in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Deploy, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. I think it's James Harris. Certainly somebody who's not on the team sheet. I think James Harris wears 9. I wouldn't know him by sight, if I'm entirely honest with you. And apologies to Glamorgan listeners and viewers for that. It says Harris on his back, that's the clue. I say clue. In goes Van der Hookten again, and this one is cut away by Leers Deploy in front of square, out towards McIlroy. And they go through for a single. Deploy moves to 39, 266 for 3. And we've now reached that time of the day. Nikesh, could you take over?
Yep. Your update for Radio Derby listeners. As Derbyshire move on to 266 for 3. Van der Hookten, start of a new spell here. A couple of wickets for him so far. Both coming in the same over. Just before the interval. This is Hayder Ali just pushing one off the back foot to short extra cover. And there is no run. That was quick, wasn't it?
That was too close for comfort, in all honesty. I could hear her saying it. I'm thinking, which thing needs to go where? We got there in the end.
There's a lot of wires everywhere for those listening.
There are too many, really, but it's just this absurd way that I broadcast back to Radio Derby with a mini computer. It's the 21st century, you know. Van der Hookten bowls to... did I only miss one ball?
He did.
Bowls to Hayder, who gets up on his toes and defends it back towards the bowler. I'm quite pleased with that. That's the fewest number of balls I've missed this season, I think, in doing an update.
Raced through it, didn't you? Almost like it was quicker than your 1 minute 4 second interview the other night.
Yeah, that was as brief an interview as I've done this season. I don't think he was going to give me anything else, Zach Chappell, at the end of day 1. And Hookten bowls. Hayder gets an edge down to third man. There is a third man down there. And they'll pick up another single from the final ball of the over. The first over with the new ball. Hayder moves on to 14 and pinches the strike. Leers Deploy has 39 and Derbyshire 267 for 3, trailing by 254. Yes, it might have been too quick. I'm supposed to do 30 seconds, and I clearly don't script anything up because that would be absurd. And sometimes I think, oh, I'm going on a bit here. And in that one, I thought, yeah, I'm run out of things to say. I ran out of things to say very early.
Yeah, you just got to wrap it up in those situations. So that Zach Chappell interview, was it a bit like Jose Mourinho after a defeat when he's got a problem with the referee, and it's the old, if I say anything, if I say what I want to say, I'll be in trouble.
Well,
So I say nothing.
He was very honest, because his first answer, I mean, you go in gently, don't you, with a tough day, that, Zach. And he said, well, we didn't bowl well, we didn't field well, and we didn't take our catches. And I thought, well, that's pretty much summed up the day's play.
Yes.
So where do I
Thank
go?
you, Zach.
Where do I go from here? So I tried to push him a bit. I can't remember what question 2 was, but he pretty much repeated the answer. And by that point, I'm thinking, right, he's not really going to say anything else. So I asked him how his body was holding up. Said he was sore. I wished him well for the evening, and off we went. Everybody was happy.
Jamie McElroy then to start a new over, a new spell. 2 slips in place. He's outside the off stump, and that's a good-looking shot there from Haider Ali for no run. Just crunched off the back foot towards point.
But as we hadn't finished till 7 o'clock, I knew the interview wasn't going to go anywhere. It was never going to be broadcast. So it was basically get yourself a 25-second or 20-second clip for the morning.
Yes.
And that'll do it. So he was very obliging. He's a top man, Zach.
McElroy in once more, and there's a lovely-looking pull shot round the corner by Ali. Just the single, though. There is a long leg in position.
But I think most cricketers are decent human beings, aren't they? Most of them have an opinion. Lewis Rees was good last night. He's always relatively opinionated.
There are a few that I've come across who are not always keen to speak to the media. It's like someone's holding a gun to their head and forcing them to do it.
We're at no stage trying to trip them up either, generally. I mean,
No.
They're fairly straightforward questions. On the evidence of what we've seen with our own eyes, that wasn't very good.
McElroy in to deploy this time. That one keeps a little bit low. It's well defended into the leg side for no run. I tell you, the nicest man that I've ever had the pleasure of interviewing on quite a few occasions, Owen Morgan,
Yeah.
former England captain, and for somebody so high profile as well to, even after just a couple of times of doing it for 5 Live, just remember your face, your name, and even after defeats, just be smiley, just give you nice answers, talk about things which are actually relevant rather than just be grumpy as McElroy's in. And this one's guided just out of the reach of second slip. It's running away down towards the boundary, and it's fielded in the end. A third man, so just a single taken. It's when you ask those sort of more in-depth questions maybe, and he'll give you an in-depth answer as well. It won't just be your bog standard cliche, which I always found quite nice. So you do get more good ones than bad.
Yeah, I think so. He came to the back of the box at Lord's when Stephen Finn came on air, but declined to come on with us.
McElroy, and again, this is again down the leg side. Was there a bit of thigh pad involved in that? A few oohs and ahs. Couldn't hang on, diving away to his left anyway, but prevents any runs being taken.
He's perfectly entitled not to come on with us as well. I've seen Nick doing a lap. He's insisting on wearing that red hat. So it makes him fair. He's just walked past the big old scoreboard and disappeared. He was going at a fair old lick, trying to get his steps in.
I realise he's due to be on soon. So McElroy is in once more, and Haider Ali punches off the back foot. There's a slight fumble there, misfield by Kieran Carlson at short extra cover, but didn't cost them any runs. End of another over. Derbyshire now rattling away onto 269 for 3. Innings run rate at 3.1 now.
Test match is moving on, Nikesh.
7 down now.
Yeah, remarkable. Just lost Harry Brook for 85 off 91 deliveries.
See, I've not seen the dismissal. I watched the highlights tonight on the BBC, but I'm assuming he was still playing his attacking brand of cricket despite wickets falling around him. And had he just played properly, there was a century for the taking there, an Ashes century.
That's the way they play. It's caught by Steve Smith.
Always seems to be in the action to Steve Smith.
Edged an expansive drive. Smith moving to his right took the catch. Second slip.
expansive drive. Probably didn't need to play at it.
No, leave it alone. Van der Hoogten begins a new over. They won't listen to us though. Pushed it to the offside, straight to Kieran Carlson.
Do you know what? In my heyday, I was a very attacking batter anyway, and T20 cricket probably came a little bit too late for me by a few years maybe. However, when playing the longer form of cricket that we used to play, which is Saturday adult cricket, 50 overs a side, I would just love to bat the 50 overs.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care about getting 150 plus.
Van der Hoogten's next delivery is turned into the leg side by deploy, no run.
Just want to spend as much time out there as possible. I just love batting. And that's what you see with the great players like the Steve Smiths and the Marnus Labuschagnes. They just love batting. They love, I mean, they take it to the extreme where they sleep with their bat and they're shadow batting in their hotel room after a long day of Test cricket. I wouldn't quite go that far necessarily, but the principle of just loving the fact that you're out there with a bat in the middle, just be out there for as long as possible.
Van der Hoogten bowls. That one is fiddled into the offside by deploy. They'll go through for a single. There is nobody close in at point. Deploy moves to 41, 270 for 3. Yeah, well, as somebody who never batted particularly long, it must be nice.
I mean, I have slept with a bat once.
Yeah?
Yeah, when I was probably about 13 or 14 years old. It was a brand new bat. I was doing the knocking in and stuff, and I didn't intentionally sleep with it, but I was kind of doing it while I was half asleep in bed, just knocking it in with a sock and just fell asleep knocking in a bat.
Van der Hoogten in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Hayder. There is no run. Nick Webb moves silently into the commentary box. Enjoyable lap? Yeah, well, it's just always...
No ice cream, though.
No, you cannot find an ice cream anywhere inside the county ground. We did struggle to recognise you until I remembered you had a red cap. And then it became fairly easy. 270 for 3. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Hayder, who cuts this for 4 out to the backward point boundary. Beautiful shot. A replica, really, of the shot that he played to Swepson, wasn't it, when he just leant back? And
yep.
He is so good to watch when he's in full flow. He moves on to 19 off the 30 deliveries he's faced. 274 for 3.
He's got a bit of the Mark Waugh, Rohit Sharma kind of elegance about him.
Yeah. But as I say, he always looks good right up until that moment when he's out. He waits now as Tim Van der Hoogten bowls to him, and he just about gets some bat on that as he attempts a drive. It goes up to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and it's the final ball of the Van der Hoogten over. He's bowled 23 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 71. Got a double wicket maiden, which is shining like a beacon as far as bowling performances are concerned in this match. Double wicket maiden, totally against the run of play in other sports terms.
Oh, I can tell you're warming up the football season, can't you? But and grabbed a
Thinking of excuses.
a breakaway goal in the 89th minute against the run of play to take home the 3 points.
Bloomfield Road and the season opener, put them top of the embryonic table.
Back of the net, Brian.
I'm sure there'll be a cliche or two over the course of 46 league games.
Absolutely, Jeff. Chris Cook waving at something or someone.
I don't really know what. David Lloyd's been down off the field down below us, and I think that's James Harris, who's on the field as a 12th man away to our left at third man. But they haven't been collecting a ball or anything. I wonder what they've been doing. Just making a note of all the landmarks inside his new ground. Oof. Oh, he's caught him. He's got an edge. Leicester Ploy, first delivery from McIlroy, a new over from him, his 19th, and Leicester Ploy has just pushed tentatively at that one, and it's gone. Has it come off a glove? He's gone through to the keeper. I didn't hear much of a noise, I must say. And Cook pouches another one, and Ploy goes for 41. Derbyshire 274 for 4.
The wickets are positively tumbling, 2 in the morning session and 2 in the afternoon now. But overall, it's really in line with Glamorgan's struggles of recent weeks, when it's been a question of 400, 450 for 6 run up by the opposition in the last couple of games. But at last, Glamorgan given something to celebrate. Can they get through the Derbyshire middle order and dictate the pace of the game themselves? I think that might have been glove,
I didn't hear
or
a
possibly
thing.
a faint edge. Anyway, it was definite enough to see the deviation, and Cook taking a good tumbling low catch. Deploy, the danger man, gone for 42, and in a season when he's averaging 98, I think Glamorgan would have settled for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The new batsman is the large frame of Tom Wood, who I did write down, hasn't played a first-class match since they faced Kent here in 2021.
Right.
And that game lasted a day, I think. I think that was the one. I'm going to have to look it up now, because I don't want to misinform anybody, clearly.
Absolutely not. This is the BBC you're working for, old chap.
Apparently so. Yeah, I'd heard that. I don't remember the game, of course, because it was a long time ago.
And frankly, the way the season has been set up, you're lucky to remember what's happening last week rather than even a year or two ago. 62 balls faced by Deploy, and he struck 6 boundaries.
Yes, McElroy is in bowls to Wood, who drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. Well, there was certainly no play on day 3. I don't remember it being rain. I have a feeling that might have been the COVID game. And in that match, Tom Wood scored 0 off 11 balls in the first innings and 14 off 36 in the second. Unless they lost in 2 days, which is more than possible. They did. Kent won by 130 runs in 2 days. That wasn't the COVID match. Wood is off the mark here with a push into the offside. There's a shy at the stumps from Hassan, which misses at the bowler's end.
So you got a T20 100?
A very good one. The 4th quickest century in all formats by a Derbyshire player. He holds 2 of the fastest centuries by a Derbyshire batsman. He scored a magnificent century against Nottinghamshire in the One-Day Cup a couple of seasons ago. It was just superb. McElroy in and bowls 2. Hayder pulls this into the leg side. It's a fine piece of fielding by Billy Root. Ball clattered into the ground about 2 yards in front of Hayder. Big puff of dust came up, and Root, diving to his right, stops it and is now feeling the effects of stopping it.
I thought for a moment that had reached him on the full. But as you say, very firmly struck.
He hit it hard. Very hard. Hayder. Somebody leaves in an expensive-looking car. As McElroy, but all expensive compared to mine, bowls to Hayder, who pushes this out into the offside. And it's fielded by Carlson.
And also mine, which is 18 years old, and I had off a relative in the first place.
That's a great. That is recycling at its best.
It's very green, isn't it?
I'm not sure how green the car is, but at 18 years of age. McElroy to complete his 19th over, bowls to Hayder, who drives square on the offside. I hesitate to call it a misfield. It was a good effort to stop it by Hassan tumbling away to his right, but he couldn't gather it in, and the batsman sneaked through for another single. Hayder moves on to 20. Tom Wood has 1. And Derbyshire at 276 for 4, trailing by 245.
21 more overs in which to gather bonus points. Will they possibly agree a declaration at that point?
Who knows?
There might have to be some
Well, have to be some
conversations at tea, possibly, if that's going to happen.
I think so. Yeah, there'll have to be some jiggery pokery. I mean, Derbyshire 372, the follow-on target. They're not going to get there before tea, are they?
No. Maybe the declaration when they avoid the follow-on.
I'm just trying to work out how long the evening session will be if we have tea at 4 o'clock, because there's 51 overs left in the day's play.
Oh, gosh.
It could be the longest session in the history of cricket.
Yes, it's a 100-over day after rain losses as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl and Haider is caught behind off a ball that got up a little bit, looked surprised by it, and off he marches. Van der Hoogten has his third wicket. Haider Ali has gone for 20 and Derbyshire are 276 for 5. Just jabbing at that ball, maybe rose more than he expected. And Cook moving to his right, taking the catch chest high.
Poor shot, really, wasn't it? From how to say, he looks $1 million until the moment he gets out. Never seems to scratch around. 2 wickets fall in very quick succession. And they might not need to have any discussions. Anuj Dal next for Derbyshire, who are still 245 runs behind. And then, of course, you have the conundrum of, I can't imagine for a minute that they would want bowlers. Van der Hoogten's in his 24th over, McIlroy's bowled 19. They'd want the bowlers to bowl again.
No.
So they'll have to go out and have a dart and then potentially agree a declaration.
Yeah, I think especially that given that Glamorgan had 1 day between games and they were bowling on Sunday at Gloucestershire as well.
Which is another reason I would have made them bowl here first, but there we go. The pitch was very green on day one. It's less green now, I think it's fair to say. It's had the heavy roller on it a few times, and there has been some sun. There is none at the moment.
Not as green as our valley, Dave.
No longer. 141 not out.
Not that I come from or have ever lived in a valley.
I know.
Lovely though those valleys are, but I haven't lived in them. Here's Van der
I was
Hoogten.
merely racially stereotyping you.
Absolutely.
I knew you wouldn't mind.
Van der Hoogten is into bowl to Dahl, who defends it thick edge and pads together out on the leg side.
141 not out. Anuj Dal's high score this season, scored against Worcestershire in a match in which he also took 5 wickets. For the second season in a row, a century and 5 wickets in the same match at New Road.
And he hit 92 in the team's meeting in Cardiff last September, in which David Lloyd got the highest ever first-class score by a Welshman. Sort of player Derbyshire ought to recruit.
Indeed.
Van der Hoogten bowls and driven back to him hard by Dahl. Van der Hoogten stuck a hand out and deflected vaguely towards the stumps. Wood having to turn and make his ground, and Ul Hassan stopped any runs being taken.
Yes, he'll do a good job for somebody, David Lloyd. I'm sure over the next 3 years.
With his leadership experience as well.
Indeed.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Van der Hoogten is into bowl, edged and dropped by 2 slips on the same delivery.
Good effort.
As Dahl got a thick edge, it flew very hard and high to 3rd slip. The ball bounced down towards 2nd slip, and no one could get a miss on it at all.
I assume the 2 slips are North-East and Ingram, are they?
Yes, Ingram, I think with the initial chance, North-East had a go at the rebound.
One for the 3:30 update there, dropped by 2 players, both the same delivery.
As Van der Hoogten bowls with added venom and Dahl blocks it back to him. And there is no run.
The kind of pitch where you probably got to take all the chances that come along, you would suggest. And he went hard at it,
Yeah,
Dahl, but
it was almost heading at Ingram's head, I think.
it didn't look easy. Don't see it very often, though.
As Van der Hoogten steams in and Dahl defends stoutly out on the offside. 276 for 5 after an eventful over in which Van der Hoogten took his 3rd wicket, and May have had 2 wickets in the over for the 2nd time in the game, but his slip fielders could not oblige.
I didn't realise Tim Van Hoogten was quite as fair, that hair-wise, that is, as he is. I don't recall him being that fair before, but must have bleached in the summer sun here in England and Wales.
It's the Australian beach boy look.
A little bit grey down the sides. Here's Jamie McIlroy, aren't we all? As it bowls to Tom Wood, who turns this one into the leg side. Tom Wood's overall first-class record is, well, this is 12th match. Average is 10. 203 runs. And high score of 31. Hasn't played an awful lot of red ball cricket. 27 years of age now. Very much regarded as a white ball specialist.
He had a few years between spells at the club, didn't he?
Yes, he did. McIlroy bowls. Wood defends out into the offside. And
was had a bit of a ban for an asthma product, didn't he?
Which wasn't registered by whoever needed to register it, yes. And as a result, he picked up a ban. Was that last season or the season before? One or the other. And was out of the game for quite some time. Couldn't even play club cricket, which I thought was a bit harsh. As McIlroy bowls to Wood, who pushes it again into the offside, which is fielded by Carlson.
So if they'd registered the product, he would have been all right.
Yes. Yes. And he's used an asthma inhaler since a teenager.
All right.
And had always been registered before. And this time, I think you have to register them every year, presumably, before the season starts. It was randomly drug tested, and that was that. McIlroy bowls, and there's only 3 people playing in this game at the moment. Wood pushes it to Carlson, who fields an extra cover.
Getting a bit murky again, isn't it, weather-wise? There's some
quite high,
slightly threatening dark cloud overhead. Already had a couple of showers, one which lost us a couple of overs mid-morning, and then another that lost us a couple of overs at about 5 to 1.
That tickled me. The McIlroy bowls to Wood, who rather uncertainly pushes it to Carlson this time, but still the pattern goes on. So they went off at 12:54 and immediately declared lunch at 1 rather than 12:55. I don't know if there's anything that there isn't anything that prevents them from having lunch earlier than 1, because we quite often have 12:30 lunches. Perhaps the lunch wasn't actually prepared. Had to crack open a new case of isotonic drinks. They haven't quite got them ready. Final ball of the McIlroy over. Wood pulls it round the corner for a single. McIlroy falls to the floor after delivering the ball. And Wood pinches the strike. With that single, he moves to 2. Derbyshire 277 for 5, trailing by 244. Dahl, who is slightly fortunate to still be there, has yet to get off the mark. Physio on for somebody. The slip fielder who was unable to take the catch.
Colin Ingram. Not apparently getting anything off the physio, though.
Just having a chat with him, and off he goes. Thanks for coming.
John, painkiller call? No, thanks, I'm all right.
Yeah. Physio asks player if there's anything wrong with him, and player says no.
277 for 5. Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Almost another edge as Wood pushed forward somewhat uncertainly.
Yes.
Glamorgan might just fancy their chances now of following up those breakthroughs. Dahl, perfectly competent middle order bat, but just with the clouds overhead, might be an opportunity for the bowlers to get a little bit of movement with this still newish ball. which Van der Hoogten is in again to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through.
Well, I imagine that it will be Alex Thompson next rather than Zach Chappell. Thompson, who's a very competent batsman himself. Zach Chappell can bat. Sam Connors can stick around. And then there's George Scrimshaw, who hasn't done an awful lot, full stop, through no fault of his own.
Well, in his second championship game, as forward comes Wood and plays firmly to point. No run.
Thompson shared in stanza 51 and 49 down at Sussex. And it was part of that run chase as he tried to get a move on, but couldn't quite find the short boundary.
Thompson averaging 31 and Chappell 23, so there is certainly power to add from the Derbyshire lower order. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Wood leaves outside off stump, just as some more water drips from the balcony above. Apologies for people who are getting fed up with us mentioning it, but it is somewhat distracting as it's directly in our eye line.
Yeah, it was making quite a noise this morning. I went to do the video that I've been asked to do down on pitch side this morning before I came up to the commentary box, and you could hear it smacking into the ground. It's quite a drop.
As Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and that's driven nicely down the ground by Wood, not quite firmly enough to reach the boundary. Al Hassan is back to field. Wood turned and looked for a potential third run, but it wasn't there. Wood doubles his score to 4. Paul Sussex suggesting that the weather has had some influence on this game, since we are still into the 110, inside the 110 overs. 4 bonus points in this game. So it's maybe not the fault of slow progress by anyone in particular, as that is defended by Wood on the onside. And there is no run. And just got the feeling that for the first time in several matches, Glamorgan's bowlers are quite optimistic of getting on the front foot. I have an inquiry from Ian Holmes that I'll put to Dave Fletcher when he is back with us on commentary, having told his radio listeners what is occurring. 279 for 5. Derbyshire 242 runs behind, which is kindly posted on our screen. Ian Holmes has this following query.
Excellent.
He says, I've never seen green sawdust before, or is it a new breed of Derbyshire mole?
The green sawdust, yeah, I'll tell you about that. Is it me or you? McIlroy bowls to Anish Dal, pushed out into the offside. He picks up a single and gets off the mark at the 6th time of asking, to 80.
Do tell us about the green sawdust.
Well, it's normal sawdust, and then they paint every little individual piece green.
That must take quite a time. Or they rope you into help in doing it?
Well, they lay it all on the ground for it to dry out. No, they've always had green sawdust. I've no idea. I mean, Glamorgan and Derbyshire matches are renowned for conversations about sawdust, of course. As McIlroy bowls, that's turned into the leg side nicely by Tom Wood. He might pick up a couple here, as the ball is fielded by a sliding Billy Root. And they do indeed come back for 2. Wood moves on to 6, 282 for 5.
Well, were you in the Swansea games?
A lengthy discussion at Swansea. We went out and heard the umpire saying we can't use sawdust. I never did get to the bottom of that, really.
Allegations that the potential carcinogenic properties.
Yeah. I think it was poo-pooed by all quarters as this next delivery from McIlroy is pushed into the offside where Carlson fields.
It was in a Swansea council report once, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the council, the fingers were pointed and unpointed, and It appeared in a national newspaper written by somebody who hadn't been within 300 miles of Swansea. It was pretty much picking it up off the nonsense that we were spouting, I think.
Heaven help them.
Which is never a good source. I don't think that counts as a source. McIlroy to Wood, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Cook. So the green sawdust is a different shade of green to the outfield. And then, of course, when you put it on the actual footmarks, it's a completely different colour to the footmark. So it's almost entirely pointless, really, having green sawdust. But they have had it here for the entire time I've been covering Derbyshire. The sawdust has always been green. And lots of people remark on it. I really ought to go and ask Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, why it's green. As McIlroy bowls, left alone by Wood outside the off stump to go through to Cook. In fact, I will make that my mission.
Mission possible.
Mission accepted, yes. Yes. This commentary will self-destruct in 5 seconds. New film out now, filmed in North Derbyshire. Some of it. The train going off the cliff was filmed in North Derbyshire in Mission Impossible.
Oh, right.
Yeah. All the stars were there. McIlroy bowls. That's one that gets up a little bit and he defends it quite nicely. Wood back towards the bowler. 3 runs off the over. 282 for 5. Wood has 6. Dahl has 1.
One would imagine it's not entirely a real train going off a real cliff, is it?
I believe it was.
All right, it wasn't CGI'd.
No, the train went off the cliff.
That's quite expensive on trains. Oh, sorry, it wasn't quite in focus. Can we get another one,
I
please?
think that's one way you've got to get it right first time. Yeah, certainly. If you don't get it right first time, it doesn't appear in the film. And I haven't seen the film. I assume it appears in the film, but recently out.
It would be somewhat careless if you destroyed a train and didn't use it, wouldn't it?
Yes. I don't think the Barbie film was filmed anywhere in Derbyshire, though. So if you're picking one, support your local area. Go and watch Mission Impossible.
Van der Hoogten from the racecourse end. In to bowl, and Dahl plays a no shot. In the second 11 game at Winchester, Glamorgan totalling a mere 149. Nichols and Sisodia getting 40s and no one else getting much at all. Hampshire in reply 61 for 3.
Sporting pitch.
We're
long for one of those.
At the college ground at Winchester, I'm told.
It's nice there.
Well, the college ground at Cheltenham wasn't a sporting pitch for bowlers anyway, as Van der Hoogten sees Dahl pushing forward and playing out on the offside, fielded at point. There's no run. The game has taken a very different complexion, hasn't it, since the departure of Duploy in particular, and then Ali. Derbyshire have retreated to the defensive. And the quiet pace of play that they affected this morning. Van der Hoogten bowls, driven but not timed by Dahl. Back to the bowler. Dahl, who's playing in his 6th county championship match of the season. Dropped on naught at slip.
Yeah, it was a fair chunk early on with a side strain that he picked up playing for the second team, which must have been galling.
As Van der Hoogten turns, runs away from us, past umpire Baldwin, bowls, it's cut away on the offside, and that will be 4 runs. The dive of Swepson at point did not make contact with the ball, and Dahl gets his first boundary. And a well-timed shot it was as well, the ball racing away and ends up lodged underneath the plastic sheeting next to the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion. 286 for 5. Derbyshire within 14 runs of a second batting bonus point. Glamorgan within 1 wicket of a second bowling bonus point. To ramp up the drama here.
What the tension was amongst the crowd. Yeah.
Van der Hoogten to Dahl, who plays defensively to mid-off, no run.
Just watching Swepson move, step all over those covers with his spikes. That'll have cheered the ground staff up. I often see people crawling across them, but not the Aussie. Straight in with the size 10s. Thanks for coming.
Well, he's probably on a plane at the weekend. The health of the Derbyshire coverers is not probably his prime concern at this point. As Van der Hoogten bowls, worked off his legs by Dahl, down towards fine leg. Oh, they're looking for two, and they'll get it just about. Oh, there's bee buzzers as well. They may get half a dozen for this, as Swepson chases it down towards the opposite boundary.
Got there.
6 runs?
6 runs. They'd certainly completed 2, hadn't they?
Yes.
Because Dahl was up, he looks like he's just tugging at his left hamstring here, which isn't great news. Now, the umpire will confirm how many runs there were, but they'd completed 2, surely to goodness, by the time. We'll wait and see. Yep, 6 runs have been given to Anuj Dahl. An all-run 6. Not quite. We've had an all-run 4 today, and now we've had a 6.
I think Chris Cook left the ball in the hope that it would strike the stumps directly. It was an adjacent throw from the outfield.
Dahl is rapid, though.
It didn't look as though there ought to be a 6 there. A 2 there, rather. And in the end, it made it a 6, which Van der Hoogten will be considerably displeased about.
Won't appear in the list of 6s, though.
Doesn't it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the all-run 4 does. In comes McIlroy to begin a new over from the city end. Bowls to Wood, who clips this backward square on the leg side. Tumbling stop by Root.
An all-run 4 doesn't go down as a 4, you're saying?
Well, because they're not boundaries. When he says he hit 7 4s,
yes.
I don't think you get those. The 7 4s wouldn't include the all-run 4.
Oh, right.
I don't think.
I never knew that.
Well, it might not be true. At 293 for 5, we'd have to ask the scorers. In fact, mission number 2.
Oof.
We can do that at tea in 19 minutes' time. This next delivery is down the leg side, flicked away off something, pad, by Anuj Dahl, and 4-leg byes signalled by umpire Neil Bainton. 297 for 5 runs, starting to flow again.
A burst of scoring the likes of which they will not see at Scarborough today because there's no play.
I'm just saying to Nikesh that there was a video posted. I didn't watch the video. I just read the words that accompanied the video in which Mr. Emerson said...
Otter's pocket? Was that
no, that wasn't mentioned, but he said he didn't hold out much hope for tomorrow.
Oh, gosh.
So it must have been fairly torrential. The rain, too far south to play cricket, Scarborough. As McIlroy bowls, it goes past the edge. Oh, we go, takes the edge of Anuj Dahl's bat. Faint edge through to the keeper, Cook. And McIlroy picks up his 2nd wicket. Just a prod forward, really, from Dahl. No more than that. He's just gesturing as though the ball bounced a little bit more on him than he was expecting. He goes for 11, and Derbyshire 297 for 6 now, trailing by 224.
And Glamorgan beat Derbyshire to the 2nd point of the innings, with Dahl dismissed in the 95th over. Eventful little 11 that, wasn't it? Dropped on naught and got a lucky 6. At Cheltenham, we're talking about college grounds, and the Cheltenham Festival continues forever, it seems. Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire made 406 all out, Gloucestershire 106 for 1. That's only the 2nd day of the game there. And Glamorgan will be very much hoping that Worcestershire don't win it. But Worcestershire did manage 4 batting bonus points. It's a very long Cheltenham Festival, isn't it? Because they're playing
playing us next week.
A couple of championship games. There was the Western Storm game in between, which was meant to be a 50-over affair and ended up about 20 overs each, I think. Because of rain, there's the warm-up game against Wiltshire, the National Counties Showcase, whichever you prefer, on Sunday, and then yourselves and someone else travelling there in the One-Day Cup. So that's 12 days of cricket, which is
a lot, isn't it?
That is quite a festival.
Yeah, it is a lot for an outground.
297 for 6.
Thompson, the new batsman. Derbyshire still 75 runs away from that follow-on target. 3 away from the second batting bonus point for what it's worth. And trailing by 224, so all round very much second best at the moment. 4 catches for Chris Cook.
Mark Watt, the Derbyshire spinner, took 1 for 19 in his 4 overs as Scotland beat Denmark by 33 runs.
I'm glad you didn't mention his batting, because I've mentioned it once and I think I got away with it. McIlroy bowls to Thompson, who goes forward to that one, beats the edge of the bat and through to the keeper.
Well, 6 down, and that equals the number of wickets that Glamorgan have taken at each of the last 2 county championship matches when their bowlers have not been at their most successful.
So they're looking to go past that here. Thompson, weight, tall figure. McIlroy bowls to him and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Cook.
In the Test match, England at tea at 250 for 7. Brooke, 84 off 90 balls, the highest scorer.
Went hard at a drive, apparently, was caught at second slip, unusually.
Stokes and Bairstow out cheaply.
McIlroy in again, bowls to Thompson, who gets bat on ball and pushes it back towards the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow through. 22 overs he's bowled now, McIlroy. 2 for 47. 5 maidens in there as well. 297 for 6, Derbyshire, trailing by 224.
At tea, Wokes is 15, Wood is 23 not out. And there have been 2 wickets apiece for Stark and Hazelwood, and 1 apiece for the other bowlers used, Pat Cummins, Mitch Marsh, and the recalled spinner Todd Murphy. So thanks Australia, who've had Michael Nisa for the best part of a couple of months, and
never used him.
Haven't used him. He's done a bit of subfielding. Must have made a nice cup of tea.
Was there not a hashtag Nisa must play? Was it seriously trending?
Oh,
yeah.
Came back to play 1 game for Glamorgan, knocked up 176 and departed again. Van der Hoogten bowls and Wood defends. Towards mid-on.
It seems rather pointless, doesn't it? Let him play, and if you need him, call him up then. Would that not be more sensible?
You would have thought so, but yeah, they've had, I think, more than 1 spare bowler there. I mean, in Test matches, I suppose you need a batter and a bowler on hand for concussion and whatever these days. Probably not COVID so much anymore. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Wood on the back foot plays to cover. No run. First Division, Essex beat Hampshire by 6 wickets. Middlesex beat Warwickshire by 8 wickets.
That's good news for somebody on the ground anyway. News of the Italy-Austria game, which was due to start at 2:30.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Wood forward defending to cover.
Abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Oh, right.
At Golden Acre in Edinburgh.
A valuable spell north of the border for Wayne Madsen then.
1 more game, Germany tomorrow, apparently. Yeah. He's got some Italian kit now, so that'll be nice.
Well, I'm sure someone will want to nick some of it. Van der Hoogten bowls and Wood is forwards. For a T20 specialist, he is adopting a decidedly traditional red ball approach to this innings.
I mean, he'll play with the red ball on a Saturday afternoon on a regular basis, but probably won't be facing bowling similar to Tim Van Hoogten, Jamie McIlroy. In the Derbyshire Premier League.
Wood faces up with 3 slips now to Van der Hoogten. Wide ball, cuts away, and that's beaten the dive of the point fielder, Swepson. And it's run away for 4 runs, just a bit too much width from Van der Hochten.
He might face the odd delivery like that on a Saturday afternoon, I would have thought, but it's nice for him to get his opportunity. Not sure whether Wayne Madsen would necessarily not come straight back into the side in September when we resume the championship.
Van der Hochten bowls, nicely driven, but fielded in a puff of dust by Carlson, diving over one of the used wickets and stopping another potential boundary. Is Wood likely to feature in the one-day cup side then?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's all hands on deck, I think, for the one-day cup.
All right. And Glamorgan will be almost the same group to choose from for the start of the competition itself. At Worcester a week Friday with Mike Powell, Dan Wheeler, Kevin Howells and myself. And then Glamorgan's return here a week Sunday.
Bet you're looking forward to it already, aren't you?
Looking forward to it already.
I thought you would be.
Just hope I've remembered to ask them to book the hotel.
Jamie McElroy beginning a new over from the City end. That one is played off his pads in front of the stumps by Alex Thompson, who gets off the mark with a single down to fine leg. I missed the 300. 302 for 6. 4 bonus points now for Derbyshire. They have 14 overs in which to get another 48 runs, which seems highly unlikely given the scoring rate at the moment. Although, having said that,
they should be able to put their foot down for the last couple, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they should be able to get that if they want to. McElroy bowls to Wood, turns it into the leg side. A no run, fielded by Gorvin, I think, in at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Looks a bit like him to
It
me.
looks Gorvin-ish.
It looks Gorvin's stature. He's quite diminutive.
It's slight for
Yes,
a professional.
Slight is a good way of describing him. As McElroy bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside, where it's fielded by Carlson. And there's no run. So tea at 4 o'clock in round about 9 minutes' time. 1 or 2 drips. I don't know where they're coming from, in all honesty, because it's way to my right on the window, which is not where the drips normally would land. And one in front of me now. I wonder if it is actually, is it raining? No umbrellas have gone up, so it probably isn't. As McElroy bowls to Wood, turns it to Gorvin at mid-wicket. No run, no sign of assault. There isn't a single umbrella up, so I think we can safely say it's not raining. Which isn't necessarily the default position. Still another 70 runs required for that follow-on target.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be satisfied with the afternoon to claim 4 wickets at a cost of 132 so far.
McElroy bowls, that's driven but off a thick inside edge to Gorvin this time by Wood.
It's strange, isn't it, that not everyone has been able to get on with it. I mean, Rees, towards the back half of his innings, Duploy certainly at the start of his, before he slowed down a bit, but forcing the pace has looked difficult.
Yeah, for everybody really. Which seems bizarre when Glamorgan made 520 for 8 declared, but Wood waits and McElroy bowls to him. He defends it back to the bowler this time, the Derbyshire batsman. 1 run from the over, 302 for 6. Wood has 11. Thompson has 1. Derbyshire trail by 219 runs.
Glamorgan scored at a decent rate overall at 4 and a bit. Ingram, you have to say, well, he batted well, but he was allowed to do so by the Derbyshire bowlers, and then Carlson, Root and Cook dismantled them basically, and the attack was
7 and 8 and over, wasn't
looking
it?
a little lacklustre by the end.
I think ragged is the word you're looking for.
Van der Hochten from the racecourse end. Rather dark conditions, but not quite dark enough to put on the floodlights as yet. Your ball to Alex Thompson on 1 not out. And he plays that one fluently through a gap in the offside. I think it'll reach the boundary in front of the pavilion. Swepson is trying to stop it. Swepson does stop it. And they'll take 3 runs just in front of the players' steps. Swepson just reaching down the hand in time and dabbing the ball back from before he ran over the rope, but not with ball in hand.
Sure it was 3, not just 1.
3:05 for 6.
It was 3, clearly.
Yes. Instant at Cheltenham last week. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's played on the offside by Wood. No run. It's...
Sun's coming out.
You sure?
Well, there's a shadow. I can see a shadow at Van der Hoogten's feet.
Yes, just about.
Oh, it's watery, I'll give you that. It's watery, but...
Just about. Don't think you'll be marketing the Derbyshire Riviera on that.
Here it comes.
3:05 for 6. Van der Hoogten bowls and cut away, but straight to point.
I seldom use the word Riviera, if I'm entirely honest with you.
It does tend to apply to seaside areas, of which there are precious few in the fair county of Derbyshire.
Yes, couldn't be further from the sea, really, here.
3:05 for 6. Van der Hoogten to Wood, and he is forward, playing out on the offside. Do you happen to know what the nearest point of sea is to here? Not that there's any reason you should.
No. Somebody will tell me, though.
Tweet us.
Somewhere in Derbyshire is the furthest place away from the sea in England. Somebody help me out. Where is that place?
Where's the place that's furthest from the sea? And if you wanted to go to the nearest bit of sea, where would it be?
They have a tradition of Skegness.
As Van der Hoogten into bowl, driven through the offside for 4 more. Van der Hoogten starting to look a little tired as Wood moves up and ever onwards to 15, and the total is 3:09 for 6.
I mean, he will be weary. He's bowled 1 ball short of 28 overs now.
A lot of bowling this season.
Which takes away the prospect of the follow-on being enforced.
Yes, I think that's remote anyway. 212 is the lead at the moment. 150, of course, is the deficit that Derbyshire need to get past. They need to reach 149 runs behind. Van der Hoogten in and worked on the leg side by Wood. Gorvin is in quickly next to the umpire, and there's no run. 3:09 for 6. Fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us a quick email and tell us where in Derbyshire is furthest from the sea, and if you want to get to the sea from Derby, what's the nearest point? Having said all that, at 3 minutes to 4, I've got a radio engagement next door.
Absolutely, I'll have an
So
update at 4
I'll see you the other side of the tea interval.
Thank you, Nick. And Mitch Swepson's going to bowl with a relatively new ball taken at 85 overs rather. So it's only 13 overs old as we speak. So the leggy might get a bit of extra bounce, who knows? We shall wait and see. The 2 batsmen just basically prodding away at the pitch while they wait for all the discussions to be had. 2 minutes until tea, so this will be the last over, no matter how quickly he bowls it. Bowls a couple of practice deliveries at the far end of the ground. He's bowling from the city end here at Derby. Permanent temporary stand behind him. 309 for 6, trailing by 212. Swepson is in and bowls. That strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. It was sort of ended quite quickly by Swepson, who's got 1 wicket today, that of Lewis Rees for 131. He tried a sweep shot. Ended up being caught at slip. Appeared to come off the back of the bat. He was the first man out this afternoon. Liz Deploy made 41 before he went. Haider Ali 20 and Anuj Dal 11. There's an attempt to cut here by Alex Thompson. It goes straight into the ground. 4 balls to go until the interval. Slipping a short leg for the Australian, who is in again and bowls to Thompson, who pushes this out into the offside, where it's fielded by Sam Northeast in the extra cover. Next delivery from Schwepson is defended by Formby, it appears, might be. Thank you, Nick. Might be the closest place to the sea. 81 miles away. That seems bizarre. Next delivery from Schwepson, pushed through a little bit, chopped into the offside by Thompson. 1 ball to go in the session. 81 miles away. Final ball of the session then. Mitch Schwepson in to bowl to Alex Thompson, who clips it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be tea, with Derbyshire on 309 for 6. Tom Wood is on 15. Alex Thompson is on 4. And Derbyshire trail by 212. And we will have, should we get them on, a 41 over final session, which will get underway in around 20 minutes. And we will return for that. In and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed.
For the final session of the day here on day 3, Derbyshire will resume on 309 for 6, trailing by 212 runs. Tom Wood unbeaten on 15, Alex Thompson at the other end on 4. Things moving along at a much healthier pace in that previous session in terms of runs and wickets. And to kick you off in this final session, it's myself, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Ed Bevan. Afternoon, Ed.
Good afternoon, Nikesh. Yes, and the sun is coming out for us for the final session, unlike yesterday when the sun didn't come out and the rain set in. So, yes, it's more interesting now as we watch Andrew Garvin bowling from this end and bowls. It's a good delivery which beats Wood on the forward defensive. The second new ball has done its job for Glamorgan.
It has. We've seen a little bit more movement, a little bit more pace and carry as well.
And more wickets. Yeah. Yes, I suppose if you do bowl well on this pitch, you will be rewarded. So we'll see what happens. Here's Andrew Garvin from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left by Watt as he goes through to the wicket keeper. Wood, I'm saying Watt. I'm thinking Watt was playing out. Derbyshire player who's playing for Scotland. Yeah, Wood is 15, Thompson is 4. They put up 12 runs.
We've not seen any great pace in this game, and
No.
I think that's been another issue as well. We've seen lots of balls keeping low, and when there's not as much assistance from the strip out there, that little bit of extra pace can help.
Garvin in past the umpire, bowls, full length ball, which is pushed out into the offside. Again, there's no run. High clouds, sunshine, and with a bit of luck, we'll get through until the close. 4 extra overs. We would have had 8 extra overs today because of yesterday's rain, but we've had 2 brief showers which have knocked off 4 overs. So all to play for, and it all depends how things go. When I was last on, we were talking about declarations, but now can Glamorgan dismiss Derbyshire? Garvin in, bowls, Wood gets behind it, pushes it into the cover region. That would be the ideal scenario to set up something tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, if they can get these last 4 wickets pretty quickly. Still got a big lead here of over 200 runs.
That
Long
is
old session as well, lots of overs left today.
I suppose that would be the ideal position if Glamorgan could get a good lead and crack on tonight and tomorrow morning. And I don't think there will be a finish somewhere because of the pitch, but there we are. We never know. Garvin turns and bowls, and that's a full-length ball which is driven into the covers. It's some nice shots as Wood, since he came in. He is on 15. And a flurry of wickets, if you like, in the afternoon session. Third wicket fell at 239, then 274, 276 and 297. So Glamorgan at least picking up a couple of bowling bonus points as Derbyshire picked up 2 batting. Here's Garvin. He's in and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Goes through to wicket-keeper Cook. And that's the end of Garvin's over. It's a maiden, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 44. Well, Hassan, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 42. And there's 2 young all-rounders who bowled 32 overs and kept things at bay, which is a credit to them.
Absolutely, yeah. They've certainly not let the run rate get away when they've been bowling, and that's crucial in a situation like this. It's about patience on pitches like this sometimes. We talked about how it was quite dull yesterday for a period, and first thing this morning as well. But, you know, if you're not conceding those runs, all of a sudden you get those flurry of wickets like they have done today. If they can clean up the tail here, and they've still set themselves up in a very good position indeed. We are going to see spin to start with from the City end. After the tea interval, Mitchell Swepson with the ball in hand, slip and short leg in place. In he comes, and Thompson rather is forward and defending at this one, just out to backward point.
I thought McIlroy had a good spell with the new ball, picked up 2 wickets because he hit the right spot, brought the batsman forward, and both were nicked off to Cook.
Swepson floats one up this time, and it's flicked away well, just to the side of that short mid-wicket fielder, and it's going to race away for 4 as well. Nice bit of timing there on that occasion from Thompson. It was a genuine half volley, but he waited on it nicely and used his wrists to beat the fielder.
9 overs after this until the bonus points disappear, in as much it'll be 110 overs. And 37 needed for the next bonus point for Derbyshire. Glamorgan, he struggled to pick up 3 wickets, but it is the tail after this. So, a bit to play for here.
Swepson poises himself, delivers, and this time he's forward in defence is Thompson. Nice long stride, the big fella.
He is a big lad, isn't he? He gets to the pitch of the ball. As is his partner, John Wood.
Swepson then 1 for 67 at the moment. Can he pick up another 1 or 2? This is it again, just flicked into the leg side, this time fielded at short leg, no run. Derbyshire, of course, bottom of Division 2. Glamorgan pushing for promotion, so could really do with a positive result in this game. 9 draws this season. Swepson, effort ball this time, again flicked away just wide of that short mid-wicket fielder, not quite as well timed. They'll get through for at least a couple, in fact they're coming back for 3, that's good running. 3 more onto the Derbyshire total.
I suspect those were the ones he turned across there were the googleys, as opposed to going across, just drifted down the leg side. Well timed by Thompson as he moves into double figures.
Thompson 11 from 16. Wood now on strike, 15 from 42. It's been a little bit more watchful. Here comes Swepson just outside off and gets a good long stride in, does Wood. Plays that defensively into the offside to complete another over. Derbyshire 316 for 6. They trail still by 205 runs. In case you are just joining us and you'd like to know what's going on in the Test match, England have just been dismissed for 283 on day 1 of that 5th Test. 4 wickets for Mitchell Stark. It was Chris Wokes, the last man to fall. Stark having him caught by Travis Head for 36. So England batting only 54.4 overs. Plenty of time for Australia to have a crack this evening.
They're going to have a crack for 2 or 3 more days if they wanted to in a 5-day test. Here's Andy Gorvin to continue. Starts his 14th over, comes in and bowls, and Thompson has to adjust there before he nudges it away on the offside. Yes, a disappointing total, but as the old adage goes, let's see what the other team do batting on that pitch. I haven't watched. Have you watched any of it, Nick?
Any of the series?
Today? Not today.
Not today, no.
I'd like to have seen that pitch has been moving around, and there's hope for England again. Andy Gorvin, over the wicket he comes, bowls, and Thompson drives, but straight to mid-on, sound fields, and there's no run.
I think it's unlikely it would have been moving around too much.
Not
The
at the
oval
oval, no.
doesn't tend to offer those type of conditions. It looked like a nice sunny day as well from the pictures that I've seen on social media from the oval earlier today. Also some more international cricket going on. Pakistan, of course, wrapping up victory against Sri Lanka by an innings and 222 runs in the 2nd Test there.
As Gorvin comes in again. Gorvin bowls, and that's left by Thompson outside the off stump. And after those relatively quick 4 wickets falling before tea, these two have to try to restart now because, as you mentioned, it's basically the tail that's to come in. Don't know much of the capabilities of the batsmen of Messrs. Chappell, Connors or Scrimshaw. Dave Fletcher says Chappell can bat, but doesn't mention the other two. Gorvin bowls. That's again played into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there's no run.
Other action in Division 2 today. No action between Yorkshire and Durham today because of the rain in Scarborough. And Gloucestershire batting in their first innings against Worcestershire. 119 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 406. And also some one-day international action going on in the West Indies. They're taking on India. They're 114 for 8.
Gorvin bowls. wild shot is caught at the wicket. Really was a poor shot that by Thompson. Went to drive. It's very much like the shot that Harry Kane got out to, but that was needless, I feel, wicket. You know, what do you think? Given away, really, by Thompson. Caught by Cook off Garvin, and he made 11, and it's now 316 for 7.
Yeah, it was too wide, really, to be having a go at that one. Just caught flat-footed. Didn't really move across to the ball. Had a wild slash at it. Nice regulation edge through, and another wicket for Glamorgan. That lead still 205. Just the 3 wickets remain for Derbyshire now. And this is the beauty of red ball cricket, isn't it? We were talking about how boring things were for a point, but just meandering along, and then all of a sudden things start to happen. Wickets start to fall. Runs start to be scored a little bit quicker as well. And we're in a position now where we could potentially I say, still not a very good pitch here for taking wickets on, but potentially a result seems more possible.
Yeah, possible, but I just have to see how things develop here. 4th catch for Chris Cook, and he's caught them, 2 of them, not very good shots, 2 that bounced off the seam from McIlroy, 2 very good balls earlier on. And Garvin now, who's deserved this. We spoke a little earlier on how he's persevered. 1 ball short of 14 overs, 1 for 44. And an opportunity, as you rightly say, of Glamorgan getting a useful lead here. 316 for 7. I was told this afternoon that Tom Wood really is a big hitter in 20-over cricket, so he may have to perhaps employ the long handle when and if Chappell gets out quickly and the tail-enders come in and you try and monopolise his strike. But for the moment, it is Garvin to the new batsman, Zach Chappell. Bowls, and Chappell's beaten. He beat him inside out. Then he went one way, then the other. Went through to the keeper. At the end of a very good over from young Garvin. And at the end of it, Derbyshire 316 for 7. They trail by 205. 8 overs to go. Glamorgan need 2 wickets for the 3rd batting point. And if my maths is correct, 34 runs needed by Derbyshire.
Indeed, yes. So Woods with some added responsibility now with the fall of that 7th wicket, and we are going to see Mitchell Swepson continue. He's been the most expensive of the bowlers, as you'd expect, really, being a spinner with not much assistance from the conditions out there. He's pegged it back just a touch. He's back to below 4 runs and over his economy rate, 1 for 70 from his 18. And here is Wood on strike. He's pushing forward at this full delivery outside the off stump, defends it into the offside for no run.
If he is the attacking player that I've been told he is, then I suspect with mid-off in the orthodox position and mid-on, he might try the aerial route there.
And I think that's probably what they're trying to tempt him with as well, hoping he miscues one of those. I'm not seeing much of the aerial route taken by the batters against Swepson, as he's forward again. Defending at that one is Wood. He's been clever with his variations, Swepson. There's not been a great deal of turn, as we said, but mixing up his pace, his lengths as well. And he is again a little bit straighter this time, and Wood tries to work it into the leg side, but it's off the pad. No run once more. Swepson at the top of his mark once more, and bends his back this time. Effort ball.
You sense that Swepson would be at his best against the 2, number 10 and number 11, wouldn't you?
Indeed, and he'll be relishing that opportunity.
With the variation he has.
And you always see number 10s and 11s who don't have much pedigree with the bat, just look to either block or swing. There's nothing in between, really. Swepson goes a little bit wider, and it's cut away, but straight to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by Zainul Hassan, diving away down towards his right. Still got the slip in place and the short leg. We've got the deep mid-wicket coming in off the rope and the deep cover indeed as well. So
Last ball, isn't it?
last ball of the over, keen to keep the new batter, Zach Chappell, on strike. Swepson comes in to complete the over, goes for the attempted sweep. It's off the pads and he's been given.
It's the last ball of the over. Just self-destruct, isn't it?
Looking to manoeuvre that one and try and get himself back on strike was Tom Wood. And it was the one that just skidded after it bounced. Didn't bounce all that high. Could have been the flipper that from Mitchell Swepson, who picks up a well-deserved second wicket. He's created a few opportunities today. 2 for 70 he is now, and at the end of another over, Derbyshire losing their 8th wicket. 316 for 8 they are, still trailing by 205. And now with Zach Chappell new to the crease, and numbers 10 and 11 to come, Glamorgan sensing an opportunity.
We'll sense an opportunity for a bonus point as well, which always helps, and then they will have got maximum bonus points from this game. But this is really a collapse when you think at one stage it was 239 for 2, and now all of a sudden it's 316 for 8. And it'll be Sam Connors. I don't know much about his batting capabilities, but no doubt he and Chappell, they're new to the crease, won't find it easy going against this attack. So Connors and last man in will be Scrimshaw. But that was the end of the over, so Gorvin will keep on bowling and he'll be bowling at Zach Chappell.
Sam Connors, not much pedigree with the bat so far, 38 first-class matches. Highest score of 39, but average of 10.
Swepson picks up the second wicket, 2 for 70. Van der Gooten 3 for 94. McIlroy 2 for 48. And Gorvin 1 for 44. Well, you try to sweep a straight ball. The last ball of a leg spin is over. Begs the question, doesn't it?
He knew he was gone straight away as well. I mean, the finger went up pretty quickly, but it was that guilty look.
Corvin comes in to bowl to Chappell, bowls to him, and Chappell defends on the line of leg stump and pushes it away to Billy Root, who's fielding there. Well, sort of wide-ish mid-on, or I suppose he was on the drive and the onside. Now, do they try and accumulate in ones and twos, or do they try and use the long handle? 3 slips all of a sudden now, and 2 wickets have fallen without addition to the score. As in comes Gorvin, bowls, and that's nearly caught at second slip. It was edged, goes down to the third man boundary. If it doesn't get all that far, they'll have to be settling with 2. When on the back foot and got a thick outside edge, it was a despairing dive there by Sam Northeast. I think he got something on it, therefore that's why it slowed up. But
Got a good hand on that one.
perhaps it should have been taken. Difficult for us, it's the far end of the ground, so
Yeah, no, he definitely got a hand on that. A good
Right.
chunk of it.
Gorvin again gets the Chappell, who's off the mark now with 2 bowls to him, and oh, how was that, says the bowler, the wicket keeper, the slips, but I fancy that was going past the leg stump. And umpire Baldwin agrees with me.
A bit of extra bounce as well as the angle going down the leg side. Could have been quite high.
The Nickish, the umpire, next to me was waving his head immediately, so we're all in. We all agree with that.
Indeed. Yeah. Bowler wasn't interested at all, really. Didn't even turn back.
All of a sudden, it's moving about for Gorvin, isn't it?
Some good seam movement.
And he comes and bowls to Zach Chappell, who defends again. Big, tall, must be 6'6", 6 foot, about 6'5", 6'6". Suspect if he plays rugby, he'll be very capable lock or number 8. Or perhaps not the size of the players that play rugby these days.
He's got a sort of Martin Johnson-esque physique.
He has, hasn't he? Gorvin doing a good job here. 2 balls to go off this over. And he comes, bowls, and that is out. Good catch, sharp catch at third slip. Driving without due care and attention again. And that is a bonus point for Glamorgan. And 3 wickets now have fallen, Nikish, for just 2 runs.
Yep, it's all coming to a close very quickly, this Derbyshire innings, and that was a good sharp catch by Colin Ingram. It flew off the edge of the bat. And as a bowler as well, Andy Gorvin would have been kicking the ground in frustration at the drop chance a couple of balls previous to that. He gets his man in the end, and it's the man they wanted as well.
Yeah, because this now will expose numbers 10 and 11, Connors and Scrimshaw, to the leg spinner, and also Gorvin, of course, who still has a ball left, 2 for 46. So the tea interval, I think I had it written down. What were we at the tea? 312, was it? I can't find. Anyway, 3 wickets have fallen for 2 runs. That's the main. And we await the arrival of George Scrimshaw.
There he
And
comes.
at his size, I
Number
wouldn't
9
have
on his
thought
back.
he's going to block many, would you?
No. Wouldn't have thought so, but yeah, I suppose, look, swing the bat, maybe hope 1 or 2 fly off the edge. A few bonus runs for Derbyshire here at the end.
4 points to Derbyshire, 8 the maximum for Glamorgan, which is always handy, whether you win a game or not. You've picked up the maximum, you can't do more, and even if they draw, they'll get 13 points. Keeps them in touch. Now, we have 4 slips, as it will be Gorvin and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to have a 7-2 field. No, we've got a Zain Hassan comes over to the other side, 6-3 field, but 4 slips certainly, as Gorvin tries to end the innings. He bowls to Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw beaten outside the off stump. That's the head of a good over. Again, 1 chance that went down, 1 catch that was taken. And Derbyshire 318 for 9, well away of the follow-on figure of 372. So it'll be Swepson taking his hat off, and he'll have a good chance, you would have thought, now against Sam Connors, who hasn't faced a ball, and George Scrimshaw, who has faced one, but didn't really get anywhere near it.
Discussions taking place there. There's a mini huddle.
I don't think there's any need for a mini huddle, do you? Because just tell Mitch, come on, just bowl. Give us your variation of leg spin and googlies, and I don't think a number 10 will really pick you.
No.
It's interesting. Collins and Chris Cook are having a chat there. Do you think he's saying, Cookie, what does he bowl? I doubt that.
I don't know. You tell me.
Don't know. I haven't kept him for long. I can't tell you, Sam, quite honestly. Doubt if that conversation's going on. Anyway, I look forward to this and see what will happen.
Right, still just the 1 slip and the short leg in place. And looks as though the field is all up, really.
And you can't blame him because he's saying, go on then, if you want to have a go, carry on.
Absolutely right. In comes Swepson then. Delivers, and this one is defended as the onside by Connors. Not overly convincingly, but safely enough. Off the toe end of the bat, out to Zainul Hassan. Swepson floats one up outside the off stump, and that didn't interest Sam Connors in the slightest.
I think
Shouldering arms almost as the ball came out of the hand.
something might come here in a moment, something of aggression.
Swepson goes straighter this time. It's a quicker delivery, and he manages to keep it out almost in the block hole. Just a low full toss in the end, knocked into the leg side. Well, we see the googly, this ball. Swepson comes in, and now we see the turning leg spinner short and wide outside the off stump, but
Too short,
misses
really.
out, Connors. Again, just skidded through, didn't it? No real bounce.
Flipper, perhaps, who knows?
Comes in once more, and this does look like the googly, which
Whoops.
has been worked around the corner. They go through for a quick single, and he's been run out.
Well,
Scrimshaw was a bit flat on his heels there after being called through for the single. It should have been his call. He had the best view of it, trusted his partner Connors, who was clearly desperate to get off strike. And that brings to a close the Derbyshire innings, 318 all out.
and the deficit 203
Yes.
for no wicket. Well, I have to say that, you know, what your opinion of that? I thought that was a shambolic effort by Derbyshire at the end of the innings.
Yep, 236 for 2.
Well, I'm accused by my good friend Dave Fletcher of being too kind, but flashing outside the off-stick, giving catches behind, and they had a suicidal, and he was, you're absolutely right, he was standing on his bat when the chap ran down, Connors ran down at him.
Didn't seem keen to get onto strike, did he? Particularly to face Swepson.
Anyway, since tea, 4 wickets have gone down, and 4 of them have gone down for 2 runs, which has changed the complexion of this game completely. Perhaps have I been a bit harsh? Or?
Not at all, no. 35 overs remaining in the day's play. So they've enforced the follow-on as well. Well. Now that's interesting. What do you make of that, Ed? Given the fact that they've been out there for a long time, 104.5 overs.
Yeah, plus a day at Cheltenham on Sunday, more or less. Driving up then on Sunday night, having a day off, all right, on Monday. Done a lot of bowling in this. The only thing I can think, and I haven't seen Gorvin bowl since tea, and seeing him bowl since tea, he bowled as well as any seamers bowled in the game because he got movement, and Cook has taken 4 or 5 catches in this innings. Whether something has happened there, I don't know, but I think it's it's not desperation. It's a brave decision to make to ask for the follow-on. It might just psychologically rattle the opposition. I don't know.
There is that old adage of, kick an opposition when they're down. And this looks like an example of that. But so 35 overs left today. Is that, I don't know if that's been updated. We'd lose 2 overs for the changeover, I would think.
Probably.
From that.
Whatever, that's a lot
so
of
30
lot of
odd
overs.
overs left in the day. That's a significant chunk. Almost a full sort of normal session, if you were. I mean, look, if they can sneak out a few by the close of play, if we can see Gorvin bowling as well as he did then and getting that seam movement and that zip.
Yeah, and apart from the openers and Deploy, we know Guess, of course, is a fine player, then you would question the remainder of the batting that we saw today. Would they survive? Anyhow, we're going to say bye-bye for about 6 or 7 minutes. We too will be here. I don't think Dave Fletcher is in a right state because he's thoroughly annoyed with the Derbyshire batting performance. But he will give his opinion. We'll speak to you later.
Make it 44 for 7. It went from 274 for 3 to 318 all in.
You're right? 44 for 7.
44 for 7. By any standard.
That was terrible at the end.
and on a pitch which we're consistently told you can't bowl, Glamorgan, with a, you wouldn't call it necessarily, with the greatest of respect, a stellar bowling attack.
It's
have
been
managed-
steady, hasn't it,
Yeah,
rather
absolutely.
than stellar?
And they've managed to bowl Derbyshire out for 318 and enforce the follow-on with Derbyshire still trailing by 203.
Yes. I mean, right areas seems to be the cliche of the last couple of years, but Glamorgan did put the ball in those right areas, even if they weren't particularly penetrative for a long time. But they finally got their reward for bowling straight, and that was about it, really.
Given that they only had 1 day's rest between matches and all the rest of it, everything that we know, it's been quite a slog trying to get these wickets. Are you surprised that they enforced the follow-on?
Yes, to be honest, but that shows you how much I know about first-class cricket. I thought that given a 200-run lead, as they've got, then they might look to bat tonight and maybe an hour tomorrow morning and give themselves something like 80 overs to bowl Derbyshire out in the final innings of the game.
Well, they've just managed to bowl Derbyshire out in 104 overs and 5 balls, and by my reckoning, we still have. I've just written it down. Where is it? I've just written it down. 129 overs left in the match, so there's no reason why they can't do it again. They'll probably need to bat again if they take that long. Well, if they take that long, the game will be over, but you know what I mean. And Harry Kane will face the first delivery. It will be bowled by Andy Gorvin. Why wouldn't it be? He picked up a couple of wickets, 3 wickets, in fact, since tea. And he's racing in now from the racecourse end. And Harry Kane pushes it out into the offside. Of course, every delivery will be a wicket-taking delivery, according to the slip fielders, for the first 10, 15 overs, so we can all get slightly less excited by that, I fancy.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Van der Hoogten, 2 apiece for McIlroy, Swepson and Gorvin, plus the run out to Gorvey as well.
Yes, of course. He's in again. Bowls 2 Kane, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Slight waste of a new ball there. We thought we were asking about the sea because it was going to be dull.
We've got some answers about the sea and that sort of thing.
Yes, I've had an email which I can't find now, so I'll try and find it. Could be anywhere. Absolutely anywhere.
Johnny Gaffer said he went to Buxton to watch Merthyr in the FA Cup. That can't be far from the furthest point.
It's quite a long way. That one's left alone outside the off stump.
Paul Swan says, I believe the answer to your question is Ashby de la Zouche. And Andy Greenwood suggests that the closest beach to Derby is Wallasey on the Wirral.
Yeah, I mean, beach might be over-egging it as somebody who used to live in New Brighton.
Yeah. Well, I said sea, so it doesn't need to be Golden Sands.
It isn't. This one is pushed up to mid-on by Harry Kane. That's who it was. Coton in the Elms, which is in Derbyshire, not far from, it's in South Derbyshire, not far from Burton, actually. Postcode is a Swadlington postcode, so that gives you an idea of where it might be, is the furthest place from the sea. 110 kilometres, 70 miles. Next delivery from Gorvin is left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane.
Is that in England or the UK as a whole?
It's one of, no, then, yes, 70 miles from the coast. It's one of the furthest places in the United Kingdom from coastal waters. There's a population of 896. It was mentioned over 1,000 years ago. In comes Gorvin and bowls, and Kane defends resolutely. Ball goes into the onside, fielded by Swepson. And the first over is a maiden. That's as much as you're going to get from me, really, without reading the entire Wikipedia page. Notable residents: Nigel Sims. Anybody? He was a goalkeeper in the 1950s and 60s for Wolves, Aston Villa, and England B.
Oh, that Nigel Sims.
I didn't realise that he was a resident. new.
Just wondering if this might be the first time that Andy Gorvin has
Open the bowling.
opened the bowling.
Very exciting. Well, while you look that up, I'm going to do an update.
That might require some research into the Glamorgan annual yearbook and the good thoughts of Dr. Hignell. As McIlroy is in to bowl and Rees leaves outside off stump. We did hear a suggestion that it might be the first time that Glamorgan have enforced the follow-on in Derby since 1969. It's the first time Glamorgan have enforced the follow-on this season, but they did so twice at the end of last season, both against Derbyshire and then against Sussex. As that's short and wide and slapped away by Rees off the back foot. Carlson is giving it a good old chase, but the ball will roll over the rope and into the advertising hoardings next to the members' pavilion. And Derbyshire are up and running in their second innings. They trail by 199, so they'll be looking maybe to knock off at somewhere around half the deficit, possibly slightly more this evening, with 31 overs to come after this. McIlroy is in to bowl, and forward comes Rees and plays it back to the bowler. Bear in mind that Glamorgan bowled for most of Sunday, or at least a couple of sessions of Sunday. And they've bowled 104 overs on, where are we, Wednesday stroke Thursday. So it's effectively that third innings bowling within about 4 or 5 days. As this one's glanced away by Rees, down to fine leg. Van der Hoogten fields, and they go through for a single. They will not want to run McIlroy, Van der Hoogten into the ground, hence Gorvin and McIlroy opening up. There's a bit of sunshine illuminates the county ground at Derby, as it did in the final session last night. Harry Kame then, he had to get off the mark. Faces McIlroy for the first time. In comes McIlroy, bowls, and Kame dead bats it to mid-wicket. And there's quite a lot of dead bat from Harry Kame in the first innings, 65 off 192 balls. But he hung on in there, and disappointing Derbyshire scorecard for the home side's listeners and viewers, because just 3 men got past the 20 mark. As forward comes Kame, blocking up to mid-on. There's no run. Glamorgan jog round enthusiastically at the moment, and why wouldn't they be enthusiastic with the prospect of winning for the first time since Worcestershire in May?
Absolutely. I managed to get the word calamitous in the 5 o'clock, which I was quite pleased with. Thank you to Alexander for sending me an email. He follows Derbyshire from America. He says, it's been a while, but I've been following the Derbyshire matches. Got in contact with the Derbyshire Club about donating to charity. We have to keep the game going. Yeah, they might need a charitable donation sometime soon. Here's Andy Gorvin, in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who clips this into the leg side. I thought he'd got more of it than that, but it just dribbles towards the man catching at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Always good to hear from our listeners around the world.
Absolutely.
As we like to call them. Rhiannon in South Africa has been quiet today. He's obviously disappointed in the way things have gone, understandably. 5 without loss, trailing by 198, Derbyshire. And Gorvin's on his way in again, past the umpire Bainton, pushed out into the offside by Lewis. Rees picked up by Carlson. No run.
You would have thought that Glamorgan would be a realistic target for Glamorgan tonight to get 3 down. They'd probably think their work was well done.
Yeah, they'd be happy with that.
They'd settle for 3 down, I think, if you gave them that at the moment.
Especially if you got rid of these two, who, as you just outlined, had scored the bulk of Derbyshire's first innings runs. They can't bat as poorly second time around, is something you often hear bandied about, as Gorvin bowls to Rees, who turns this into the leg side. And there's no run. And now Derbyshire will be hoping that is very much a truism.
Yes, I wouldn't have thought they'd be counting chickens in the valleys or any other regions of Wales, Dave.
Nicely put, Nick. Thank you. I'm afraid I'm never going to live that down. Good afternoon to you in the valleys as Gorvin bowls to Rees, who turns it into the leg side once again. Again, there's no run.
Sorry, it's nothing personal. It's just.
Well, when you've all gone back to your valleys,
don't say in the Principality either.
I wouldn't even dream of it anymore. I think I said it once many years ago and got away with it. But, yeah, no. There are so many things you can't say. Gorvin in it again, bowls, and Rees digs a full-length delivery out, pushes it up towards Billy Root at mid-on.
It's political correctness gone mad.
Well,
it's all right. We don't burn cottages down anymore.
I wouldn't even have mentioned that, blimey. I'll get involved in politics. I've just been asked by Dominic, who's doing our show between 6 and 7. You'll like this. Gorvin is in and bowls and defended off the stumps by Lewis. Rees made over from Andy Gorvin, who looks like a youngster, but I've just looked him up, and he's 26.
Yeah.
He looks a lot younger.
Fresh-faced,
yes,
doesn't
he
he?
does. He does. Any talking points to bring up at 6:30? Let me think. Yes, a couple. Yeah. Dom, get your pen out.
The talking points of the day have been the furthest point from the sea, yes. And the nearest bit of sea to Derby. We've talked about those, expecting that we would have some long, languorous overs to fill.
Yeah, I did think we'd have some time to fill, I've got to say.
But it was the combination of Bevan and Rugani that saw Derbyshire crash.
Yes.
McIlroy bowls and came fiddles at that one outside off stump. And there's no run. 4 wickets went in the shake of a lamb's tail after tea, as I went for a stroll around the ground.
There were 309 for 6 at tea with Tom Wood and Alex Thompson together, and we know both of them are pretty decent batsmen.
Yes, you would have expected stern resistance.
Resistance, there was none.
McIlroy bowls, edged but safely by Kame, wide of second slip and down to Van der Hoogten in the non-vacant third man position, and they go through for a single, 6 without loss. In case Derbyshire listeners are mystified why we make so much of the third man, it is one of our colleague Edward Bevan's hobby horses. There should nearly always be a third man. McIlroy bowls to Rees, who drives nicely but straight to Carlson at cover. No run.
I've given him 3 talking points, that should do us. What happened is the first one. Surprised Glamorgan forced the end follow-on being the second. I'm assuming that most of our listeners to the commentary won't be tuning into BBC Radio Derby at 6:30 when I will be having to explain what on earth has gone on here. The final one was, I thought they said it was a turgid pitch.
McIlroy bowls on said pitch, and Rees blocks it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Where are we time-wise? 29 overs to go at 5:09. We are talking past 7 o'clock, I think.
We are talking very much past 7 o'clock.
We got to, was it around about 7 on the long time ago, first
On the
night.
first night, I did my final report straight after the 7 o'clock news at 3 minutes past 7, and they just walked off the pitch.
McIlroy bowls and Rees plays it back to him, and there's no run, so we're likely to go beyond 7 tonight. So let's hope the commentary stream booking was made until later than 7.
Oh yeah, I book them.
I stick 7:30 down usually.
I do. Start them at 10:30.
Oh.
Go through till at least 7:30. Might even be 8 o'clock.
There's next delivery from McIlroy, finds Rees on the back foot. Playing up to mid-on. Rees might be somewhat miffed in the efforts of his colleagues, really. Having batted until the 81st over of the Derbyshire first innings, he finds himself having to repeat the exercise on the same day as after he was out, third out. Derbyshire only lasted another 23 overs or thereabouts.
Yes, they haven't covered themselves in glory by any manner of means. Is Gorvin beginning a new over from the racecourse end. The first delivery is pushed into the offside by Harry Kane.
5 catches for Chris Cook, which is 1 short of equaling the county record, I believe.
Was it?
I think it's 6. I think Cook shares it anyway. Cook and Wallace, probably.
And goes Gorvin again. That one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. You've got me worried now. So I'm just checking the stream booking. Genuinely, I am checking it now. I'm confident
Absolutely.
that I didn't make the error.
Did you switch the iron off when you left home as well?
Well, I'm fortunate in that I don't own an iron. So that one's all right. I know that's safe.
Did you switch Twiggy's iron off?
I'm not sure he's got one either. In goes, I'm sure he has actually. In goes Gorvin. The ball strikes the pad, gets through the pad. How's it gone there? It's actually gone right through. It hit his pad initially, went straight through him and missed the stumps somehow.
I just dribbled back past
Harry
leg
Kane
stump.
survives. Wow. That was too close for comfort. Far too close for comfort.
That was very odd. He got in a bit of a tangle, I think, trying to work on the leg side, and the ball just shaved the leg stick as it dribbled towards the keeper.
And he goes again, Gorvin, and bowls to Kane. This time he gets the full face of the bat on it, pushes it out into the offside where Carlson does the fielding. I'm going to search Derbyshire or Glamorgan. If I do Derbyshire v Glamorgan, then we're laughing, aren't we? There we go. Day 1, day 2. Day 3, that's the one we want. I don't appear to be able to do anything with it, though.
Well, at least you've located it, which is more than I can do on a BBC system, to be honest.
7:30. Next delivery from Gorvin is left alone outside the off stump.
Bonnet de douche, Rodney.
Yeah, absolutely. As they say in Spain, we're laughing. So we will be on air until 7:30. If it goes beyond 7:30, you're all on your own. Because I won't be here anyway. I'll have had enough by then. Have I missed a delivery?
Not at all, no.
No,
I was just
sure.
looking upwards at the dark stuff that's
Yeah,
overhead.
they are dark clouds up above, aren't they? Final ball of the Gorvin over is defended by Harry Kane. Straight back to the bowler. 3 overs, 3 maidens.
Bowls a lot of maidens, Andy Gorvin.
Did he bowl in the first innings? 5 of his 15, so a good proportion, a third.
But not as good as at Cheltenham, when he bowled 15 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 40.
Well, he does. I don't know if this will ever catch on, but he appears to bowl from one wicket to the other wicket, and sort of takes his chances from there, which seems like a fairly sensible kind of operation.
Indeed. McIlroy starting a new over, and Rees on the back foot playing to cover, and there's no run.
think all this goes to show what a good captain David Lloyd is. So that will.
The sort of
Trying to pick out positives of the
calibre
game.
of captain that Derbyshire might be looking for after the departure of Laius Duploy.
He's exactly the kind of. I like the cut of his jib. Bonus points finished 8-4, incidentally, to Glamorgan.
As Rees drives, but can't beat the tumbling Carlson, who's covering both cover and mid-off, but managed to do that job adequately on that occasion.
Which, of course, means that Glamorgan are now looking for the rarest of beasts, the 24-point win.
Oh, yes.
Which would be some going. Having got maximum batting and bowling bonus points. It's a while since Derbyshire did that, I think.
As McIlroy bowls and Rees drives nicely, but straight to mid-on. Is that route at mid-on? Yes.
I can feel another paragraph there.
Well, Glamorgan certainly didn't get maximum points against Worcestershire in their other win this season because they only got one batting point.
That's a decent effort to win with only one batting point as well, isn't it?
McIlroy bowls and Rees plays back down the wicket. McIlroy gets a hand to it. Ball trickles to root. The scores on that occasion in Cardiff, Glamorgan 258. Where are we? Worcestershire, I think Worcestershire must have batted first. Worcestershire 109 all out. Worcestershire 227 all out. Glamorgan target 79, reached 81 for naught. And McIlroy bowls, back on his stumps goes Rees. Plays to mid-on once more. Root is in the action. And on that occasion, David Lloyd suffered the hamstring injury to the knowledge of absolutely no one apart from himself, because he continued batting until the end of that short innings, a 10-wicket victory. Didn't appear to be in any difficulty, but the next we hear, he's out for a couple of months.
Made out of tough stuff, you see.
McIlroy bowls, Rees drives it back to him, and he stops it in the follow-through. As Messrs Maynard and Harrison going for the usual gentle wander, accompanied by, I think, one of the physios.
Left for wickets, right for runs, so they've gone the right way. Confirmation from David Griffin, what Andrew Hignell told us, that first time since July 1969, Glamorgan enforced a follow-on against Derbyshire here at Derby.
You could write a song about that. Could call it the summer of '69.
Oh, yeah. And then the song would be about the year. Here is Gorvin in and bowls, and that one is defended by Harry Kane. Up towards Tim van der Hoogten, who trots in from mid-on to pick a very slowly rolling ball off the floor. So now that I know the questions I'm being asked, I can start to think of some answers. It's always good when you supply your own questions. Nothing surprises. Next delivery. Oh, down the leg side. Nice stop by Chris Cook, tumbling away to his left at full stretch. Managed to get a full glove on it. Otherwise, that was racing away somewhere for something, certainly down towards the fine leg boundary.
Oh, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever, and if I had the choice, I'd always want to be there. Those were the best days of my life.
Weren't they just?
Appropriate to Glamorgan Championship winning year. Unbeaten as well.
Next delivery is driven by Harry Kane. Tumbling stop by Billy Root, moving across from mid-off. Keep going.
I'm just seeing if there's anything else that could be vaguely relevant to Glamorgan, but possibly not.
Some of it might not be. Yeah. Alexander from America says it's a great day for the thrill of red ball cricket, hoping for the best for Derbyshire. Well, good luck with that. But good job for Glamorgan for attempting to win. Absolutely. Gorvin bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Kame on this occasion. Yes, fair play, as they say, to Glamorgan for enforcing the follow-on, which is something that's really gone out of fashion in recent years. And with their bowlers having such a heavy workload in the first innings, 104, 105 overs, the bowlers will presumably have stuck their hands up and said, oh, we'll give it a go. It's their best way of securing a victory. They've still got the insurance of a second innings, of course, as Gorvin is in again and bowls to Kane, who leaves a wide one outside the off-stump alone. So they are to be applauded for that. Absolutely, Alexander.
And now the times are changing. Look at everything that's come and gone. It was the summer of '69 when Glamorgan beat Essex at Swansea by 1 run with a dramatic run out to keep their unbeaten record.
A dramatic run out. Gorvin bowls, defended by Kane, up towards Root again. And well, you won't be surprised to know that's a 4th successive maiden over from Andy Gorvin. 4 overs, 4 maidens. And Derbyshire are 6 without loss, trailing by 197. Well, not trailing, behind by 190. Well, they are trailing, I suppose.
I believe it was Ozzie Wheatley with a boundary throw that brought them that run out.
Wheatley by name, but not by
Wheatley.
name. No, that's
Wheat.
a shame. That's a shame. That's a shame.
Former Glamorgan and... oh, I can't remember who else he played for. Played for Glamorgan in the latter years of his career. Went on to become a respected sports administrator.
Wheatley makes hay.
As a new over starts from Jamie McIlroy, and Rees plays the first ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gorvin has started off with 4 maidens.
Absolutely, absolutely. Top-class bowling from Andy Gorvin on such a turgid pitch.
Ozzie Wheatley played for Warwickshire before Glamorgan. So that's down leg side. Rees flicks at it. Initial interest from the Glamorgan slip cordon, but doesn't turn into an appeal. He's now 88, is Ozzie Wheatley, still with us.
Excellent.
And still following Glamorgan. So good evening to you if you're listening, Ozzie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Born Gateshead, County Durham.
Oh, well, never mind.
McIlroy bowls, Rees drives to mid-on. And there's no run. Captain of Glamorgan in the mid-60s. He was one of the cricketers of the year in the 1969 Wisden Almanac. Played a few games in the championship season and retired the following year. As McIlroy bowls off his legs from Rees, clipped away, and Van der Hoogten has somehow managed to stop that, has he?
Well, he has. Yeah, I think they'll say that that's okay. I'd love to know where his left hand was.
Oh, he deserves to save some runs for the effort.
He does, absolutely. I think it's going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things.
The ball was left inside the rope as Van der Hoogten went flying over it. 8 without loss. Rees is driving to mid-on, and once more Billy Root is in the action. Ozzie Wheatley was also a test selector at one point.
Yeah. The more you tell me about him, the more embarrassing it is that I didn't know his name. But thank you anyway. It wasn't on my radar. Apologies, Ozzie.
As McIlroy bowls, Rees flicks it away into the leg side, but a scrambling stop by Swepson at mid-wicket prevents Derbyshire from adding to their total of 8 runs without loss. Somewhat sarcastically, the Wikipedia entry notes his career runs only just exceeded his wickets.
Well, that's all right if you're a bowler.
It is.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine.
It took
We
lots
now
of...
have a substitute who's come on in a completely different kit to everybody else, which is slightly village. Gorvin's finished with 4 overs, 4 maidens. We're going to see Tim van der Hoogten. So if if you know who he is.
I don't. Shall we see if the scorer
Yeah, why not? Be
knows
nice to give him a
whether he
name
is
check.
indeed a Glamorgan player at all?
Well,
Might be one they've borrowed.
Quite. Derbyshire did have somebody from the Birmingham League, 12th manning at Worcestershire, despite the presence of 6 members of the playing staff there doing various bits of fitness work. He's currently having Tim van der Hoogten bowling to him. And he just dried his hands or rubbed his hands on the turf. Here's van der Hoogten then from the racecourse end in bowls to Harry Kame, who goes on the back foot and punches it out into the offside. Carlson with the fielding, no run. So they finished early at Scarborough, as we all know. We've given you that score. And the other game in the second division, if I can find it. Where's it gone? There it is. Worcestershire 153 for 4, trailing Gloucestershire 153 for 4, trailing Worcestershire by 253. As this next delivery from van der Hoogten to Harry Kame is left alone outside the off stump. And Australia, in reply to England's 283 all out, are 37 without loss after 11 overs. So they trail by 245 runs in the final game of the Ashes at the Oval.
The 12th is the man it's meant to be, Rodri Lewis, but we don't know what kit he's got on.
Certainly not a Glamorgan kit. The trousers are too white as well, as Tim van der Hoogten bowls too. Kame, who pushes this one out into the offside. I haven't managed to commentate on a single run yet. 8 without loss. Mind you, only commentated on 8 of them, so it's not like there's been an absolute flurry from the other end. For those wondering, and I'm sure there aren't any of you, the reason they're playing the final Ashes test in July is because they can't play any of those games in August when they normally do. I can't quite remember why, though. Van der Hoogten, but it is nonsensical, is in again and bowls to Kame, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
It is, of course, because Australia have to play some one-day matches in South Africa or somewhere.
Well, I don't think that's the actual reason, but they might go to Ireland for a game, I suppose. But they could do that when they normally do it at the end of a proper tour. It's a one-day international going on in Bridgetown, and West Indies against India. Doesn't particularly seem a fair contest to me. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. That's left alone by Harry Kame to go through to the keeper. The West Indies made 114, and India at 23 for one that's taking place in Bridgetown, Barbados.
With memories of England being terrorised by the West Indies for decades.
Absolutely. It's sad, isn't it?
It is sad
Very,
that they have
very
come
sad.
so far in the other direction. The reason that Australia can't play any tests in England is that because they're playing a T20 match in Durban as early as August the 30th.
Yes, the next delivery from Tim van der Hoogten. Time to prepare for those. Tim van der Hoogten has begun with the maidens. So from the racecourse end, we've had 5 overs, 5 maidens, and Derbyshire are 8 without loss. Mohammed Amir has bowled 1 over for 8 runs for the Durban Calanders. Ben McDermott, once of this parish, made 8. He's keeping wicket for the Bulawayo Braves, and why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Indeed.
If you were offered enough money, you'd keep wicket for anybody.
Absolutely. I may be available for a loan move in the South East Wales Division 11 or below as well at
I
this
thought you were
rate.
going to suggest you were going to play in the Zimbabwe African T10 at the weekend.
Oh, I don't think T10 would be very satisfying.
Might be very satisfying financially.
Yeah, when there's the next plane to Harare, you'll have to nip home for me, kid. Got my own black pads if
Well,
there's anyone playing in black.
You'd be all right. Just borrow Rodri Lewis's. Whatever kit that was. I think he's gone again now. No, he hasn't. He's at backward point.
I mean, he should have some Glamorgan kit because he's played for the Saxons quite a bit. Berkshire as well, he's played for.
Change of bowling at the City end, eh?
It is
short, sharp bursts. I think that makes sense as well, doesn't it?
Ul Hassan will be running in and bowling to Rees, who plays off the back foot to mid-off, and there's no run. I shall vacate after this over, and Nikesh can introduce something vaguely sensible in the conversation.
Well, I'm hoping he injects a bit of excitement into it, quite frankly.
Well, he and Edward did manage the
Yeah.
post-tea collapse between them.
Calamitous collapse.
Calamitous collapse. As Ul Hassan strays down leg side, Rees clips it away. Van der Hoogten should just about get there in a manner of a fast bowler who's bowled far too many overs this season. Picks up inside the ropes and they're back for 2 runs.
Well, bless him, he's already bowled 29 overs in this match.
I might, do you mind if I pinch the calamitous collapse for the match BBC report?
I would be honoured.
Thank you. 10 without loss. Derbyshire gallop into double figures in the 10th over of their innings. And Ul Hassan is in right arm, bowls, and a bit of width offered to Lewis Rees. And as we've seen in the first innings, a bit of width outside off stump is up his street, and he duly dispatches it through the covers for 4. 14 without loss. Derbyshire trailing by 189.
I think in fairness, it's at most batsmen's street, isn't it, really? There haven't been many of them, though. Not sufficient, and certainly nowhere near as many as there were in the Derbyshire bowling effort.
In the evening sunshine now, piercing the clouds. Ul Hassan through into Rees, who will get runs through the leg side. He's taken a liking to Zain Ul Hassan in the last few deliveries, and this one might just reach the boundary. No, it's tipped back by a diving route, and Swepson completes the fielding, and that has saved 1 run. They've gone through for 3, and that could be the vital run.
Could be vital in the end.
Could be vital.
Could be vital in the
Any
end.
run could be vital, but
Yeah, then again.
Derbyshire's deficit has plummeted to 186. Glamorgan then have got maximum bonus points, and providing their over rate is all right, they will go home with at least 13.
Have to go.
As Ul Hassan bowls, there's an appeal for LBW as came in struck on the pad. They think about a quick single. It is not to be had. 17 without loss. As Ul Hassan retreats towards his mark at the City end, front of the permanent temporary stand, half of which is closed because it forms the sight screen. As Kame defends that one on the offside. Same sort of run sharing as we had in the first innings, really, with Rees dominating the partnership. He has 16, Kame has 1, 17 without loss. Derbyshire have survived 10 overs. 23 to go as Dave Fletcher finds more vocabulary to describe Derbyshire's woes today. Can Glamorgan claim a couple, at least in this evening session, to get Derbyshire further on the back foot? If they were to survive to stumps tonight, that would be what, about a quarter of the job done as far as the home side is concerned in terms of survival. Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Rees defends to mid-on, and there's no run. 3 slips, there's a point, a cover. Mid-off, the subfielder Lewis. Van der Hoogten has the ball back. And In he comes. Balls driven but not timed by Rees. Back to the bowler. So Glamorgan gritting teeth, girding loins and stiffening sinews for a final effort with the red ball before they pack their whites away for a month. Next championship game is against Worcestershire at New Road at the start of September. As that's driven nicely down the ground, 4 runs by Lewis Rees, who is happy to take the attack back to Glamorgan, given an opportunity, slightly overpitched by Van der Hoogten. 21 without loss.
So they just build up a head of steam and then stop for a month. Fancy. Somebody just sent a text in to Donna Alice, who's doing the afternoon show today, and just put Derbyshire cricket shambles.
Okay.
She's just I said, well, yeah, that word has been used on a number of occasions, I'm afraid. Today, it has been about the worst day of cricket Derbyshire have produced all season, I would suggest.
Van der Hoogten bowls thick edge away for 4, past the slips. Rees galloping on to 24 not out. 25 is the Derbyshire total.
He didn't bat this quickly in the first innings, did he? So he's just got to, he hasn't got to rein himself in, but he's got to be careful here not to chuck his wicket away. Lewis Rees, having made 131 first time round.
We might be seeing ball like a football, having batted half the day.
Yeah, well, there is that.
He's 150 odd for 1 on the day, which his teammates would do well to emulate. Van der Hoogten, right arm, medium fast, round the wickets. Driven back to him by Rees. Half stopped, and the ball rolls to subfielder Lewis.
Less than 24 hours ago now, when they had to come out and face 8 overs, I think it was at the end of yesterday. When they got through them, I thought, well, yeah, they've shown a bit of fight here. They've done well. And these two continued to do well right through until not long before lunch, was it? When Harry Kane rather got himself out. So hopefully he won't do something similar.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Rees drives. Runs up to root at mid-on. There is no run. 25 without loss, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Nikesh Regani.
Thank you very much. Nick Webb from BBC Wales. Trying to give Nikesh the big build-up, so I hope he's up to it. Got a lot to follow after that. Nikesh.
Got to perform now.
Yeah. But you'll do well to sound excited, because there's been too much to get excited about, in all honesty, in the last however long we've been back. In the last, there were 33 overs, weren't there, post tea? So we've had 11 overs.
Hassan comes into Kame, who works this one down towards fine leg off the hip, and should get himself a couple of runs. Can't see what happened down there. A bit of work to do for the fielder. In fact, they're back for 3 in the end.
There's a slip from McIlroy. He's just looking at his right ankle. He's okay. And David Lloyd has come down to offer him a low 5. Because he did well to make sure that one didn't go to the boundary for 4. But that is out of our sight. There is a very large pillar up. It's needed because it's holding the building up, but it's the only part of the field we can't really see from our vantage point here.
Hassan into Rees again, and this one is just punched off the back foot into the leg side. No run.
So what on earth's happened here? Nikesh, come on, help me out. I've used Calamitous collapse, which it was, 44 for 7.
Well, there was that, and I think Glamorgan maybe just got a little bit overexcited with the way things went towards the end of that innings with that collapse, thinking that they could snuff out a few quick Derbyshire wickets before the end of the day, which they still could. Well, Hassan into Rees again, who finds the gap on the leg side this time, just in front of square leg, gets himself another single.
They they'd probably be happy with 3 wickets by the close, wouldn't they? In a session, it's pretty much a session, 33 overs. It should have been, or the post-tea sessions are generally 32. So if they can pick up 3 wickets, Glamorgan, they will really fancy their chances tomorrow.
And not let Derbyshire score very quickly, which they've been doing well so far. 29 off 69 deliveries in this innings at the moment. Ul Hassan into Kame then. He's wrapped on the pads, but ball would have been heading down the leg side. A mooted appeal from the slip cordon.
Fascinated to see what Stephen comes up with, who generally organises the end of days interview. Who is going to be the sacrificial lamb, which is pretty much what he's going to be.
You think maybe Lewis Rees?
Well, we did him yesterday.
Okay.
Harry Kane, potentially.
In comes Ul Hassan again, and Kame is forward in defence. Hassan with the fielding in his follow-through.
Beyond that,
It's kind of that situation where you put one of the coaching staff up, isn't it?
it is. Unfortunately, the batting coach is a consultant, Ian Bell. So he is part of the coaching staff, but not a full-time member of it, if you
Yes.
like. Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach.
Ul Hassan charges in again, and that's been timed beautifully with just a flick of the wrist out towards deep mid-wicket. The ball races away for 4. We didn't see too many balls timed this well
No.
in the first innings of Derbyshire, particularly in this opening partnership, which was successful in terms of runs, but they weren't coming very quickly on this occasion. Harry Kame just flicking that one away nicely. He moves on to 8, and at the end of another over, Derbyshire 33 without loss.
There's all sorts of waving going on to the pavilion now. People want gloves, drinks, towels, all sorts. So there are 12 men scurrying around, going up and down the stairs away to our left-hand side. A little bit expensive, Zain Ul Hassan, 2 overs for 17 in comparison to everybody else, especially Andy Gorvin, who bowled 4 overs, 4 maidens at the top, having picked up a couple of wickets post-tea and affected the run-out of the late George Scrimshaw. I call him that because it took him about 3.5 minutes to realise that he'd been called through for the single, by which time he was in all sorts of trouble. So, as I say, not covering themselves in glory, the Derbyshire batsmen today, other than these two who are out there now. Rees on 25, Kame on 8, Rees on strike, Tim van der Hookten to continue from the racecourse end around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who goes back and pushes the ball straight back towards the bowler. And there's no run, and any threat of rain appears now to have disappeared. The clouds are white and wispy. There's plenty of blue sky up above.
Beautiful sunny end to the day.
We are set fair for a 7:10 finish. Dear, oh dear. No worries with the over 8 either for Glamorgan, +1. As Van der Hookten goes in again off the back foot, this time out into the mid-wicket region where Kieran Carlson fields.
7:10, is that pizza o'clock?
I think almost inevitably. I think almost, well, more likely to be 7:45 by the time we get away, I would have thought. But yeah, I can't imagine staying in somebody else's house. I can't imagine me going back and cooking something. Not when there are shops willing to cook it for me. Van der Hookten in again. That one is driven by Rees to Billy Root, fielding at mid-on, goes down on one knee to effect the stop. I managed to get one that wasn't quite as, I mean, it was still hot and spicy, but it wasn't quite as hot as the one that I had earlier in the week, which I come out in a sweat just thinking about. It could have done with being slightly hotter though, so find a happy medium.
Do you get the one with the where the tomato sauce is a little bit hotter as well?
Well, he did offer me some of that 2 days ago as Van der Hookten bowls. Looked like a wobble seam ball, that one. This is the gold lettering on the ball glinted on its way down. Yeah, he said, do you want me to put some chili sauce on as well? I said, yeah, go on. That was probably a mistake.
Wasn't the bird's eye chili sauce, was it?
They're the best, aren't they?
They're the best.
Oh, they are the best. I usually put those in the old spaghetti bolognese, which means I can taste neither the meat or the spaghetti. 33 without loss. Van der Hoogten in again. Full delivery is driven out into the offside by Reese Square. Swepson Fields at point. And there is no run. One ball of the Van der Hoogten over left. It's heading towards his second maiden. And they're sending Kieran Carlson out to the mid-wicket boundary. Australia are going okay, aren't they? Last time I looked.
48 without loss.
48 now, yeah. They were batting nicely. There is Van der Hoogten to complete his third over. Bowls to Reese, who pushes it out into the offside, and he does complete his second maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8 for Tim Van der Hoogten. Derbyshire 33. I must have commentated on a run. I had Gorvin's 4 overs, and now they were all maidens. And now Van der Hoogten has bowled 3 overs, 2 of which have been maidens, and I think I've been doing all 7. So I've commentated on 8 runs in the last 13 overs. 33 without loss, 8 to Kame, 25 to Reese. But the important thing is they stay there. If they're both there at the start of tomorrow, Derbyshire will have hope. They will have reduced that deficit, which currently stands at 170.
Maybe down to just over 100, potentially. If they might have to go some.
Yes, I think 130 might be, might be acceptable. Still a fairly hefty deficit. And, of course, the bowlers, as stiff as they will be at the end of the day, will feel refreshed. Early wickets tomorrow morning could be key.
Indeed, and some of the quicks might get a rest now as Mitchell Swepson comes in to replace Ul Hassan at the far end. Didn't always look a threat in the first innings, Swepson, but created enough opportunities. Can count himself unlucky on a few occasions as well. Short leg comes in under the lid. One slip.
Indeed be Harry Kame this evening. Bless him.
So Swepson to start his first spell of this innings. Comes in to Kame. It's a full outside off stump. It's driven well, but will be cut off by the fielder there at deep cover. They get through for a couple of runs. Another match going on today as well. First one-day international between the West Indies and India. West Indies, of course, not qualified for the 2023 World Cup. Swepson comes in, fires one into Kame, who flicks away leg side for an easy single. And you can see why. 114 all out the West Indies today.
Yeah, it's a mess, isn't it?
India racing to 49 for 1. I say racing, just comfortably going along, really, in the 10th over. Nice and easy for them, it looks like. So sad to see the West Indies in this state.
Nick and I were talking about it before, those sides who you would queue for hours to watch back in the 70s and 80s. They're a very sad, pale shadow of the former selves.
Swepson then into Reese, who's got a leg slip in place and flicks it just wide of mid-wicket for another single. One of the Derbyshire greats, Michael Holding, of course.
Absolutely.
Wonder what he makes of the current situation.
I imagine he'd be very pleased. He'd have a view.
I certainly would have a view.
Yeah. Opened this very media centre a few years ago. Had a good chat with him then.
Swepson into Kame once more, who's forward defending.
Somebody said to me, might even have been Griffith, just ask him what he thinks of T20. So I lobbed that in at the end. Well, I thought it was the end. It was almost the beginning of a second interview.
Almost the end of you.
He didn't like it.
Swepson comes in once more, punches off the back foot into the leg side, can't beat mid-on, no run.
And of course that form of the game is partly responsible for the demise of the West Indies, because their best players now play that almost exclusively.
Indeed. Swepson comes in to complete this over, his first of this innings. Is defended once more into the leg side for no run. Derbyshire 37 without loss. It's funny actually because his wife was involved in the administration side of things for the controversial, or the now controversial, Stanford Super Series when that first took place, and then later on I think she's been involved in the Caribbean Premier League as well. So it's kind of like, you know, you go and do your thing, but don't talk to me about it.
Yeah.
Do not mention it. I don't want to hear about your day at work over dinner.
No, you can't talk with them.
You can't call it cricket. Just don't say anything.
Brilliant. Here's Tim van der Hoogten again. Fourth over of this current spell. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8. He's bowled and he's in to bowl to Lewis Rees, who drives it off a thick edge down to wide third man for 4. Not entirely in control of that shot, Lewis Rees. And as a result, Colin Ingram moved himself to a gully position. I wonder if he's going to stay there or if he's going to go back in the slip cord. And he has gone slightly wide, has he? No. He's going back into third slip. Sort of making the point, if there had been somebody there, it would have been a fairly comfortable catch. But as it is, Rees moves on to 30, 41 without loss, deficit 162. And Van der Hoogten's in again, and Rees doesn't have the first idea where that ball's gone. He just tilts his head to one side as if to say, yeah, nearly had me there, as it comes off a thick edge and goes to backward point where Mitch Swepson is.
Just trying to think of some more Derbyshire legends. As I was mentioning Holding's name, Mohammed Azharuddin spent a bit of time here.
He did, yes, absolutely.
Back in the 90s.
Griff used to talks very fondly about Azza.
Man of the night, Mohammed Azharuddin. Liked a late night out.
I believe so. Yes. Yes, often seen in the various restaurants in Derby. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees to go through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook. I don't think he paid for much either.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought so.
No, because he was such a big deal. It was almost a pleasure for the restaurants to have him eating in their establishment.
Yes. Can you imagine he rocks up to an Indian restaurant?
Yeah.
No chance of paying there.
Absolutely. Van der Hoogten in again round the wicket bowls, and that one is defended by Rees up to mid-on. Because Ian Bishop came after Michael Holding.
Yes.
Part of the bowling attack.
Seriously quick in his prime. Such a shame with the injuries that he had, which curtailed his career.
And I know new listeners and younger listeners don't like us harping back to the halcyon days, but you had an overseas he came across. He was here for the whole season. He was very much part of the club and came back season on season. As this next delivery from Van der Hoogten is tucked into the leg side by Rees. They've run the first one quickly, but they're only going to get a single. That's Kieran Carlson coming in off the boundary, I think. Is they moved to 42 without loss. Rees up to 31.
As a youngster as well, those were my greatest memories at Leicestershire. I remember as a youngster going to watch, and those 2 championship winning sides of 96 and 98. Phil Simmons, a massive part of both of those campaigns. And it wasn't just watching the overseas star in your home team either. It was who's going to be visiting next.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. That was terrific. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one is defended by Harry Kame. Up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Jamie McElroy, and there's no run. 42 without loss at the end of the over then. 18 to go, which is an hour and 10. Harry Kame has 11, Rees has 31. Derbyshire trail by 161 in their second innings, following on, having been bowled out for 318 in their first innings.
I remember Curtly Ambrose playing for Northants and coming to Grace Road. He was my absolute hero growing up. Standing next to him asking him for an autograph was an experience as well, all 6'9" of him or whatever.
Somerset had Viv Richards and Joel Garner.
Of course. Can you imagine having 2 of them?
Remarkable. Swepson begins a new over from the city end.
Almost missed my cue there.
No.
Just reminiscing.
Clipped into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single, 43 without loss. I was just trying to think of other overseas. Obviously, Malcolm Marshall, synonymous with Hampshire.
Of course. Curtly Ambrose, though, on that. I got to commentate with him in the 2019 World Cup on the BBC, which was an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely.
Just sort of made my career, really, sharing the box with him as Swepson comes in. It is on strike, and is that a catch? Well, it's a chance. He knocks it just short of that fielder there at short leg. Billy Root under the lid, just bouncing a few millimetres short of his hands there. He'll say it was well negotiated in the end, but a half opportunity. Swepson in once more. Came this time, looks to push forward, and the ball whizzes past his outside edge, so things just starting to happen.
Yeah, getting a bit of turn there, is he? Was he good to commentate with?
He was brilliant, and off-air even better.
Yeah.
He's another one who, if you ask him what's wrong with West Indies cricket, you just sit back and enjoy the entertainment. It's absolute box office. Not a lot of it can be broadcast on air. So Swepson floats one this time, a half volley, and it's driven past mid-off. It's racing away towards the boundary. The chase is on. It's eventually cut off. They get back through for a couple of runs. Yeah, pure entertainment. I mean, he just went on for 20-odd minutes, just ranting and raving. And then I asked him the question, because I wanted a little bit more, you see. I said, what happened with you? Why are you still not involved in the coaching setup there?
Oh,
you know,
really?
a legend like you've got so much to give. Swepson comes in and Kame defends this time for no run. And that was another 20 minutes of pure box office about the politics, the ins and the outs, and all sorts.
Inter-island rivalries.
Exactly. What a
Yeah.
character, though. Swepson in again, and again Kane defends into the leg side to finish off another over. 16 gone in this Derbyshire second innings. They still trail by 158. They're 45 without loss. Lewis Rees 32 from 51. Harry Kame 13 from 45.
So far today, Derbyshire have managed to score 363 runs, probably. Yeah, 363 runs. And these two have scored 200 of them between them, put on 165 for the first wicket in the first innings, and now 45 in the second. So it rather suggests that nobody else has scored very many runs, which is pretty much the case. Although lots of batsmen got themselves in. Dahl 11, Thompson 11, Wood 15, Hayder made 20, 41 to deploy. So they all got themselves in and promptly got themselves out. The point, Swepson is going out closer to the boundary. I mean, probably 10, 15 yards in from the boundary, a backward point, but he's out there. Tim van der Hoogten begins a new over from the racecourse end to Lewis Rees, who defends this one into the ground and up towards McElroy at mid-off. And there's no run. The Derbyshire physio and strength and conditioning coach are walking clockwise around the pitch. I merely say that because it's right for runs, and that's the way they're going, and left for wickets. But I also spy two members of the Glamorgan coaching staff walking the wrong way themselves, left around the pitch. I think they've just been warned. Here is Van der Hoogten in again. It's a load of old nonsense, of course, as Rees pushes that one out into the offside. But on a Saturday afternoon, when I go down and watch the club that I normally go to on a Saturday in Blackrod in Lancashire, all the players make sure they go the right way around. So cricket is a very superstitious bunch.
Yeah. Do you have any superstitions?
No, not
back in the
really.
day?
No. I'm so forgetful that I'd probably forget which sock I was supposed to put on and all that kind of stuff. Van der Hoogten again in bowls. That's clipped into the leg side by Rees and half stopped by the man at mid-wicket. Go through for a single.
One superstition was a little bit silly looking back on it, because I used to switch it up, you see. If I was in good form with the bat, I'd keep doing the same thing, so it'd be left pad on first. And then if I'd
Sensible.
got a few low scores, I'd switch to right pad on first. And, you know,
But then you'd get some high scores with
get
the
some
right
high
pad on.
scores,
But it's a
and then it'd be
tricky
the
one,
right
isn't it?
pad all the time,
Yes,
and then-
yeah. Tricky.
yeah.
And the
Be a
hook.
one-way street as well, can't it, with all that?
Here is Van der Hoogten again, bowling to Kame, who pushes this out towards mid-off. Billy Root Fields. Yeah, it is clearly a load of old nonsense, in the same way that everybody born in the same month would have the same things happen
Yes,
to them
of course.
on the same day.
It's interesting, actually, in Vedic astrology, which originates in India. It's a lot more specific than that. I'm not sure I particularly believe in it, but it's done on literally the minute you're born
Really?
and where you're born.
Not sure what minute I was born. Van der Hoogten bowls and came with an inside edge, defends it out into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah,
So there'll be a lot of
literally,
people who
it's a
follow
lot
it
more
then, I
specific.
imagine,
A lot
if
of
it's that
people follow it,
specific,
yeah. I mean, so much so that, you know, if there's a big event coming up, you know, is it an auspicious time to do it? They'll check the charts and all that kind of stuff, and they'll get an astrologer involved. And, you know, even if you find your perfect partner and you want to propose to them, oh, well, let's get the charts checked,
Really?
see if they're compatible.
Here is Van der Hoogten again off his back foot, pushed into the offside by Harry Kane, fielded by Kieran Carlson. End of the over, 46 without loss. And I'm going to tell everybody in Derby how poor this has been.
It has been very poor indeed from Derbyshire today, after getting themselves in a really good position, losing their last 7 wickets for just 44 runs in that effort of 318. 46 without loss there in the second innings. Going a better pace than they were at the start of their first. Run rate of 2.73 at the moment. 16 overs left in the day's play then. And we're going to see Mitchell Swepson continue. And still no fielders on the rope straight behind, so no long on and long off. Still tempting the batters to go over the top as he comes into Rees. It's full, it's driven, and it's misfielded there at extra cover by Ul Hassan. And the ball races away for 4. It was timed pretty well, but it was pretty much straight to him. He slaps the ground in frustration as well, and rightly so. You expect most cricketers to be able to stop that one. Costs his side 4 runs, and that's the 50 up for Derbyshire as well. 50 without loss. 1 ball into the 17th over. Swepson once more spins the ball from one hand to another, delivers, and this time it's just flicked away to the fielder there in front of square leg for no run.
Just an hour left. Swepson bowling might help us.
He comes again, fires one in, and it's punched off the back foot. This time Ul Hassan does field it cleanly, almost slipped over, almost overran the ball on that occasion. Not having an easy time of it these past 3 deliveries. No short leg in place now, just the leg slip as Swepson floats one up a bit slower. Rees is forward defending.
You do far too much sitting down in this game, don't you?
We do. See the shadows lengthening as the clock ticks beyond 6 o'clock. This is short, it's pulled away, backward of square. There's a fielder out at long leg, Van der Hoogten. So just the single on offer. We sit, and quite often we probably eat too much on the job as well.
Eat, drink tea. It's just not good for you, really. I'm not expecting any sympathy, by the way.
Swepson is in once more, and this is Kame pushing forward in defence. I'm going to ask you to be a bit controversial here, and we'll put Derbyshire to one side, because I know you're here quite often. That's the end of the over, by the way, 51 without loss. So we won't comment on the food here because it's obviously great and fantastic. Actually, it was
It's
very
been
nice.
okay,
It
yeah.
was very nice.
Yeah.
Best food on
Well,
the
you'll be
circuit
pleased with
apart
this.
from
You'll
Derbyshire.
be pleased with this.
It's got to be Grace Road.
It is
isn't
undoubtedly Leicestershire now that we're allowed back downstairs.
Yes.
We weren't in there for a season, but we are back in there now, and you get a proper main
you
course
can
and a
proper
proper
get in
pudding.
there, can't you, with that
it's
one?
very nice indeed. Yeah, yeah. Leicestershire look after us really well.
On the
Really
international circuit, a lot of people used to say Lords.
Yeah.
Never has been for me. Not for the media. The players' menu is completely different. and
Lords-
people see the menu,
yeah,
looks
Lords
fantastic.
for us is dreadful.
Edgbaston. For international games,
Oh, okay.
Edgbaston put on a full spread. You get a cooked breakfast in the morning, so you don't need to worry about having an early breakfast and rushing to the ground.
Gorvin beginning a new over from the racecourse end, and that one is slapped into the offside by Lewis Rees, and there's no run.
So omelettes or pancakes, or both sometimes if you're having a good day. And then for lunch, you will always get different types of curries, but you'll always get at least 2 or 3 curries and a dal, as well as a roast. You'll always have a full roast as well.
Wow.
And that'll be a meat roast or a vegetarian roast. So you've got an absolute full spread.
Gorvin bowls, I'm starving. That one is pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees, no run.
Yeah, it's getting towards dinner time, isn't it? That's
Very
why I'm
much so.
reminiscing about Edgbaston when England are playing. And at tea time as well. Doesn't stop there. I mean, the desserts are nice at lunch as well. At tea time, full selection of cakes.
Well, for championship matches at Leicestershire, certainly for the T20, and yeah, because we weren't there twice for the T20 this season. I was trying to work out why I'd been there twice. Gorvin is in to Rees, who turns this one into the leg side, out towards the square leg boundary. There is a fielder out there, so they'll only pick up a single. He'll move to 39, 52 without loss, trailing by 51. We go into that members' dining area
Yes.
and get fish and chips, and that's marvellous.
It is.
It pains me to say it that it's quite nice at Trent Bridge as well.
It is actually, to be fair to them.
I don't like admitting it, but it is. Yorkshire, yeah. Lancashire's okay.
I've not done county cricket at Yorkshire, but for test matches and stuff, it's prison food, and it literally is prison food. The same caterers who cater for the local prison come and cater for the international matches there, and it is awful.
Yeah,
It's horrible.
yeah. I think they're trying at the moment, because we were in a room upstairs next to the media centre, as this next one is driven by Harry Kane, but straight to Billy Root at mid-off.
Yes, I know that one, and they'd moved it up there
Yeah.
as well for the test that I did last year there. But before it used to be downstairs, didn't
Yes,
it?
by the
entrance.
reception, yeah.
You couldn't find a seat in there most days, and when you did, it wasn't particularly pleasurable, the
Yes,
experience.
you wish you hadn't found a
Yes,
seat.
absolutely.
Gorvin bowls and Kane defends. Outside half of his bat into the offside.
Tell
But
you what,
I mean, it's churlish to complain about free food, isn't it? But we do get treated pretty well
we do.
on the circuit.
Tell you what, with football, just going off topic a little bit, Coventry City is quite impressive.
Is
The
it?
pies are very good, and you get fresh wedges as well every time.
I'm always slightly suspicious of wedges. It's just lazy chips, isn't it, really? It goes Gorvin and bowls, and Kane pushes this out into the offside. James Harris fields this time.
But you'll like this. They're seasoned with a bit of spice.
Yes, yeah, no, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. That was the last ball of the over, incidentally. 52 without loss. Not an awful lot is happening here, and that suits Derbyshire just fine. Not too many alarms. This League One isn't quite as good as Championship. I
Can't remember what I had at Burton Albion.
You'd have had
last
some
time.
sandwiches, I would have thought.
Yeah, I
some
think I'm pretty
sandwiches in
sure
that
it
little
was
press room,
sandwiches.
yeah. I think they upped their game to chips during the Championship years.
But I'll tell you one thing about Burton Albion, though. It was a ground that I do remember being treated very, very well at. Everybody was so welcoming, and you don't always get that. I do a lot of Championship and Premier League, and you don't often get that.
Always get parking space.
Yeah.
Yeah, we try and be friendly if we can.
Swepson begins a new over into Rees. It's short. It's a horrible long hop down the leg side, and Rees lets it go through, but maybe there were some runs on offer had he Decided to pull that one.
Yes, if he'd have pulled it straight down backward square leg's throat on the boundary, Tim van der Hoogten, he wouldn't have been very happy, would he?
Swepson goes a little bit straighter, but still down the leg side. He does think about having a flick at that one. Pulls the bat away at just the last moment. Good take by Cook. 52 without loss then. As the sun shines over the county ground. Lots of blue sky up above now. Swepson with a quicker one. He's wrapped on the pads. A big shout for LBW, and more interest from Swepson than from behind the stumps. Umpire says no. Maybe just sliding down the leg side. My first instinct.
They're getting excited on Sports Scene about Martin Waghorn training with Derby County again.
Swepson in once more, and this time Rees is on the back foot, defending. Any further rumours on that? Or
apparently he has been training there, and it's been confirmed by Rams TV that he has been training there, so
okay.
nothing more at the minute.
This one is a fuller delivery from Swepson. It's driven gently towards a mid-off, no run.
Burton, of course, did the big business early in that summer transfer window by signing Cole Stockton, who, if he fires, and he has been in pre-season, could be a terrific signing.
Swepson to complete the over, and it's a leg side delivery, flicked away straight to mid-wicket by Rees. So Derbyshire at the end of another one, 52 without loss still. 20 overs gone in this innings, 13 remaining in the day. Nick Webb is poised.
He's loitering, isn't he?
He's loitering.
In a way only Nick Webb can.
Doesn't look overly keen to commentate on this next passage of play,
Who
as
did you
exciting
think,
as it is.
Who do you think you're replacing? I'm not going to have this fight again.
You're in charge, Dave.
Oh no, and I said I don't want to be in charge. If I wanted to be in charge, I'd have applied for the job of being in charge. I've got up.
Tell you what, you go off for 15 minutes, you do your update.
Yeah, I've got updates at 6:15, 6:30 and 6:45. In fact, the 6:30 one is going to be lengthy because I think they're going to talk to me. So I'm going to go off.
It's going to be Gorvin back into the attack here, and Kame is forward defending this delivery. Gorvin with his 1 run conceded only so far. Into his 6th over now. 4 maidens on the trot to start proceedings. Smoothly done there. As we see headphones flying across the commentary box. Gorvin runs in once more, and this is just outside off. A back foot punch, but straight to Ul Hassan at point.
Well, this is possibly the weightiest pair of commentators that you're working with today on the BBC County Circuit. So things are liable to get knocked over at some point.
In terms of experience and gravitas, I'm sure you're referring to.
Possibly on the scales as well.
We were just talking about how well we're fed at certain grounds. As Gorvin comes in once more, and this is another solid-looking defensive shot from Kame. Would you agree Grace Road on the county championship circuit would be up there at number 1? Or, I mean, Cardiff was good when I've never been there for a championship match, but it was good during the franchise stuff and internationals.
It's good but not consistent. It's best on the tea service. A fine range of cakes at tea. The lunch is I wouldn't claim we're the best on the circuit. I mean, it's fine. We get fed, and I'm not complaining about free food at all. Trent Bridge has been pretty decent. Lords is quite nice. But yeah, Leicester, now we're back with the teams, the officials and the members.
Gorvin in again. There's a silly mid-off in place now, and defends this into the leg side for no run. I was talking about on the international circuit, Edgbaston. The spread you get there is unbeatable. The full cooked breakfast, pancakes, omelettes, the the full curries and roast choice
Oof.
every lunchtime and dessert. And then you get a splendid selection of cakes at tea.
Oof. I'm envious.
Corvin runs in and goes full outside off and is defended out towards mid-off for no run. India was good earlier this year, actually, but there's only so much curry you can take, and having curry for breakfast at the grounds was, I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of the food they eat, and it's a different type. It's kind of a bit drier, and the breads are a little bit different and stuff, but by the end of the 2-week stint out there, I was a bit curried out. Gorvin in once more, and this is left alone outside off stump. This time, end of another over. Tidy one, another maiden. 52 without loss, still Derbyshire, trailing by 151.
Yeah, in Cardiff, I'm told that much of the food lazily labelled Indian is in fact of Bangladeshi origin.
Yeah, you get a lot of restaurants actually in the UK, labelled Indian restaurant. Just makes things easier, I suppose, but owned by Bangladeshis with Bangladeshi chefs. I mean, a lot of the food you get in these types of restaurants, and it's changing a little bit more now, but is not really food that most people would cook at home. It's a British curry, really. Like the tikka masala obviously was invented here. Various things like that. The vindaloo is not really an Indian invention as such. It's a British Indian thing.
Just label it fusion cooking and it sounds trendy.
Yes.
52 without loss, Derbyshire. In their second innings, Swepson bowls to Rees, who turns it around down to fine leg. There's a bit of a chase for Van der Hoogten, but he gets there and is not the sort of second run that you want to take on when you're batting to save a match. 53 without loss. Remember the test match that Cardiff staged between England and Sri Lanka back in 2011. As Swepson comes in to bowl to Harry Kame, who is forward defending. It was Cardiff's second ever test match. A lot of the assorted scribes didn't think that there ought to be a test match in Cardiff at all, and it rained for all 5 mornings of the game.
I remember I was there.
All right, okay. Fair enough. I don't need to tell you this tale then, but Kame deflects one to backwards square leg. But I have never seen so much food wheeled out to keep the assorted hacks happy as Glamorgan produced on that occasion. Breakfast baps were quickly followed by croissants at 11sies and so on and so forth. Swepson is in and bowls, and that's worked on the leg side by Kame, and they'll go through for a single. 54 for naught, and the deficit is below 150, 149. Derbyshire trail by. Of course, they'll be looking, even if they were to be bowled out, to work their way into such a position that Glamorgan have something to worry about in any potential 4th innings. Possibly after tea tomorrow, if Derbyshire continue going with this serenity. Swepson in to bowl. Rees drives gently to mid-off, and there's no run. Bright sunshine now, as on the first day. Potentially the best viewing position weather of the day. Rees sweeps at Swepson, and the ball has run down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs of some variety. Oh, runs off the bat. I was somewhat surprised to see that signal. Thought it might have been buys or leg buys, but some contact was made. It wasn't a chance as the ball ran away past the Glamorgan keeper and infield for 4. 58 for naught, then 145 behind. Well, this is very similar to the first innings, isn't it? With Rees and Kame knocking up the runs and Rees scoring most of them.
Yep, and Derbyshire not going at any particular great pace. 2.5 runs and over at the moment. and Glamorgan find at least a wicket or two in these remaining 11 overs. If they can, they feel vindicated in their decision to enforce the follow-on. If not, then you'd suspect Derbyshire would be very happy indeed, finishing wicketless. Gorvin to continue then. 2 slips and a silly mid-off still in place. Cook up to the stumps as well, and this is flicked away out towards steep mid-wicket. Jog back for an easy 2.
Yeah, late in last season, final match of last season, when Glamorgan were pressing for a victory that might have taken them up, but results elsewhere meant they sort of ran out of hope on the final day anyway. But Sussex were able to bat out the final day on 554 for 8 on that occasion, having been nearly 300 behind.
Gorvin is in again, beats the outside edge this time of Kame, who flirts with it, pulls his bat away, but it had already whizzed past the outside edge at that point.
Morgan did complete an innings win over Derbyshire in Cardiff last September, having knocked up 550. Derbyshire bowled out for 253 and 273, with 5 wickets in the first innings for Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand spinner who was with them briefly.
Comes Gorvin once more, and this is defended into the offside by Kame. No run. That would have been after he took his 10-fer.
Yeah, he was signed
10-fer
for...
was 2021, I think.
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
it? Late
right.
21, yeah.
In a test match. Signed for Glamorgan with that very much on the top of his CV.
Yeah. Not a bad thing to have up there.
What better can you have as a bowler?
First 10-wicket haul in a test match in a losing cause, though, as Gorvin is in, and this is left alone outside off stump. But it would have been special for him to do it in the city of his birth, in Mumbai, having been born there and emigrated to New Zealand and come back as a test cricketer and took a 10-fer.
Very much the Kiwi accent.
Yes.
Interviewed him a couple of times.
Gorvin then runs in, delivers, and Kame is again forward in defence, looking very solid at the moment, but just the one boundary for him, 16 from 66 deliveries that he's faced in this innings.
It's deja vu all over again. Rees getting well over half the runs. Or 2/3 the runs, indeed. Only 10 overs to go after this one.
Final ball of this Gorvin over coming up then, and it's left alone outside off stump, not taken cleanly by Cook, but no run taken. End of another one then. So yes, 10 overs remaining. Derbyshire 60 without loss, and as far as they're concerned, things going to plan towards the end of this 3rd day here at the county ground.
It's been a strange old day, hasn't it? Derbyshire defending and not losing wickets. Derbyshire attacking and going seemingly quite well for a while in the afternoon, and then the collapse either side of the tea interval. And then serenity restored once more in the evening sunshine.
Well, it's these two, isn't it? We saw it in the first innings as well. Get past these two, and the rest of them didn't. You know, we saw some flashes and a little bit of quick run scoring from the likes of Deploy, who made 41 off 62. Haider Ali looked good while he was there for his 20, but they were giving a lot of opportunities even then, those two, and particularly the rest of the middle and lower order.
So Mitch Swepson will continue with a leg slip and a slip. Bowling to Rees, and that is, I think, off the pad to leg slip. Not sure if it carried anyway. Should he also have A forward short leg, maybe. There's a man on the drive at short mid-wicket, as that is turned... Oh, and misfielded by Carlson, and they'll go through for a single. Ball almost went through his legs there. It's one of those where he had his head up, looking at the keeper before he actually fielded it. 61 without loss, Derbyshire. Managed to rotate the strike. Now for the right-hander, Billy Root is in a short leg position, virtually square with the wicket, rather than the leg slip that he's at for the left-hander. Swepson bowls quicker delivery that doesn't deceive Kame, just works it away towards mid-wicket for a single. 62 for naught. The deficit down to 141. So Derbyshire with a decent start tonight, but they'll still be in arrears, and you would have thought they'd have to bat until about tea time to have any hope of safety. Oh, that's a filthy ball from Swepson. On leg stump, smashed away, and it is stopped just inside the ropes by subfielder Lewis, I think.
I feel he missed out there. Rees.
That's a shocking delivery, wasn't it? Got a couple of runs off it. Another grunt of effort as Rees has moved on to 47 and blocks the next ball.
It's Gorvin down there with the fielding.
Oh, it's Gorvin, was it? Oh, yes. Could have sworn it's left-hand throw. I'm seeing things at this point of the night. As that's floated and deflected by Rees, just short of Billy Rees at Billy Root at leg slip. Swepson takes his hat and sunnies off the umpire. They have, of course, switched ends for the second innings, so that's umpire Baldwin at the top end of the ground, umpire Bainton nearest us. Neither would be much use in a rugby union line-out. They are of relatively short stature. 64 for naught. Derbyshire 139 behind. We've got 9 overs left of today's play here on BBC Sport Online.
Always reckon that's pretty good, though. The shorter the umpire, the more accurate perhaps they will be with the LBW decisions.
Good thought.
Gorvin to start a new over here. Comes in, goes down leg side, and Kame tries to flick it round the corner. Doesn't get anything on there, and there is no run.
Glamorgan seconds lost their 50-over game against Hampshire by 3 wickets, having just totalled 149. Hampshire were in trouble, but half century from Jack down the order got them to 153 for 7. 4 wickets for Rory Smith. Now that could be significant.
Gorvin runs in once more, goes short of a length, and it's defended into the leg side. And there is no run.
Rory Smith, who was released from the Glamorgan staff at the end of last season, but came back to play the majority of the T20 Blast series competition, having put together a series of games.
And you know what? You're not seeing things because Gorvin is bowling and Gorvin's sweater is being worn mid-on there.
There we are.
That's what fooled us. 2 number 11 Gorvins out there. So this one is a thickish outside edge, guided down towards third man, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. Not quite where he wanted to play that, but played with soft hands by Kame. And 4 more runs onto the Derbyshire total, 68 without loss.
So the left-handed Gorvin is Rodri Lewis.
Yes.
There we are.
I mean, it's helpful when they wear numbers, but if they wear their own numbers, it's even more helpful.
Yeah, I don't think Lewis has actually got one.
Here comes Gorvin once more, and a little bit straighter this time. Off the back foot defending his Kame.
Has Mr. Fletcher completed his radio chats?
For now.
For now.
Yes.
Could be having a double change very fairly shortly then.
What's this for nibble?
Given that there are, yes, a
It's so
propensity for
exciting.
disaster.
We don't want to miss a ball.
Propensity for disaster. We'll just have to do it a ball or two apart.
Gorvin then charges in once more, and this is left alone, quite comfortably outside off by Harry Kame, who's been extremely patient in this innings of his. 73 balls for his 21 so far.
Yes, he's operating round about the strike rate of his first innings, isn't it? Where it was about a run every third ball. In fact, he's slightly slower the second time round. Hasn't got going yet.
And half an eye on the close of play as well. As Gorvin completes the over, and Kame is forward defending to that fielder there, Billy Roots at short, silly mid-off rather. So another one gone. Derbyshire 68 without loss, and who's going to come in for me?
There we are. If Edward comes in for you, and I shall describe a ball or two. Thank you ever so much, Nikesh, for your labours over the last couple of days. It's been a pleasure having you on
It's been a
board.
pleasure being here.
And listen out for Nikesh on further cricket coverage and indeed football coverage on the BBC to come in the coming weeks. Nikesh Ragani leaves us, and it will be Edward Bevan to come in, and well, I can wish through a Swepson over. This will only take about 2 minutes, and then I can give way to Dave, if that's all right, to avoid too much confusion.
From the city end then, here is Mitch Swepson. He's bowling to the left-handed Rees, who goes back, clips it round the corner, and picked up by Carlson, but they go through for an easy single. Takes the score to 69 without loss. Remember, they need 202 to avoid an innings defeat. They should achieve that. But as someone just said to me, this is what happened in the first innings, and after that we saw what happened with the collapse. But it's going to be hard work for Glamorgan's bowlers on this slow, fairly unresponsive pitch. And Swepson will have a lot of bowling to do as he comes in and bowls to Kame, and Kame watches that go past the off stump into Cook's gloves. One most glorious evening here in Derby. We're making up overs, 4 overs for the rain. As in comes Swepson. Bowls. Kame thinks, now that's spun, Fletch and bounced.
Yeah.
Which will encourage, and we haven't seen that. I did go when I had a break behind Swepson, and he's turning it both ways. He nearly deceived Rees there earlier on, but he's bowling out to the right-handed Kame. Bowls to him. Kame is forward. I'm surprised he hasn't got either a forward short leg, there is a short leg square, or perhaps a man at bat pad, because they're going to bat for survival tonight.
Of course they are.
You want to attack. Swepson in, bowls, and that's driven nicely, but it's straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Kame has been there 78 balls for 21. Rees 48 of 77. Doing the job for his side. Swepson in, bowls. Kame again, thinks and decides to pad up. Maybe bowling just a little bit too quick, but another over safely negotiated. And you feel if Glamorgan could grab one, or looking further, grab 2 tonight, not that they look like doing it because these two are playing pretty well, then you'll be hopeful about tomorrow. But it's going to be a long day tomorrow, and obviously with Swepson bowling, there could be more than 96 overs.
Yeah, we're going to see Kieran Carlson for the first time.
Bowling, yeah. Not against that, bit of off spin.
Didn't need to bowl in the first innings as Derbyshire crumbled, losing their last 7 wickets for 44 runs, but we're going to see a bit of his off spin now. I'm going to keep a close eye on the balcony to see if a night watchman comes out.
Probably, yeah, I think I might have mentioned to the viewers and listeners that Carlson picked for his batting 4 or 5 years ago at Northants, made his debut. Jack Rudolph called him on to bowl just before T got a wicket and went on to get a 5-4. So here he is, going to bowl his off spin with the ball leaving the bat, and he'll be bowling at Lewis Rees, and here is Dave Fletcher.
Thank you, Edward. 69 without loss. Carlson in and bowls, and that one is chopped into the offside by Rees. Half fielded by McIlroy, but no run is taken. It is all about survival for the remaining 6 overs and 5 balls today. I think they would have liked a couple of wickets. They would have loved a couple of wickets, Glamorgan. And they may still get them, who knows, as that one turns away from Rees, and he leaves it alone to go through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook. Still Lloyd at slip, surveying the scene. Crouches down now because Carlson is on his way and around the wicket bowls, and that one's left alone as well.
Bit of turn there.
Yeah, no question.
Much respect for Carlson, but Glamorgan will have to have a specialist off spinner there.
Tosses himself a catch, and he's in again and bowls. This one is driven by Rees out towards the cover boundary. There is a fielder out there.
Lewis, substitute fielder.
That is the substitute fielder. Rodri Lewis, a left arm throw in, wearing Gorvin's sweater.
Left arm spinner.
It's better that he wears Gorvin's sweater than comes out in a top that isn't even a Glamorgan top.
Yeah.
Which looked a little bit village.
Amateurish.
A little bit. Just a touch. A needs must, I suppose, but he just must have forgotten to pack his Glamorgan top. He's played for the seconds. Carlson is going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Harry Kame. He's got 21, 70 without loss. Carlson bowls to him, and he turns it out towards Lewis again. He's at square leg for the right-hander.
I still think, Fletch, that this is a bit of a negative field, really. You've got to attack. You've got runs to play with. Oh, well, we're 100 runs, 150 nearly. You've got to trail, the odd 4 doesn't matter. I don't know what your view are.
No, I think you're right. You've got the insurance of another innings.
Yep.
So that's a good lead by Lewis Rees. Didn't miss the off stump by much on its way through to Chris Cook. 71 without loss at the end of the over. Rees has 49. Kame has 22. Derbyshire trail by 132. So effectively, you could. I know it's 132, the deficit, but even if Derbyshire get 100 in front, there'll still be time for Glamorgan. So you've still got 230, 240 runs to play with.
I agree. And
so go on the attack. And if
not only that, what have we got? 6 overs. It'll be survival time, and you get your bit of prod in, and you get the men round the bat. You've got to slip. And do you really need 3 on the onside to save 1? 3 on the offside? Get a man in there somewhere.
You'd almost get rid of the square leg and ask him to sweep.
Resumption starts another over, and he's over the wicket and bowls the right-handed Kame, who leaves outside the off stump. He's got to bowl a little bit straighter than that, I think. Lewis Rees done a very good job for his side. He's done his best. He's on 49 following his excellent 130 odd in the first innings. In comes the next ball, and this is defended. You see, he's just pushing out now, and get another one in front, both sides.
Yeah.
And you're conscious in your eye line that there are predators there. Resumption from the city end is in and bowls, and this is pushed forward.
So
22.
The guy on the sports show is just reading out a text, which is being less than complimentary about Derbyshire, which is understandable.
Resumption in, bowls again. That's cut away to deep extra cover. Rodri Lewis, who's having a lot of work to do here.
Yes.
Returns. Good count in there by, not so good counting perhaps because there's another 2 balls to go. I thought it was the end of the over. He was walking around.
I think
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it's right to have the 2 spinners on now, A, because they might just prod, but B, because it'll just give the quicker bowlers a bit of a rest for the rest of the day.
Resumption in and bowls. Oh, played that rather laconically, didn't he? Just pushed it away. Tomorrow will be interesting. Tomorrow morning, first hour, bowlers fresh, batsmen start again,
Yeah.
and off we go. A long day could be tomorrow. Mitch Swepson to finish the over, comes in and bowls to Rees, who tucks that away, and we'll get a single. And again, Lewis was done a fair bit of fielding, one excellent stop earlier on. And that is Rees's 50 coming off. It hasn't come up as yet. He had 49 of 82, somewhere in the 80s.
Yeah, it'll be 83 balls when it's 7 fours.
Yeah, good innings. He's the dominant
There we
partner
go.
again. 50 of 84 balls for him. He's done exactly what his side needed. And Carlson will continue.
Yeah, 5 overs to go today. Spin at both ends, which means we may finish before 7 o'clock. We've already gone beyond the scheduled close of play, which was 6:30. We lost 4 overs as well due to rain. It's Carlson around the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Rees, who cuts out towards Lewis on the cover boundary and picks up another single to move to 51-74 without loss. Probably. There we go. It's all swapping around now on the scoreboard. Derbyshire trailed by 129. Talked to Nikesh before, and he said, "Well, they might get it down to 100." I said, "It'll be closer to 130." It's 129 now. If they can just whittle a few more off that, a bit less work to do first thing.
Short leg has come in now for the right-hander.
And Kame plays it pretty much on the crease, pushing the ball back towards Kieran Carlson. Umpire Baldwin just swapping over because he couldn't see through the short leg, and he's now going to be looking straight into the sun, so we won't be able to see anything there either.
There's not a quick stumping.
Yeah, he'll do well to see anything because the shadows are long. Carlson is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Kame. I'll tell you how long the shadows are. The floodlight pylon that stands next to the scoreboard, the actual lights part of it is putting umpire Bainton in shade. So it's stretching halfway across the entire outfield. As Carlson is in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Kame out into the offside. Fielded there by Sam Northeast, who's at extra cover. Just removes his cap momentarily, gives his head a little scratch. And Carlson's ready to come in again. Gives that one a bit more air. Driven, full delivery out towards the backward point boundary. It won't get all the way there. I was going to say it was Swepson, but it's not, because it's somebody else with a floppy sun. It's Ul Hassan out there.
Yep.
Who's also got the floppy sun hat on with Mitch Swepson.
I think perhaps Carlson is bowling just a little bit too quickly for an off-spin leg.
Gave that last one a bit more air, but it was too full, wasn't it,
Yeah.
in the end? Driven away by Kane, moved on to 25. That one's slightly further down the pitch than a good length, but Kane just smothers it. 76 without loss at the end of the over. Rees on 51, came on 25. Derbyshire trailed by 127.
Good effort by the openers here, because they were under pressure going in to bat again, following on. And they've laid the foundation now, but what they do need, if they do get dismissed tomorrow, is that support, which they didn't get with those last 7 wickets this afternoon going down like 9 pins. And they must have been pretty disappointed, these two, by the performance of the rest, apart from the captain, Lewis Dupley, who got 41. Swepson will have a couple of overs left, and he is bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, and this is the first ball of the over, and it's just played gently out to square leg, where it's fielded by Jamie McElroy. Has a little word with umpire Bainton at square leg, saying, "Won't be long now, will it?" Swepson, just a step or two, then a little run, and again, similar shot. This time a little straighter than Carlson fields. This field is not so bad. A leg slip and a man on the drive. And Colin Ingram has run over to have a word with Swepson. wonder, he bowls, or he did bowl a lot of leg breaks himself, so
Right.
I wonder what he said. Reese waits. In comes Swepson, tosses this one up, and he just pushes that forward. Playing for the morning, yeah, and quite rightly so.
No question. He preferred a bowl at the right-hander as well, wouldn't he, Swepson?
Ball going away, yeah. Here he is again. Tosses that. Oh, that's a poor ball. Struck ferociously down, straight at to Andy Gorvin at deep mid-wicket. If it is Gorvin,
I think that's the real going.
the real Gorvin, unless he's ambidextrous, young Lewis. Now then, there is an attacking field coming for the right-hander Harry Kane because it's a second slip. So he's going to bowl the leg break and hope it turns. In he comes, bowls to Kane. Kane tentatively prods up to short mid-wicket, short extra cover. There's no run.
It's kept a bit low, that one.
Last ball of the over coming up. Up comes Swepson as a helicopter hovers above us and bowls. A bounce, but it bounced too wide. Over bowled, says the umpire. 77 without lost. Kane is on 25, Reese on 52. We come and looking for you. They're very close, this police helicopter.
A helicopter and an aircraft, I think, at the same time, which is relatively unusual. We're not in any flight paths here. We often see the...
Is there anybody named Fletcher down there?
We often see the large jets taking off from East Midlands Airport in the far distance.
Yes.
My last update coming up during this over, Edward, so
I leave you to it.
I shall convey all the good news of the day to listeners on FM.
If you ever do rugby at Twickenham, that is bang in the middle of the
On the Heathrow.
flight path.
Kieran Carlson will bowl his third over, 3 to go in the day. Derbyshire 77 without loss. Carlson around the wicket to the left-handed. Lewis Reese with a slip and a leg slip, and he leaves that one. That was a good leave. That didn't miss by much. It wasn't taken cleanly by Cook behind the stumps because I thought
Skidded through,
I
didn't
think
it?
he thought he was going to crash into the stumps anyway. So Reese remains there on 52. Here we go. I will just switch you off for a moment, Edward. Carlson in and bowls to Reese. And he defends that one. Well, it might be slightly quicker than 7 o'clock because spin at both ends now. Dominic 77 without loss. Derbyshire. Lewis Reese 52 got to his half century from 84 balls with 7 fours. And Harry Kane is there on 25. Big appeal for leg before wicket to a full toss that he tries to sweep Lewis Reese but not out, says umpire Neil Bainton. Remember, Derbyshire following on, having been bowled out for 318 in their first innings, 203 runs in arrears. They still trail. They're 77 without loss, though, trailing by 126. As Carlson is in again, and that one's left alone by
Good
Lewis
over
Reese. Yeah. Keeping Reese honest.
Strange shot, that sweep.
I think his eyes lit up to the thought of a full toss, and he just missed it completely, didn't he? Umpire can't take into account any spin if he doesn't pitch, as that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by McElroy. We have 13 deliveries left in the day's play. Carlson, final ball of his third over, conceded just 5 runs so far, and that's all he's going to concede, because that is another dot ball and a first maiden for Kieran Carlson. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5. 77 without loss. Derbyshire. Harry Kane has 25. Lewis Reese has 52. They trail by 126.
He's successful in blocking out these last 2 overs. They've done a good job for Derbyshire because they were under pressure going out in that second innings. And they repeated the batting they showed in the first innings, and they batted very responsibly because it wasn't going to be easy. Glamorgan well on top, just suffered a horrendous collapse, Derbyshire, losing their last 7 wickets for 44. And this will be the penultimate over You might as well, I think, Swepson, get everybody around the bat.
Yes, couldn't agree more.
Anything jumps, then there's a man there. He's got 2 slips and a short leg. As Swepson starts his final over of the day and bowls to Kame. It's too wide because he's not going to follow that. What he wants to pitch is middle and off, or even middle and get it to turn. Then you've got a chance. Swepson is in his 10th over, 0 for 26. As he comes in past the umpire, tosses this one up, but it's met with a 4 defensive prod by Kane. 25 of 93 balls.
Watchful.
Very, very watchful. As Swepson with his leg spin comes in, bowls again. Thought about it, but decides at the moment to. The ball bounced again. I think Swepson tonight will think, yeah, there might be something in it for me tomorrow. And perhaps Carlson, because there's nothing much for the seamers, certainly. Swepson in, bowls again. Oh my word, that he got down just in time. Cock threw his hands up in the air. It's typical last over, last but one of the day there. I mustn't get out. And
Lots of oohs and ahs.
yes.
There'll be some chat out there, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah.
Lots of people around Harry Kame's bat.
Substitute fielder comes in from the extra cover boundary. Everybody attacking now. As Swepson comes in and bowls again. That is just a push forward from Kame. He's got 1 ball to survive from this over, and he'll hope that Lewis Rees will block the last over out. If, of course, a wicket falls in the last over, that'll be the only one to fall, as they will then walk in. Swepson in and bowls. And again, that's pushed away onto the offside. End of the over. We approach the final over of the second innings of Derbyshire, who was 77 without loss, having trailed by 203 on first inning. And he'll want to survive this over. Well, Lewis Rees.
There will be no more than 1 down at the close of play. Because
Correct.
if the wicket falls down ludicrously, they all go off. Never really understood that. Whoever was padded up as night watchman will be a relieved man, removing
Go in
his
the shower
pants.
if you want to know.
Jump in his car, try and avoid the gaze of anybody who might spot them.
Yes.
I'm not sure who the night watchman might have been.
Thompson, perhaps?
Thompson's too good a batsman. It would either be Chappell or Connors, I think.
Are going to be 4 round the bat. 2 slips, wicketkeeper and a leg slip.
Lewis Rees on 52 as Carlson bowls to him, and he drops that into the hits it into the ground, and Carlson juggles it about half a dozen times, also slips over. There was a scream of catch from somebody. I have no idea what that was about. As Carlson is in again and bowls, and that one is cut away by Lewis Rees, who gets off strike with a single out towards the point and boundary where Gorvin is fielding. He moves to 53, 78 without loss. Derbyshire 120. 125. Another change. Well, there's a change to the field because it's a right-handed batsman, of course, Harry Kame. So across to the offside goes McIlroy.
In the context of this game, 125 is a lot of runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're defending.
Absolutely. Carlson. 4 deliveries to go in the day. Around the wicket to Kame, who defends the first of those 4, straight back to the bowler. Picks it up.
I think he's going to push forward to the next 3 too.
I'm surprised. Needs to get him playing off the back foot if he can. Carlson, trap him in front. He does play off the back foot and turns it into the leg side. Always a dangerous business playing back to a spinner. Carlson in again. Bowls to Kame, who comes forward this time and defends nicely. So we've got 1 ball. We've got 1 ball left. It's bowled by Carson and defended by Harry Kane. And that is a successful 33-over session for Derbyshire, although they're still a long way behind in this game. Kane has 25, Rees has 53, and Derbyshire at the end of day 3, 78 without loss, still trailing by 125. And Glamorgan will come back tomorrow, Edward, and try to force that second victory of the season.
Yes, well, they'll have a minimum of 96 overs, because if we see a lot of Carlson, and if we see, I'll just break off because I'm watching 3 Glamorgan fielders walking. Not going to have a net this time of night, are they?
There's a water bottle there. I don't think it needs 3 to fetch it. But.
Yeah, but going back to that, 96, minimum of 96 overs, you would say it's even Steven. Perhaps the advantage lies slightly with Glamorgan.
Oh,
you say?
I think so. Yeah. Well, Glamorgan are the only side who can win this game now.
Yes.
Derbyshire are battling for a draw. They're going to have to bat until tea tomorrow to get far enough in front.
And wickets down, that will determine then what the outcome
absolutely.
is. Could have a very interesting day. I look forward to that, and look forward to seeing you, Dave, tomorrow.
Thank you, Edward. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. 78 without loss, Derbyshire. Rees 53, Kane 25. They trail by 125.